Ah. What's going on? Ah. Welcome, friends. Welcome, friends. How's everyone doing today? Blood boying. XX. Never Nevs XX. Here's the T1 and Mella with the raid. Snap in the chat as well. What's going on, everyone? Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to another day of converging. Ah, Snizzle with the tier 1. Let's talk MMORP. Let's do it. The boss has so much HP. Wait, you mean the meta boss? The meta event? Let's go do the meta event. That's a good place to start, I think. Let's get involved. Let's get in on the action. Let's do it. Converging already? Look, every single day is converging. We all know this, guys. We all know that we converge. I love converging. My only purpose in life is converging. It's impossible on NA. Wait, does it just fail? Like, what's going on, guys? Like, what's, Oh, yeah, I can go get the infusion thing. I'm gonna go get a chak, guys. Watch this. I'm gonna go win a chak. Check this out. Are you ready? Here comes the chak. Reddit review? I'm not doing Reddit review, guys. Ooh, is this it? Oh, look. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're actually already in. The Reddit is an absolute bloodbath, guys. I'm aware of this. It is an absolute bloodbath in there. Wait, this is going to be a fail for sure, right? Yeah, this is actually going to be a failed meta event, I think, because there's no commander. So people are going to fail the DPS check. Poison Hand. 976 with a tier 2. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, let's see. Wait, where does it want me to go? Wait, what's going on here? Oh, is it over, actually? No, I think it's already... Is the event finished? They are preparing to enter the Council of Houses. Oh, it's at the boss? Given the Reddit sentiment right now, do you believe it's time for Operation Meme Storm 2? No, it's definitely not. Like, they're doing it themselves. Like, Operation Meme Storm was, you know, us saying that we were unhappy with the game, right? Like, people are already unhappy with the game. Like, Operation Meme Storm is obsolete. Okay, I'm going in. Alright. Dagda. Wait, what is this? Wait, I don't... I'm missing something? Wait, is it bugged? Is it stalled? Wait, oh, Paith is dead. That's not good. Huh. You're sure now. Something's gone wrong. Oh, the meta failed? That's what happened? Like, this is what happens when the meta failed? Okay, well, I guess this is not the map to be on, then. Ah. Revelation 1992, a.k.a. hashtag Mr. Trending. Yeah. Paitha watched Seb's bugged run and got so upset she nowed herself. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what's happening here. West meta starting. Okay, here we go. Let's join this one. 20Q? Oh my god. Unbelievable. You honestly hate to see that. Yeah, people are not happy with Secrets of the Obscure. The story was quite not great. I will 100% agree there. Like, it was a pretty feeble ending. And they really didn't stick the landing after the expansion launch. I definitely feel like a lot of the issues with Soto weren't... Well, man, I need to do like a full analysis of this because it is very complicated because the story, I think, was pretty solid on launch, but then they flipped it. But the expansion actually had very low replayability on release, like no real rewards to go after on release, like no endgame stuff on release, not a lot of systemic change on release either. There wasn't really a lot going on in that regard. So I think that that's a problem. Wizards of Vault, though, yeah, but who cares? That's literally, like, you just get gold. It just replaced dailies. Like, no one... That's irrelevant, to be honest. Was it really that much worse than EOD? If you took out Harvest Temple and Dragon's End, the answer is definitely no. No, I would say it's significantly worse than EOD. A much weaker expansion than EOD. Like, EOD had 4 strike missions on launch, which were pretty okay, to be honest. Like, in terms of design, they're alright. You know, like Mitron is fine, Aetherblade is, like Anka is decent, Kindling Overlook is very buggy, but an okay encounter, Harvest Temple is good as well, and that was on launch as well, right? You gotta bear that in mind, that was on launch with that stuff. The meta events were very respectable, like Saitung is fine, I think, Kainang is not good, like Ekaveld is fine, and Dragon's End was obviously really good. I think the story was pretty decent in EOD as well. I think it was a pretty satisfying ending to the entire conclusion. But it's like, I don't know, it's a tricky one. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah, and you had elite specs as well, right? Yeah, you had elite specializations, which is definitely a pretty nice plus to EOD2, right? Like, it's pretty decent. They're on Reddit saying the game is officially abandoned. Those people are stupid. Like, you know, I'm really torn on this, actually, guys, because I want to engage in criticism of Soto, but I don't want to be associated with the people who are just shitting on the game. I want to do, like, actual criticism. Because I also do want to defend ArenaNet a bit, because they're also very willing to adapt. Like, they were willing to completely change their content release model to try and address some of the issues that the previous model has. And that's obviously going to come with some growing pains, right? That's going to, you know, that's going to come with some things that they need to work out, they need to solve. Like, there are definitely some pretty major issues, but I just don't really like I don't really like I don't know how I would describe it, the unthinking criticism, right? You know, like, there's a lot of unthinking criticism that's being done right now people aren't really engaging with it, right? They're just saying that it's terrible and it sucks. There have been some actually really good posts on the subreddit, actually. I read this one, and I think this is actually a very, very respectable post that just goes through this player's issues with the story. I think it's well-reasoned, and it's a well-written post as well. Maybe a little bit text blocky. We could, you know, I mean, Reddit's not great for this kind of stuff, but I don't think this is, like, very, this is good, right? Like, this is the kind of thing that, you know, you want to see on the subreddit, but, you know. Yeah. And I think the Fractal one's pretty good as well, actually. You know, the Fractal one is also pretty good. Yeah. Nice. The Fractal one is good. Is the Fractal worth a login? I mean, it's not... I wouldn't say it's amazing, to be honest. You know... Oh, I was thinking about this. I'm actually curious. What do you guys think about this? I'm making my own squad, I guess. I'll just try and get into... Can I get into another map? Okay. I'm going to have a bit of a hot take. I think ArenaNet shouldn't do... Or maybe they should consider not doing Fractal challenge modes. Because... Aha! Nice! What I'm seeing... in my mind, is that they put a lot of effort into Epoch because they're assuming that they need to have a challenge mode, so it needs to have kind of a lot of things going on. It needs to have a bunch of mechanics. As a result of this, you get a one-boss, very short experience Fractal that's basically designed around the fact that they're going to have to do a challenge mode for this Fractal. And that means that the rest of the Fractal suffers. You get one boss, very short, low kind of dungeon experience, and it's like very centered around that last boss because that's where a lot of the development effort goes. And I think as a result of that, it's completely compromised like the dungeon experience of Fractal to the point where it doesn't really exist. And I think that's actually a really big problem. That's not good. Yeah. And also, I just... man. You talk about the problems in this game? Well, what else am I supposed to? Should I just ignore them? Just pretend they don't exist? You know, what are we talking about here? Like, I think encounter design is really where they struggle here. Like, a lot of the things that I see in Soto, they should be good, but they kind of aren't. As a matter of fact, I think so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't really know. It was still had like all the meta telegraphing on it, but I don't think it was working. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's real Zach, guys. Real Zach. Fake Zach. Yeah. They'll start doing daily CMs if they keep stacking up so they're not good science surf. Yeah, I mean, that's not exactly a super fun experience, right? After Cameron left, encounter design went downhill. Well, okay, look. I am a Cameron simp, but bear in mind, like, he did Kanaxai, right? Like, he did Kanaxai. And also, like, some of the older ones, they're not brilliant either. Like Eyekeeper of the Peak is definitely pretty solid. You know, it's certainly a spectacle, that's for sure. But Harvest Temple CM, ultimately, outside of the orb mechanic, is actually not particularly... It's not a super designed encounter, realistically, but it's okay.
Wouldn't want Rhea to miss out.
But I mean, Cameron is a, I think I'm definitely a simp for him, like, 100%. I think he did a good job, like, in general. Like, you can't get it right every time, obviously, even if you are a really good developer. But yeah, I don't think we can say that, oh yeah, like, no Cameron, no win. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah. So Soto wasn't that good, but I'm hoping in lessons learned they evolve with the upcoming content and not treat it like, Blizzard would. Well, it's actually really funny you say that. Like, I definitely agree that, it took Blizzard a couple of expansions to get the message when it comes to like the progression systems, but they 100% have changed. Like, and they fucking nailed it as well. That's the thing. Like, we need Guild Wars 2's Dragonflight. Like, that's kind of what we're waiting for here. That's what you're in a lot of ways asking for, is Guild Wars 2 Dragonflight. And I would agree with that, but I think it actually is very unfair to characterize the current state of Blizzard as one that isn't willing to actually change and isn't willing to actually fix problems with their game, because they absolutely did. They made a really good expansion.
This general of yours? Oh,
and definitely improved their systems as well.
Citadel to bits.
Your confidence is
yeah.
Given the circumstances around that.
Indeed. Flight Warts. I mean, that would be a very funny name. Yeah. Bring back solar. How can forests grow without the sun? Let us linger in the light. Nice. Guild Wars 2 Cone Flight. Retrospective is going to look like? I mean, yeah, I think that is going to be a very important thing. What problem do people have with the expansion? The content, I think the big thing, to summarize, the content quality is lower than we're used to. Like, I think that will be a fair, non-hyperbolic descriptor of what people's issue is. Yeah. Snargle warned us. Yeah. And also, like, where the quality is assigned. Like, the highest quality thing they released this expansion was actually Ceres. By far. Ceres is, by far, the highest fidelity and most well-made thing in the entire expansion. And it's not close. It's really not close at all, actually. And that's interesting. Because in reality, guys, only... How many people have done Ceres CM at this point? I believe around 1,000. So only 1,000 people have done the best thing in the expansion. Out of, realistically, hundreds of thousands, if not, over 1 million people. Like, realistically, potentially millions of players. Only 1,000 have actually done the by far the best thing they've done in the expansion. You mean from a gameplay perspective? I kind of mean from an overall fidelity perspective, Sneb, if that makes any sense. So, like, a combination of design and the art, right? So, like, the mechanical aspect of it and the artwork aspect of it, in my opinion. Because I would agree that the art is great. Like, Amnetus, for example. I really like how this zone looks, but the gameplay here is just really meh, right? Like, it's like really, really meh. In terms of gameplay. Like, the only part where I see really, really cool visuals and thematic elements and gameplay combined is Ceres. Specifically, Ceres Challenge Mode, actually. The art of Ceres is part of the story. Yeah, but the gameplay is very mediocre, right? It's very mediocre. You know, there is something to be said about that. Again, I actually want to... Before I say this, guys, I want to preface this. It is silly and almost irresponsible to say things like, oh, ANET has too many artists, or they don't have enough gameplay devs. I think this is actually kind of an irrelevant criticism. What's important is to note the problem. In my opinion, ArenaNet appear to not be able to develop enough gameplay for the art and the artistic elements of their game. And what I mean by that is, it is very telling that the final story instance of the game, and this is true in every single story instance, like, the Guild Wars 2 story is like 90% dialogue and 10% gameplay, right? And you can really see that in the last, you can see that in the last instance in particular, right? Where it's almost exclusively dialogue, basically. And you can, like, go through and talk to every NPC, and there's, like, so much dialogue you can go through. But there's no gameplay. They don't, for whatever reason, they don't seem to be able to create gameplay to go with their art, right? Like, and... I'm not saying that's necessarily even a problem. Maybe that's what ANET want. Maybe that's their vision that they have for their game. But that's like my read on it. And I think this is very true across the board, right? Like, a lot of their content, the gameplay isn't very well flashed out. And I think you actually see that in the Fractal as well. Like, it's just... It feels unfinished to me. Like, when I play the Fractal, guys, I feel like I'm playing an alpha. Right, I feel like I'm playing on the PTR in World of Warcraft. It just doesn't feel finished to me. It's not complete whatsoever. And it definitely feels like with the meta events as well, I feel like I'm playing early access on all of this stuff. It's not polished, right? It hasn't been finished. It's missing something. It's not quite there. In terms of the encounters, in terms of the actual combat mechanics. I'm talking very specifically, because, again, what Sneb is saying here, I think, is very true. That's why we need to have nuance here. In terms of the artwork, how it looks, how it sounds, right? it sounds and it looks great, but it doesn't play great. Like, that's the issue. And I think that's why people get really confused, by the way, guys. Like, I think this is something that, you know, this is similar to what WP was saying, by the way, too, actually. How, like, ANIT is a weird company and people have weird expectations because they perceive it to be, like, a really heavy hitter. I think that, in a way, people get baited. Guild Wars 2 looks and sounds great. Like, if you listen to the soundtrack, you go, holy shit, it is absolutely insane how good the Soto soundtrack is, right? But then there's also that telling element that there isn't that much of it. The soundtrack is actually quite short, and you're going to end up hearing the same tracks pretty often, actually. You know, it's actually kind of interesting. Like, I almost feel that way about Larian Studios, actually. When I was playing through Divinity, I was like, man, like, this feels like such an unbelievably insane high-fidelity experience, but then you kind of see the cracks as well when you play through that game. You start hearing the same track over and over again, right, in the music. Like, there's just that... There's that hint that, this isn't quite finished, is it? Like, it doesn't have everything that they would have wanted, if that makes any sense. Ones that aren't being reused. I'm actually going to push back against the asset reuse thing here. I actually do not have a problem with asset reuse. I don't actually think it's a major issue in Soto. Funnily enough, the place where I think the asset reuse criticism actually holds the truest is actually the Fractal. I think the Fractal is a bit scuffed, if I'm being completely honest with you. The fact that it's literally Ceres and Demos with their same mechanics copy-pasted into the Fractal in a really janky encounter, by the way. It is weird. It is not cohesive whatsoever. It's very unusual with how it works. And the fact that Epoch is literally just the same thing for the story. He doesn't have any dialogue in the actual encounter whatsoever. His abilities are quite strange, to be honest. They're just kind of... They're not particularly cohesive. It's like, oh yeah, there's orbs and, you know, it's going to spam some AoEs at you. Like, there's not a huge amount of cohesion there, in my opinion, in the encounter design. It's very weird. Like, what's the theme, right? Like, what's the theme of that Fractal, like, you know, in terms of its mechanics, like, for the end boss? Like, in my opinion, like, the mechanic there is that, you know, he fires out the orbs, you've got to collect them, or he eats them. Like, I don't know. It's a bit of a mess, if you ask me, in terms of encounter design. Like, what were they going for? Like, what is that supposed to... How is that supposed to play out, right? Like, what's the play pattern of that boss? So this Microsoft Copilot Regal thing? Yeah, I mean, I've seen people complaining about it online, but I haven't actually looked into it yet. I think I was seeing some, like, articles and stuff about it yesterday. I mean, I don't know why that all these big tech companies seem to be absolutely obsessed with, like, turning the world into an actual, like, you know, fucking cyberpunk style, like, Deus Ex dystopia. And I guess here we go, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go. Onwards. Let's go. Marketing hype. I love marketing, guys. Kill the avatar of envy. It's time. The power of the government to regulate business in any way, except enforcing patents. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's something. Side story for the Fractal? Well, actually, I think conceptually the story of the Fractal is actually really cool. It's just that it doesn't really happen, does it? Right? Like, it's supposed to be you're going back and you're watching Epoch betray Isgarin, but I feel like you don't really get any context on what's going on there whatsoever. It's like you just go back and, oh yeah, Epoch is fighting Isgarin. Like, why? Where did that conflict come from? What's actually going on here? Like, what's the story of that Fractal? I really don't like, I don't think that the Fractal is bad in any way. Like, mechanically, it's fine, right? Like, it looks fine. It's got some little puzzle elements in it, right, and some like role play. Okay, that's that. It's not like bad, but it just doesn't feel cohesive. You like what's the story of this place? Like, you know, what's happening, right? Like, I don't think the player really gets a lot of context in on that. The last fight doesn't feel right, to be honest. Like, I know that's like a really lame thing, but you know, I just don't think the mechanics are cohesive. It doesn't seem to really make sense for 5-player content to me. Ripped out part stories? Well, yeah, but there has to actually be some story. I feel like there isn't any there whatsoever, you know? You know, here's like a really good example. I feel like some great examples of story fractals, it's actually stuff like Deepstone. I think Deepstone is a really good fractal, actually, in terms of what it actually delivers, right? Because you don't get the full picture, right? You don't know exactly what's going on there, but you have a very strong story, right? Like, you've been hired as a mercenary to delve into this kind of dwarven ruins, right? And then there's a thing that corrupts that corrupts, like, you know, the guy, and you have to kill him at the end, right? Like, with the light of Deldrimor. I don't know, it's kind of good. Yeah, Thorman over is pretty good. Because, yeah, you don't get full context on it, but you kind of know what's going on, right? Like, oh, shit, the reactor's melting down. We've got to get out of here, right? Like, it was Scarlet who did it. Like, a little nod to Season 1 happening there at the same time. Is the player not transferring to fit the period? The Fractal Ascendant, like, how is the Sylvari and Isra and Char in that Fractal? Yeah, I guess that's like a yeah, minor point. I can see that. Yeah. I'm getting... Yeah, you do, Grim. Yeah, if you have the Mastery, you get like a box that can drop any infusion. Well, you know, here's the thing. Do you know how I feel about Soto, guys? Soto feels to me, and I think this is maybe why I feel quite conflicted on it, and why I think many other people do as well. It feels like it was actually kind of an easy win, but ANET threw it, right? Like, that's kind of like the way I'm looking at it right now. It's just, it's close. Like, it's really, really close, but it's just not quite there. P. Our king has spoken. Put in perspective, though, Soto, SOD, Season of Discovery, Soto's a $25 expansion. Okay, I actually will not allow that defense at all. In the same way that anyone saying $25 is too much is an idiot, I think you cannot use that as a defense. If ANET put the price low, and as a result of that, like, because you're implying that, basically, let's actually talk about the implication of what you just said there. You essentially implied that, oh, it was cheap, and therefore they couldn't make it that good. How is that my problem, right? Like, how is that my issue? I'm the customer. I'm the consumer. That ain't my problem. That's their problem, yeah? So... The price is not relevant. It's just not important here in any way. I'm not responsible for how ANET raises their funds and handles their budgets. Yeah. ANET values this much their own content. No, actually, let me actually white knight ArenaNet. I disagree. I actually think ArenaNet is one of the very few companies that legitimately want to offer their consumers a good deal. I 100% believe that. I got my fucking ANET partner hat on there. You know, I guess you're going to have some fun with that one. But no, I actually legitimately mean that. I think that they actually want to offer their consumers and their customers a good deal. 100%. And there aren't many companies out there, so I think that type of behavior, that business practice, should 100% be respected. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Very nice. The Fractal is full reuse asset. Like, nobody cares about reuse assets. The boss is a mess with an HP sponge. Honestly, you can call Epoch many things, but HP sponge is definitely not one of them, in my opinion. Like, the boss is pretty dangerous, honestly. It's pretty easy to die to it. It's certainly not an HP sponge. Okay, although I will engage with your criticism there. Like, if I may. Wait, have I been given the tag? Oh, I actually haven't been given the tag. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, what is going on here? Why was there no commander? Right, okay, I've got to do the subs then. Fine. Wait, where are all the booners? Guys, like, there's no booners that exist. Where are all my heralds at? I'm going in the herald sub. Dude, has everyone been inspired by, like, our convergences? I see loads of vindicators now. What's going on? Yo! These guys know what's up. We love to see it. They saw the convergent CM runs. Like, yes, let's go. Very nice, very nice. That is what I like to see. I'm gonna double boon here a little bit. I'm just gonna throw some extra boon lords about the place. Here we go. This is, yeah, something that is very noticeable about Guild Wars 2 encounter design is that they don't seem to have the design resources to make multi-phase encounters. The issue with Epoch is not that it's spongy. It's just that it's literally the same thing for 3 to 5 minutes, depending on your DPS. It is literally the same fight over and over and over and over again. By the way, this is true of Ceres as well, by the way. Ceres CM struggles from this. It doesn't have any proper phases. It's literally the same fight for 9 minutes, then you have a 10% burn. And they actually mask it really well by having different overlaps. That's actually very clever development. But once you've kind of progressed into phase 3, phase 1 and phase 2 immediately become utter brain rot, like absolute like mind torture, while you progress to the part of the fight where the mechanics actually happen. And that's kind of the issue with overlap style encounters, is that if the overlaps aren't sufficiently different and challenging in each phase, it very quickly becomes brain mush, and ends up feeling super, super long and like really draining. If you give Epoch the same amount of HP than Thornobos, you get a boss you must burst to avoid dying, or you make it more telegraphy. I mean, the thing is, that boss is dog shit. If you give Epoch the same amount of health as Stormanova, you end up making an absolutely atrociously awful encounter. Because most Fractal bosses are atrociously awful. Like, there's just no other way of saying this. Like, they die in literally 15 seconds, like, with appropriate burst damage. That's not good. How is that in any way fun or engaging? But yeah, Harvest Temple. Yeah, Grim is actually correct here as well. Harvest Temple actually suffers from this, like, more than Ceres, actually. Because Jawmag does nothing, Primordus does nothing, Kralkatorok does nothing. Harvest Temple CM only starts when you get to Mordramoth and Zaitan. And after you've got those phases locked down, it only really starts in exactly the add overlap in Suwon Phase 2. Like, that is, like, by far the only part of the fight. I'll give HT a pass, though, actually, because I actually think Mordramoth is pretty robust. Zaitan with the Giants, the first stealth overlap is actually pretty good. And oh wait, do we have to do the East event? I guess we do. I feel like we haven't done that. Yeah, we haven't done that. Whoops. I was like, why isn't it starting? That's why. Yeah. Nice. You love to see it. Daily Convergence, CMFC. Yeah, I will do some CM Convergence. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm doing the meta first, though, Awesomeness. We're doing the meta literally right now. But yeah, we'll do Convergence CMs as well.
We're making progress down here.
We will.
Cryptosaurs are raining down on us the whole time.
Yeah.
If you could get up there on your sky scale and take
Onwards.
it'd give us room to advance even farther.
The meta boss. I mean, this is the problem. Like, this is what I mean about Soto being weird. I feel like this meta event should have been an absolute slam dunk. They had this sick-ass boss model where Epoch, like, turns into a giant scorpion tank, right? Like, you have a really cool-looking fortress in the sky where you have to, like, break into it, and then eventually you have this confrontation with him in the throne room where you beat him back into the story instance after that. Like, yeah, 100%, I agree with you. Like, visually, it's an absolute treat. It really is. But then you get there, and nothing happens. The boss does nothing. I actually don't really know what the mechanics are, if I'm being honest with you. Like, nothing happens. Yeah. There's just... what's the encounter design? Like, where's the encounter design, right? Like, for that meta event. Like, there is none. There's no encounter design. Scorpion, I think it's a spider. Well, I mean, you know, scorpions are arachnids, so they're actually, you know, in some sense, pretty similar. Boom. Let's go. Scorpion. Let's go. Or is the meta not an HP sponge? I mean, it depends what you mean by an HP... What do you mean? What do you think an HP sponge is? Into the spider's lair? Well, it's oh my god. Guys, you're all of a sudden pretending that you don't understand metaphor. Like, Epoch is not literally a spider. He is a spider because, he's in the web and he catches people, right? Like, that's the role play. But he's not literally a spider. What do you think this is? Yeah. 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 I mean, it would be cool if he was literal. But they made him a scorpion. I don't know. Yeah. That's how it is. This is not Old Shadow Behemoth. There are mechanics that matter. Wait, what? I don't even know. I don't even understand anymore. I know nothing. I don't mind an encounter designed to be bursty as long as there's multiple phases and mechanics actually do think it's fine. More fun than doing the same thing over and over for 5 to 8 minutes. But yeah, that's the actual issue though. It's like, okay, so ANET want to have quote unquote proper boss fights. They're looking at Final Fantasy, they're looking at World of Warcraft, and they're saying, we want that in our game. They want, essentially, Mythic Plus. They want to get Mythic Plus, they want to put a Mythic Plus style boss in Guild Wars 2, right? They're looking at Final Fantasy, they're looking at Trials, they're looking at even Ultimates, right, with stuff like Ceres, and they're saying, we want that kind of thing in our game. The trouble is that it's actually really hard to make those things, like they're quite complicated. There's a lot of work required to do that, and I think they're falling a little short. Isn't that full? I think so. Yeah, I queued to get in.
Sorry I'm late. They've been keeping us busy on the home front.
Where would you like? An unexpected surprise. Yeah. I suppose you'll take a tall one with me. And the other can assist.
Sneb finished the story.
Your orders.
Boom. Ward, you have your orders. I have a core ranger, master of the rifts. The new chair. Snap in the chat.
Let me help.
Hello. Reddit is brutal. Yeah, Reddit is an absolute bloodbath. It's annihilation over there. Very nice. Do we get tea time? Here's the thing, guys. I think I've actually gone soft. And I'll be very transparent about this. I really want to do a tea time, but I actually don't want to be negative. And this is my problem. Like, a lot of the things that I would say, you know, they're going to be criticism. I'm going to be saying, yeah, I think there's some pretty major issues with basically all of this. And I kind of don't... I don't really want to contribute to the negativity, to be honest. I don't know, I'm just not interested. Like, I'm not interested in doing it. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to bullshit. I'll never do that. I'll always tell the truth. And what I actually think. I'm never going to not tell the truth. But I just don't really want to be... I just don't know. Like, it's so negative right now on the subreddit. I'm like, bro, I just don't want to even engage. I don't want to engage. It makes me not want to not engage. Like, that's the reality. I just don't want to engage. Yeah. Yeah. And that's just not... It's just not fun. I don't know. I don't... It wouldn't be fun for me. So I really want to do... I really do want to do a tea time, because there is a lot to talk about. And I actually do have a lot of thoughts, but it's just that I just don't really want to contribute to that environment, because it's just... I don't know, I don't like it. It's just too negative.
The central one is exposed now. Destroy it.
Yeah. People enjoy the game on Reddit? Yes, but the like very engaged players, that's my demographic, right? Like they're obviously not happy. There are lots of positive things to talk about too. I mean, are there? There's definitely some, but I think it's going to be difficult to keep it positive. You can do quality of life, but the problem is, like, okay, I'm going to be honest. I think, like, framing, like, yeah, we got a bunch of quality of life. I don't know, dude. Like, is that really... I don't know. I'm not sure if you can really say, oh yeah, the expansion had some pretty big issues with content, but at least we got a lot of quality of life. Like, to me, that's just like such a hollow... It's such a hollow thing to say, in my opinion.
The barrier has fallen, but now we must cut off the flow of power being harvested from Nihilus.
Let's do it.
Use those mounts
I'm going on the
to
ley line.
destroy the extractors. We will hold our position at the Colosseum.
Oh, wait, let me on the ley line. Let's go. Rewards are better. I mean, I think the economy is good, right? Like, they fixed the economy, but I actually think, I'm not sure if I'd say rewards are actually a super strong point of the expansion, because if you don't care about legendary armor, there's not really a lot going on there. And I guess it's kind of like, it is a bit of an ongoing issue with Guild Wars 2, like, how do you make a game like this rewarding? Especially to people who've played it for quite a long time, so I think it's easier said than done, to be honest. But, I don't know, like, I don't think there's really anything... I don't think there's actually that much to go for. Like, not a lot of, like, ways to get juiced. Where are the eyes? Let's get the eyes. Extraction node cluster. Boom. Big DPS. It's time. Master of the content, unless you're a loot gobbler and there's very little content. Damn. I went to the Reddit. Oh, I mean, you'll enjoy it, Zach. It's a massacre over there. Yeah. It's annihilation. They're reactivated. The frogmen have struck, and they've struck hard. Do you consider Guild Wars 2 as the old game? I mean, yeah, it's a pretty old game, yeah. I mean, all MMOs are at this point. Boom. Fire. It's time for the Covenant to post positive things about Guild Wars 2. Honestly, that would be really funny, actually. If the Covenant started just completely white knighting ArenaNet, and just tried to troll the subreddit really hard.
That did it! The northern ones are down!
Engaging new characters? I mean, are the new I don't know. Like, I don't think the new characters are particularly good, to be honest. Like, I mean, again, I don't want to talk about this. Like, I don't know. I don't, it's too negative. This is lame. This is fucking lame, dude.
Got someone's
I just want to
attention.
play my
There's a
game.
big one over there.
Everyone across. We're going to take the fight to them before
The
they
truth
can
is, guys, a lot of the good things that you're listing there, Link Snow, are kind of inconsequential, if you ask me. Like, at the end of the day, content is king, right? And everything else is just messing about.
dare to trespass in the palace of the Midnight King.
You can have all the quality of life you want, but if you haven't got the content and the, you know, the actual meat and potatoes to back it up, then I'm sorry, it just doesn't matter. Like, that is the take here. Like, that's my take on this. I think it's why people are upset is because, yeah, you can have all the, you know, all the trimmings, all the fancy stuff, but, like, without the actual main course, like, you're just pissing about. What content do you have referred? More strikes, instances? Actually, no. If I was going to say one thing that I feel maybe the most, in fact, yeah, the thing I feel most let down about in Soto is open world meta event design. Without a shadow of a doubt, it is open world meta event design. I think it is very mediocre. Like, the only expansion that has worse open world meta event design is Path of Fire. And Path of Fire didn't even have meta events, so that almost doesn't count.
We must disable this tower's defenses and clear deployment.
I'm going in.
before we can proceed. But we also have to suggest these.
It's time. Is Paitha good, though? No, I actually don't think Paitha was good. And let me explain why. So, in the main Soto story, they set up the demons and absolutely Paitha as someone who's, like, almost trying to fuck with you. But then it's like, actually, no, she's the good guy. Like, what are we doing here? What is this? Like, what is this character? And they try to keep leaning into this. They're like, oh, yeah, you know, if you fuck with us, we'll come and feast on you, like, right at the end of the story. But I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? Like, where was the backstab? Where was the twist? Maybe we backstab Paitha and, like, you know, like, Isgaran backstabber and we have to react to that. Like, how are we going to handle that? How does the player character react to Isgaran, like, stabbing Paitha in the back? Like, we have to choose now. I don't know. Yeah. Let's go. It's time. Well, it's because the thing is, Link Snow, I don't care about, to me, content is the most important thing in a game, right? Like, your game, okay, look, let me put it like this. All the things you're describing are like the bodywork on a car. I only care about the engine. Like, I don't care if a car's got the sickest MP3 system, it's got the fucking heated seats, it's got the Elon Musk fucking AI, Scarlett Johansson voice stolen AI in it. I don't care about any of that, because that's fluff. To me, that's fluff, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The only thing I care about is the engine. Like, does the car go? Like, how fast does the car go? And that's what Soto lacks to me. Soto, it's got the heated seats, it looks real pretty, it sounds real pretty, but it doesn't go, right? Like, it's got no horsepower, right? Yeah.
Children of Nios, you have lived in night.
And the exception being Ceres, which is great, by the way.
Not one.
Ceres is great. It's just very solid encounter. It's just good. And I've talked about that a lot, you know. I already talked about why I think Ceres is good. You know, we can, you know, yeah, we're there. Like, to me, all of the things that we could talk about that are good about Soto are, like, should be the icing on the cake, not the cake itself. The problem is that it feels like I'm being presented with icing and I'm being told that it's the cake, right? Like, you know, the cherry on top should be the cherry on top, not the cake itself, not the ice cream itself. its own story step in Skywatch Archipelago. That would have been pretty cool, actually. Like, delving into that. You know, funnily enough, that's exactly what would have happened in World of Warcraft, by the way. They love doing stuff like that. Well, that's literally how they do their story. When you do the main campaign, it, like, takes you through, like, a billion different, like, micro-stories within the main story. Is Paitha stuck? Which is the chat if you have the mastery? Wait, which stat is the chat? That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I'll tell you when we get there. You'll show a good we're eating here too. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we'll have to go get that. Incredible. Yes. Dragons in an HTCM were a big selling point of EOD. I mean, I wouldn't say HTCM, to be honest, because I think it's pretty, you know, it's not exactly like the main demographic of the game, but I think, yeah, like the strike missions are pretty good. The open world was pretty good. The story was pretty good in EOD. Like EOD, the EOD didn't have the follow-up patches, right? Like that's what you got to bear in mind, right? Like EOD was like giga content drought. There was like zero fucking content after that. It was just the expansion, nothing else. So, you know, that's where there is some complexity here. Yeah. Get dragon response missions. Again, you know, the funny thing is that I never really hated dragon response missions that much because at least, you know, the bosses, like, were pretty okay, at least. You know, there was something. Like, the pre-event wasn't good, but, you know, at least there was something there. Like, there was gameplay. Like, there was a bit of a gameplay focus there. Time. Tunnel was a bigger patch as this, at least the first part of the patch. Like, oh yeah, so what, look, you're telling me that when you realize that you become the tree? Do you think SOTA will be better perceived if they released it all at once like EOD? That's actually a really good question. And this, I think, is such an interesting question to talk about. Because in a lot of ways, I actually think the answer to that is yes. This is the really fun thing about an MMO, I think. Like, expansions, in a lot of ways, are actually worse for players because you have, like, really big downtime. But at the same time, they're also more exciting for players. Like, I think part of that is, like, player behavior patterns, right? Like, you want to have, like, a massive content drop to burn it. That's, like, a really fun thing to do. So it's really interesting.
For you, I will not.
Yes. Comma feature on launch. Yeah, there was definitely some rough parts about, like, the release ordering of Soto, for sure. Didn't go super well. Yeah, they shouldn't have nerfed that boss. Would any be better off having 1 year drought now and dropping X-Pack 6 in one go? Almost certainly not. But, you know. But, you know, I guess it could happen. Extra half year for no content. I mean, yeah, it's a bit rough. 24-hour stream for Salavrag? Yeah, the guy is an absolute grinder. He absolutely is. He's a big pumper. He's juicing up. He's permanently juiced. I think he hasn't been streaming for a while, too. He's back. He's back in business, ready to grind. Destroy the frog. Frag. Frag. Oh. After like 1 year. Oh, he's been gone for a year, huh? Now he's back in business. We love to see it. Hashtag MMORPG Primetime. Hashtag Teen Time. Yes, exactly. They always do that, so I wasn't surprised, but still disappointed. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they handle the story in the next expansion. Now, you know what's actually really weird? Okay, I don't want to actually alarm anyone, but what's very interesting, and I think this is true of WoW too, by the way. I think it's why it took them so long to basically break away from the artifact power stuff that was kind of making everyone want to uninstall WoW. ArenaNet were already developing the expansion coming out this year very early. Basically, like even at the start of SOTO, they were already making it. So it actually might take them like another expansion cycle to really implement a lot of that feedback, right? Because they're kind of firing blind, or flying blind rather, a little bit, going into the next expansion pack development, because they have to, you know, they were doing it really early, right? They started it really early. This happens in WoW, by the way. Exactly the same thing. Like, they develop expansions in tandem, so it takes them a while to course correct, right? In terms of, like, actually changing things. I'm doing good, Loast.
Once he stopped seeking our counsel,
Do you know what the next expansion will focus on? We don't. We know nothing.
lost its purpose. It doesn't
Very
seem
nice.
to have gone without some use. No.
Incredible.
The throne room is atop the central tower. We must hurry.
It's too dark in here. I can't see where I'm going at all.
It is just ahead. Follow
We'll be at the back end. Exactly, yeah. It's going to take a while to actually make that happen.
Is here.
Looking back, stream from ANET again. I think I'm not sure if there was an actual date on that, but I would assume June.
Did you think you would find me unprepared?
Yeah. They finally said why it takes them so long. Yo, guys, look at Epoch. He's juiced.
He always
Oh, shit. Let's go. We will be, you know, he's going to feast, guys. I've heard people actually saying that they failed the DPS check on this boss. And you know what, guys? I love to see that. That is a Giga self-report, and we all know it too. You know what that means, guys? It means the people are ZDPS. I feel like the break bar is never going to break. We're in a pug group right now, so the CC is probably going to be non-existent. Yeah. But here's my reality, guys. If people are failing the DPS check on this, I have only one suggestion for ArenaNet. Increase the HP and increase the Defiance bar. That is my only suggestion that I will give. Didn't that happen with Ninja Gaiden, guys? Like, you know, people complained to the dev that the game was too fucking hard or something, so the guy made it harder. That's actually incredibly based. That's what needs to be done, okay? People are saying the game's too hard, make it harder. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. You know, and I want to be clear, this was out of context, but I think there was like a pretty out of context, thing about Final Fantasy, like, that was basically saying, oh yeah, you know, we felt like Final Fantasy is too easy, so we're making it harder in the next expansion. Also incredibly based. I like that. Although I believe it was more like, I don't know exactly what the context was, but I believe it was like a little bit out of context, like with what exactly they were getting at there. But yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Let's go. I'm gonna go, wait, I'm gonna go get the I actually don't know how this mechanic works, by the way. Is this the gluttony one? Oh, let's go. I am gluttonous. Gluttony Gaming. I'm juiced. I should probably get the Rage one. The Rage one's probably better for DPS, huh? Seal those rifts or we'll be overrun.
We need to stop him before he devours them.
I'm pumping. It's CC time, guys. I think I've still got my Zakharos relic on, so I'm actual ZDPS right now. Feels bad. You know, this is kind of what I'm talking about in counter design, though, guys. What is the boss doing right now? Can anyone actually tell me what he's doing? Is he doing anything? And people are dying. I guess there's like some AoE on the ground that everyone's AFK in, but what is he doing? He's not attacking me. He's not doing any moves or anything. He's gooning? I mean, he honestly might be. That's not a tail. Yeah. He's tired. Leave him be. And we've got these Desmina walls coming through. And this is nice. Like, you know, this is pretty cool. The wall should probably do a bit more damage. I just, like, stood in it and it did nothing. Right? Like, you know, okay. Like, and there's some pools on the ground. I don't hate that. That's fine. Like, you know, it's like an AFK check. People have to, you know, not stand in those. But why is the boss literally in his idle animation? What is this? Do you guys not see this? Okay, look. Let me put it like this. If this wasn't ArenaNet, if this wasn't Guild Wars 2, I would straight up assume that this is bugged and broken. Like, he's literally idling right now. This is his idle animation. He's, like, moving his legs up and down and stomping. What is this? Like, I would assume this is bugged if this wasn't Guild Wars 2. It's Guild Wars 2, so I don't do that. But, you know, if it wasn't, I would. Yeah. Because this just, he's not doing anything. Gaming. Gaming. Yeah. Delete barrier and surprise. Stuff will do damage again. You know, no, actually, like like Dragon's End 100% does damage, even given barrier exists. I don't think we can blame game balance for this one. And also, no. If classes and builds are strong, you balance around that. Great example, Ceres. They were 100% able to make a very legitimate healing check on that encounter, despite how strong, like, support is in the game. Yeah. Oh, look, now, look, now he's doing something. Right? Like, it just did something. I'm not really sure what. What offhand weapon are you using and why? Whoa! Oh, shit! Wait, what is this mechanic? He got me. Congealed Cryptis Essence. I've been feasted. Pumpa! The essence will fall. Boom, we got him. Okay. Congealed essence. Feast. If you have the essence, then he eats you. Oh, shit. Consumed. Restore yourself from the effects of epochs draining by moving to a nearby fountain. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've got to go get juiced. There we go. I'm going in. Wait. Yes? No? I guess not. How about this one? Feed me. No? This one. Okay. Well, never mind then. Oh, these things. I will be feasted. Alright, there we go. I'm juiced. And now I have the juice. Is this rage juice? This is malice. I'm going to get the rage one. Let's do more damage. Can I even get it now? Oh, I can't. I'm committed. Unlucky. Epoch, the consumed king.
You're kidding, right?
Get him. What is Pather doing? What are you doing? Hello? Huh? Wow. Actually AFK NPC. Look, what? Okay. To be honest, guys, this meta event makes me want to tree. I'm just going to admit that. It makes me want to, you know, Put the emote. Yeah. Get him. Take him down. I've been feasted. People really failing this meta? Apparently, yeah, people fail the DPS check. I actually did see people on Reddit comparing it to Su-1. Some people even said it was harder than Su-1. You can, like, get the essence, and you get juiced up. Okay, did I get consumed again? I didn't get consumed. I still have essence. I'm going in the rage one. Here we go. Boom. Big DPS. Insane. HP Sponge CM. Look at my insane Shroud auto attacks. It's massive damage. I am reaping. This mod will be in the Fractal CM, but it would be cool. I mean, it would be cool, but I think it would be a little bit impractical for a Fractal boss, honestly. Because that arena is tiny, right? The arena epoch is so small. Nice. Fractal CM. Did the boss rock doesn't have any stacks? Yeah, I mean, it actually got stacks the first time I did it. I don't know why. I don't really know how it works. Insane. The model only has one animation. Yeah, it's... Again, guys, I feel like I'm just playing early access here, right? Like, that's kind of my issue. Like, this feels like early access. Wait, and he just despawns as well. Nice. Huge. Any essence? We did it.
We will not give him time to rest. We will catch the spider.
And look, here we go. We got the box of prized possessions. And we get, well, a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Your Majesty,
Nice.
the exterior is secure for now. What of
How is my favorite Guardian build? Mace, Shield, and Greatsword. I mean, that is one of the worst possible combinations. And always has been.
advantage while we can? We are in the end
Yep.
game now.
Ah. Nice. Let's open this.
You are free to pass through the towers again.
I didn't get anything. It's over.
Must be thorough in clearing them.
Unlucky. Confetti. Yeah, I mean, you could get the confetti. Ah, look at that. Case of captured lightning. Pouch of stardust. Clot of congealed screams. To use for easy support? I think all the support modes are pretty approachable. Herald probably the easiest one to play. Yeah. Ah, let's loot these chests. Look at that, guys. I'm opening the these are the adventures ones, aren't they? Boom. Easy. Incredible. You love to see it. Why do they add the little chests? They do that to make sure players understand that they're being rewarded. I think because of the way loot happens, it just kind of pops up in your inventory. I think, and also it's quite random, right? Like you just get like random green items and stuff. I think it's very difficult for new players in particular to understand that they're actually getting something valuable, which I think is you know, I definitely get that. That makes sense to me. Shall we converge, guys? I believe it's time to converge. Whoa, look at that. It's a wyvern that has a giant eye attached to its head. Let's go. We will converge. Yeah. If I go Guardian tank support, what should I go? It's going to be Mace Shield Staff. Is what you're going to go for. Ugh. Best map in Guild Wars 2. Why is it Tangled Depths? It's probably Tangled Depths. Because it has... Well, I mean, the boss is good. Just it's been power crept, obviously. And the exploration is very high tier. So it's good. It's solid. It's very solid. Very solid. Tangled Depths. Tangled Break. Breaking Depths. Alright. Let's converge. We are going to converge, chat. Let's go. You know what? Let's pug. Let's do this. Let's pug. Soto. Rift hunting. Organized CM. Convergent CM. Yeah. Okay. Umbriel the Breaker CM. There we go. New name. Yeah. It begins. Playing Heel Scourge. Heel Scourge. You know what's funny? This is another actually really interesting example of where the squad system isn't good. Because you know what could happen, guys? I could... Oh my god. Wait, this is really bad, isn't it? Hang on. Guys, check me out. I could make an LFG and say I want to go do Umbriel. I could use my Rift Essence. And then I could get outvoted and it could spawn another boss. Now, bro, why is it so scuffed? That's actually insane. Like, holy shit. Yeah, that is not good. Why does the... Also, why is this leaderboard so scuffed, by the way? Like, what is this? It just doesn't work. What? Look, it doesn't work. Oh, now... Okay, it just took a while to load, maybe. It's so cursed. What do we got in the mail? Ah, there we go. I've been fed a motivation. Very good. The Hell Sister. Very nice. Yeah. Private convention to be contagious. I mean, yeah, unironically, yeah, absolutely. They obviously should be, yeah. Like, if you open the convergence, you should be able to pick the boss, obviously. I'm going in. Nice. We did it. Whoa, look at these heralds. I like that. Herald gameplay. Juice gameplay. It's actually like the perfect number of heralds. Very nice. Hopefully some of the scourges give alacrity. Just, I'm going to assume that you will do something useful. That will be my assumption. Same with the Tempests. And the Chronos. Now, we actually have some good chunk of Vindicators as well. Very nice. I'm going to spread the Willbenders and the Firebrands out because they can give stability too. Virtuosos can take the stability mantra as well. It's also going to be fairly high tier. Ooh. Dragon Hunter. Dog Hunter. Oh, well, there you go. Raid check. Let's do this. I'm missing Umbriel only. I still need to go to shop. Kick the DH. Dude, everyone's going for the things. Everyone's like, oh yeah, Demon Slayer, Knight. They're going for the Omega. I like it. I like it. Umbriel the Breaker. Yeah. Dragon Hunter and Bladesword might be the worst power builds in the game. Wow. Harsh. Maybe it's harsh but fair. I'm starting the convergence. I am going to converge. You know what's funny? Is that they could easily outvote me. Umbriel. People have chosen the right one. Very nice.
Portaled in as soon as we lost
Daily reminder that Magras is clinically insane.
maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge.
Always remember that, chat. Always remember it.
Resurrection spells take a lot
Yo!
of magic. The best
Next
is that
team
there's
creation
one
lockout.
that Eparch's grunts
Wait, I've been invited to
Bring
Cute
them
Gamer
back,
Girls.
and I'll do the rest.
I can actually be Cute Gamer Girls leader. Incredible. Wow. Look at all these players not repping Cute Gamer Girls. That's actually crazy. Decline. Cute Fungies. Fungies. Steal their guild bank and leave. I like it. That's a good call, actually. Okay.
A little hard to concentrate with catapults lobbing stones at my face. Deal with them.
Chat. Tell me your favorite part about this patch. It's time. Give me the juice. Guys, what the fuck? You can't just say it's over. That's dog shit. Yeah, someone is not... It's the fuck... Dude, oh my god. The Dragon Hunter is the only player who didn't ready up. Why am I not surprised, bro? That's actually crazy. That is wild. Nice. New Fractal. There you go. Where do we go? Is knowing group split? Oh, well, just fucking YOLO it, guys. Holy shit. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm doing the same assignments that I always do. Boom. Yeah, is this how it works? Wait, is it 2, 3? Yeah, okay. Oh no, fuck, I did it wrong. 4, 5. 6, 7. 8, 9. 10, 11. Zoja Gar. Very good. The envy's dead. I did DH today and Rax at 6k DPS. I mean, that was probably... That's high, honestly. That's above average. God is absent of good players. Sad reality. So you're saying, Magnus, there are 0 good players who play Guardian? Like, not even one? Not even a single player? They've all been driven away. Guardian mains. Yeah, okay. Insane. There you have it. Frag. Oh, wait, we actually might be able to draw these two together, actually. Get over here. Guardian's not good now. It's actually definitely not amazing currently. Except in World vs. World, where it's always amazing. Easy stacking. Oh, I thought we'd get the Brave around time. Unlucky. The frog fragged me. Blood boy. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Are you guys trying to set up the 10 blood boying pyramid? Wait, is the Covenant wait, hang on. Is this a Covenant operation? Can we talk about this? Is there actually an operation going on? All 10 of you? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, hang on a minute, guys. Whoa. If you're a member of the Covenant, please put blood boying in the chat. I want to know, like, what the scale of this operation is. Like, if they're actually back. If they're back in full force. Interesting. Interesting. I see it. I see what's going on here. Green circle. Dodge. I am not a member of the Covenant, but a mere ally on the battlefield. Interesting. People will troll, the pyramid will not be enabled. Now, quick question, guys, actually. Wait, nobody came to the northwest? Wait, did I just randomly not say? Dude, holy shit, I put southwest twice. Whoops! That's fucking funny. Now, here's a thing, guys. I was thinking about this. So, when you see people complain, okay? When you see people complain about gatekeeping in Guild Wars 2, does that make you more or less likely to gatekeep people? Just a quick question. Yeah. More. Interesting. Well, there you have it. Yeah. I randomly kick people like I do in real life. Nice. Yeah. Nice. We'd love to see it. I want to gatekeep. It's a good goal in a goalless game. You won't hear no? No, you're actually wrong there. Like, this isn't an echo chamber, but people are obviously going to say yes to that because they think it's funny. Like, that's the way this community works. Like, people don't really engage seriously with the topic. In fact, most people talking in chat do not play this game. But they will give the funny answer, which is why I asked the question. I knew they'd give me the funny answer. Yeah. Incredible. The lieutenant. You know what, guys? Actually, I'm gonna give you some positivity. This Friday, Roy and Trig balance stream. Let's go. That is going to be content. Let me tell you that. There is no way that won't be godlike content. Maga69, thanks for the prime. You know, there's no CMC apparently, guys. It's actually sad. But, you know, still have Roy and Trig. Still going to be good. Trig got the hard carry? Wow, you saying Roy can't, like, stand on his own 2 feet? That's a bit fucked up, bro. Bit harsh. Convergent CM is free. Oh, yeah, it's very easy, yeah. It's designed to be puggable. It's not difficult. I might try and get like an actual juice group to get some decent times at some point, but I'm going to have to gatekeep it. So I have like actual pumpers. It's going to be real pumpers. There's almost a bit of an RNG grind as well. You kind of want it to... Yeah, see here? Like, we got the worst possible first spawn. This is actually very disadvantageous. You really want it to spawn on the one that, you know, everyone was at the end, you know? Low manning, the scales a lot with more players. I mean, I actually haven't, yeah. I kind of assumed that they would just design it around 50 people. Like, a bit like Dragon's End, right? But... yeah, I didn't know that it actually still scaled on CM. No healers CM when? I mean, you could definitely do that, especially with the Zakharos relic. Or at least run like a lower amount of healers. You definitely don't need full healers for this. I think one thing that you want to go with... one thing that you definitely want to do is 1 healer per 10 players, right? Rather than 1 healer per 5. 1 healer per 5 is definitely incredibly excessive. I think just running like a bunch of druids and a couple of heal scourges is going to be the way to go. Or maybe even only heal Scourges. Because I think Barrier is very good here. You don't really need a lot of healing, but having Barrier is very good, and having Revival is very good. Like the Transfusion and so on. There's not a lot of, like, pressure. There's not a lot of pressure on this fight. Very nice. Essence. Aspect of Death. CCM, let's go.
We wounded it.
Got him.
Keep up with it, and I'll use that essence to give us a little extra juice.
Is Guardian in the balance state because of the 1v1 with Roy? Oh yeah, no, that is true. Like, Arena hates Guardians now. They used to love them, but now because of that, like that, you know, public humiliation. Guardian will be crushed. Hi from Texas. Hello to Texas. I'm rezzing. I'm rezzing, guys. I'm gonna rez. I'm doing it. Ah! It's hype stuff. I'm pretty tired today. I haven't done a stream like that. Yesterday, it was like a 14-hour stream for a while. I'm drained, chat. And then there was a storm and it killed my power and internet. I was going to stream way earlier, but then I kind of got drowned, you know? Wasn't ideal. Incredible. Bring back Community Month. What would we do in Community Month, though, guys? Like, what, you know, what would Community Month even look like in Guild Wars 2 right now? Community Month. Community Eternity. Dude, these players are actually going to die. Yeah, they actually wisp. Look, they actually got fucking farmed. We can bring them back with Essence, though, can't we? They actually got annihilated. It's a feeding frenzy, chat. Look, I told you, Umbriel is the breaker. I did tell you guys about this, right? Umbriel is the breaker. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is the breaker. Gatekeeping.
If we let it escape, we're gonna be getting straight back to Tyria.
Resurrect those little peepos. Oh man, we got the worst possible RNG. You honestly hate to see that. You lose a lot of time this way, by the way. Like, the difference between, like, a good RNG on a Convergence compared to bad is very high. It's, like, multiple minutes, I think. Well, here's the thing about the retrospective. Okay, hang on. I'm just thinking about how I want to phrase this. I'm just thinking. I think a lot of the things that are wrong with Soto are a bit more fundamental. I think they're very difficult to fix because they're not like choices that have been made almost, if that makes any sense. I feel like a lot of the things that are problematic with Soto aren't decisions. They are resource related and development related, if that makes any sense. Like, let's, you know, if we reflect on the open world metas and go, they're kind of all style and no substance, like, how do they fix that? Like, because, again, I feel like they aren't able to fully flesh out encounters from a combat perspective, like with the way that the company is right now. Like, I don't know. I don't know why that is the case. Maybe there is some stuff they can do there, but that's what it feels like to me. Like, how are they going to fix that? Like, do they need to hire more devs? I don't know. I'm not sure what they need to do. I think only they know what they need to do, really. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. It's like, yeah, a lot of it feels like budget, or almost like budget related. Like, how do you fix that? You can't just like magic more money into existence, right? You can't like magic more resources that to materialize them. Like, so this is like, I think the retrospective is going to be really good and really interesting. But it's like, what's going to be the action point, right? Like, what's the action point for them? You know what I mean? Break. We CC.
It's making its way to the center island. We can end this here and now.
Well, I think the financials are okay for Arena, actually. I think Sota did pretty well. But for whatever reason, it just seems like it isn't enough to really, get enough juice. Oh, hang on. Wait, Dora, he's going for it. A triple. Wait, oh, are you guys serious? You fucked it up? You literally fumbled a 3-level pyramid somehow? What is this? That's actually crazy. Yeah. Couldn't even get a triple.
If I get too weak,
Zojra is not dying. We're good.
more essence.
Actually, only have 11 minutes left. Yeah, I mean, I guess the group yesterday was like an absolute pumper group, to be honest. It was a big blaster. Our pre-event was pretty slow too, but that's kind of my fault, to be fair. Wait, do you instantly die if you get hit by this? Just want to see how much damage it does. Oh, I wonder if you could actually eat that. You probably could. I mean, actually, no, you probably couldn't. I'm in like full minstrel, and it still did like over 10k damage. It's probably not livable. Yeah, you can stability it. I'm not sure how livable it is. Maybe with full barrier you survive. Who can say? Defeat Umbriel. Get him. Dude, everyone's just like all over the place feeding. This is crazy. I have the exposed debuff. There we go. We got him. Look at all these aspects. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. I'm rezzing. A lot of downsides, actually. People are dying to these things. Easy res. CC.
Oh, finally.
There it is. I am a convergence conqueror.
This is not my scene. Let's head back. Breathe in some fresh air.
We did it. Convergence chest. I never get the rune, ever. Like, I never get the rune of holding, and it feels bad. Doesn't feel good. You get so many champ bags from these. I kind of like that. I like champion bags. Look at all these things. Berserker's Shattered Pistol. Berserker's Shattered Sword. Not bad. Imbued Runes of Suffusion. Interesting. And look, we got gold. Oh yeah, we still got the gold reward. How we actually nearly failed gold. Funny enough, actually. Yeah. Boom. Well, there it is. We can't use this meme for the fractal. Zoja had like 1% at the end, and then lost the rat. That would have been pretty funny. Oh man. Incredible. Enters buh mode. Well, I mean, we've converged now. We have converged. Is it time for Reddit review? Can you do the fractal with some pumpers? I mean, I guess we could. I might do Reddit review first, guys. Okay, guys, it's Reddit review. You know, first, I'm actually going to begin with a post that I wholeheartedly disagree with, guys. I do not like this post. Remember, no pre-order. No, guys. Pre-order the game with the Ultimate Edition or using my referral link. Upgrade all of your alt accounts as well, guys. If you've got like 10 alts, buy 10 copies of the Ultimate Edition. Pre-order the next expansion using my referral link, guys. Exclamation mark gw2 in the chat. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Always pre-order. Every single time. Always Rift. Okay. Quick analysis of why the story of Soto is one of the worst ever delivered. Man, you know, the first thing here, dude, it is so fucking brutal. Holy shit. Like... oh, man. That's actually a meme. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You love to see it. Wow. They fumbled. Bought 20 copies of Deluxe Edition Soto. Let's bring the next teapot stream. Well, you have to subscribe for that. We got Guyala to lower expectations. It was not low enough. Oh my god. I want to read this one. I want to premise. I want to premise that I don't think Kanax and Epoch are necessarily bad fights. There are some things that are good and things that are, in my opinion, questionable. But overall, they're okay bosses. What instead is the base of my argument is these kind of fights simply do not belong in the fractal pool. The main question we, and especially any should answer for the future is, what is a fractal? To me, a fractal is a bite-sized quick dungeon-like instance that's focused on movements and puzzles and a final boss with multiple phases. The objective is trying to burst down each phase to go on to the next one. Maybe some of you have a different definition, as I've experienced fractals for the vast majority of the lifespan of the game. Well, instead, these last two fractals offers a considerably slower experience where there are no skips, no clever movement things you can do, no puzzles, and more importantly, the bosses have very little phases or none at all. Yeah, I actually think the phasing thing is a huge issue. This is very true in strikes as well. Like, so ArenaNet, when it comes to encounter design right now, they are very clearly trying to do more with less. And what I mean by that is they're trying to reduce the number of moving parts in an encounter from a design point of view. They don't want to have a lot of complexity in encounters because, I mean, look, we'll read between the lines here. My assumption would be is that making content like that is very high effort, a lot of work, a lot of testing, a lot of development resources. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to be economical with their resources. And, you know, funnily enough, it actually did pay off a little bit. Like, Ceres is actually the least buggy strike mission, I think, actually. It works pretty well. It has some... it does have some bugs. In particular, jumping the beam on Envy, like the double beam, is a very obvious, pretty severe bug, actually, that makes Envy much less punishing when you choose to empower that. I very much doubt they'll actually fix that, but though, because... like, that's basically mainstream now. Like, you doing that is part of the meta strategy for Ceres CM. If they nerf that, that would be a pretty significant, like, shake-up to how people would probably go about approaching it, or it would just, like, change the fight pretty significantly. But it worked out pretty well. Like, if you look at the more complicated encounters, guys, in EOD, They are broken as hell. Harvest Temple CM, I know you got, look, Harvest Temple CM is comically bugged, right? And so is Kaining Overlook, right? And those are pretty complicated, long, multi-phase encounters. They are amusingly bugged, realistically, with how those are, and they won't get fixed, either. And I'm pretty sure Arena really wanted to avoid that. They didn't want to have like these very severely buggy encounters. Funnily enough, I feel like Kanaksai actually falls into that category as well. The fight is relatively complex mechanically. It's very slow paced, but it has some mechanical complexity to it. And it's very buggy, extremely buggy. With how it operates. And I'm sure there are still some bugs now, but they've had a lot of issues with it. Certainly on launch, it had like very major issues there as well. And I'm pretty sure that they're trying to make sure that that kind of thing happens a lot less or doesn't happen at all. Orb deletion, yeah, orb deletion is indeed a bit of an issue. Movement exploits and insanely power-crept DPS golem bosses intended game design. I don't think that's what they're actually talking about. I think they are expecting fractals to be more fast-paced. I think when you're doing a fractal, you don't expect to be on a boss for 5 minutes. You probably expect to be on a boss for 2 to 3 minutes. And I think that is a very legitimate point to bring up, because I also don't think you really get the fractal experience when so much of the fractal is focused around the end boss. That is not... And there is also a little bit of a thing here, actually, with players comparing it to dungeons. Not just in Guild Wars 2, in other games, right? Like, that's the thing. People are thinking, man, I play Final Fantasy or WoW, and in there they have dungeons, and, you've got trash, boss, trash, boss, trash, boss, trash, boss. And, there's movement, there's pathing, right? Like, there's like you can pick which way you want to go and how you want to approach it, all that kind of stuff. Like, people are looking for that type of experience, I think, in Fractals, and Fractals are not delivering that. If that's what they mean, then the subreddit has an absolutely terrible way of wording it. I actually don't disagree with that. I think people are not expressing their thoughts very well. But in a way, I'm steel manning here. But I think it's worth engaging, right? It's worth engaging with what these people are actually saying. I think that's what they're actually saying. I do agree with you that some people just don't like... I don't like the damage sponge thing. I think people are a little bit silly about that. Like, if a boss can actually get its attacks off before phasing, that's a good thing. And it's obviously... most fractals are very much in the other extreme. They just have no HP to the point where they just get, they phase instantly. Even the fractal challenge modes, they have so little HP that they just phase almost instantaneously. That is not good, right? In that regard, but yeah. Yeah. I think having bugs is way more forgiving than having bugs a few weeks or a month after release. Players are way more forgiving. Yeah, but the thing is, Mike, right? Like, they don't fix them. Look, Ceres, like, if I had to guess, Ceres CM will not see any more changes. Maybe ever. Because the 2-week window's gone, guys. Two-week window's gone. And I think that's kind of a concession that ArenaNet have to make with their development resource, and like their development resources, that they can't really afford to go back and change stuff like that and go back and address these issues. Because bear in mind, wait, is the mount bug in Wing 5 still there? Like the really cancer mount bug that if you get bugged on Broken King? Like, how many bugs are there in raids, right? We could go through the list. They're really buggy. All of them have got bugs that aren't gonna get fixed. So I don't think that that they really have the development resources and just the development strategy, I guess, that involves going back and fixing content like this. Yeah. So yeah. Oh wait. Oh my god, dude. The Kadim 2 bug. Oh my god. Oh my god. That actually is maybe one of the worst bugs in the game, actually. That one is so bad. It is just flat out unacceptable. Holy shit. Invisible AoE. Yeah, that bug is kind of unforgivable. Like, you know, it's like, whatever. Like, I could almost forgive the Broken King bug, because it's, like, not that. It's annoying, but it's not that much of a big deal. But the invisible carpet bug on Kadim 2 is just so bad. Yeah. No special action. Yep. That's a fun one. You just instantly die on Kadim CM. That is also content. You love to see it. You really do. Fantastic, fantastic. Enjoy. Incredible. If you're too fast, the boss remains invisible. Nice. That's good. But anyway, like, when people talk about, like, the HP sponge thing, it's because, like, the bosses just don't really have enough to them, right? Like, there's not enough going on. Really. And I think that, again, I really think the challenge mode is kind of the problem here, in a way. They want to add this complexity, but I'm not sure if it's actually a particularly good idea, to do this. Like, if I think about Mythic Plus is a really good dungeon system, but the bosses are very simple. Like, they usually have a couple of main abilities that couple together in a way that makes sense, and they have a phase. They might have an intermission or something like that. Like, the bosses are not complex. The reason why they're really engaging to do is because they're punishing, and, you know, you have to do them right. Like, you have to do them correctly, otherwise you will be punished. And, you know, funnily enough, I think that's kind of a very old school philosophy in terms of dungeon design, and I think you kind of see that in some of the older Fractals. Like, they have, a lot of the bosses in old Fractals have, like, a core concept that you have to get right, or it's going to kill you. That's pretty good. I feel like peak design is actually something like Arc. Arc might be the best boss in Fractals. His HP is too low, obviously, but I think design-wise it's very high tier. Or Mama, actually. No, that's not true. Mama is the best boss in Fractals. First boss of Nightmare Fractal is 100% the best boss. But a big part of that is because it's pretty simple. There's not a lot going on, you know? Like, she does the smash that you have to avoid. Especially the last phase, I think, is actually quite good, right? Like, you know, you have the smash going down, the shockwaves, the cone that rotates that you then have to dodge, and you've got the ads coming up there as well. I don't know. Yeah, I think Arc is very high tier. I think Mama is very high tier overall in terms of design. I don't know. Yeah. 3 pyramid. Scales has actually successfully executed a triple tree pyramid. So phase it before it does anything? Well, yeah, but... Whoa. You got to listen to what I said. The problem is still very much the case that, yes, there is obviously not enough HP on these bosses. Yeah, the secret phase, actually, is pretty cool on Keeper of the Peak, for sure. I like Nightmare and Observatories, although they run more of raids than dungeons. No, I think I could 100% see what you mean with Chat Observatory, because there's kind of not... Well, I mean, actually, do I agree with that? I mean, I think Nightmare and Chat Observatory are pretty dungeony, no? You've got little mini-games and trash in between. I guess not as much on Nightmare as you do on... not as much on Chat Observatory as you do on Nightmare. There's quite a lot on Nightmare, I feel like. A little bit less on Observatory, but I don't know. Yeah. You know, I actually quite like Sunqua Peak as well, from a dungeon perspective. It's probably got a bit too much RP downtime. I think that's 100% fair. I think it's 100% true. But I don't think it's, you know, it's bad. I'm going to join a Pug Convergence. Let's go. I want to see Pug-style Convergence. Convergence CM. Dude, looking for a lack heal and Q DPS. Dude, I really want to join and say high DPS and see if they kick me. But I'm not going to do it. Okay. A heal is me. I am the heal lord. Boom. There you go. I said it. He knows! Yeah. Let's go. I can queue DPS. Excellent choice. Yo, this guy's playing Tempest. Let's go. Giga Chad. Yeah. So bad to do with pugs. The capture the flag thing. I kind of like that part, to be honest, because you can really optimize it. I don't know. It's really hard to diagnose this, guys, because if I'm being honest, I look at Guild Wars. You know, I was thinking about this. I was in the shower before the stream. I was, you know, thinking about what's going on. You know, it was a shower thought moment. I thought, man, Guild Wars 2's encounter design is not very good. You know, this is not like a new idea. I've talked about this on stream a little bit before, but I just feel like that is actually the main issue here. Like, you know, we could, like, people talking about HP sponges, people talking about this, people talking about that. But, yeah, I really think that the encounter design is the main issue here. I think that's what many players have an issue with. It's just not very good. Or at least not very consistent, because you do see the odd flash of brilliance with Ceres challenge mode, I think. But when you look at everything else, you just go, wow, this is very mediocre in terms of encounter. It's like very average, to be honest. Like across the board, it's just very average. And you know, do you know what I see? What I see is, yeah, exactly, Magros. It looks random to me. When I look at even like I look at some of these bosses and I go, they weren't sure how to do this. And I don't mean that in a they don't know how to code. They obviously do. It's like there's no what was their goal, right? Like, what were they trying to do with this? Like, I feel like if you see a boss, like a meta event or a fractal boss, I should be able to understand, okay, this is what they want you to do. This is what the developer wants you to do to beat this encounter. But I'm not sure if I really see that, honestly. It's it's almost random. It's like they just threw a bunch of mechanics together and go, fuck it. Like, see, enjoy, right? There's no direction. Yeah. There's this uncertainty. I see this uncertainty in the design. Like they aren't sure what they want it to be. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I look at the Fractal. I look at Dagda. I look at the open world metas, and I go, I just feel like they didn't know what they wanted to make, right? It's like I don't know. Does that make any sense, guys? Am I getting the point across here? Like, are you understanding what I'm trying to get at here? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. So what is it supposed to be? Yeah. Because, and I think the fractal one is I think the fractal is the most interesting thing here. What is a fractal supposed to be? Like, what does ANET, because look, I think we can kind of answer this rhetorically. Do you guys know what ANET wants a fractal to be? I don't think I do. I don't think I know what ANET wants a fractal to be. What's their vision? Do I understand their vision of what, you know, a fractal is supposed to be? I don't think I do. I don't think it's like this in other games. Like, I don't know about Final Fantasy, but I bet if you're a Final Fantasy player, you understand Square's vision for what they want a dungeon to be, what they want a raid to be. Like, if you play World of Warcraft, you understand what a raid is supposed to be, what a dungeon is supposed to be. If you play RuneScape, you know what new content in that game is supposed to look like. Like, I feel like these games have cohesive, consistent vision. And I feel like that is lacking for me right now in Guild Wars 2. Like, where is the vision for what the game is supposed to be? It just feels very muddled right now. What are these things? What are these ideas supposed to be? Yeah. Yeah. Good design philosophies, they never iterated on that. Yeah, I think that the EOD stuff was pretty good. It was unrefined, but yeah, I don't think we have seen iteration. And, you know, one thing that is very bothersome to me, actually, and I'm sure you guys find this bothersome too, is why do the same bugs keep coming back? Why did Alacrity and Quickness bug Kanaxai, and then it also bugged Ceres as well? They had to fix it. Why was it boon stealing pets? Why does that keep coming back? Why can you still jump the flamethrower? Why can you outrange the malice ads, for example? What's up with that? Why is that the case? Why do the same bugs keep popping up? It's like, what is happening here? That is because that to me is concerning as a developer. Like when I look at that from a dev perspective, that would be alarm bells are ringing. If I was in a project and the same issue, the same mistake was being made in multiple projects, in multiple pieces of software, that is weird. Okay, there's something systemic that is potentially wrong here. If it's literally the same bug that keeps coming back. Oh no. Is some problem is Roy? True, it is Roy. I entirely blame Roy. Boom. Yes. What if gw2 is unfixable?
Portal in as soon as we lost track of your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range,
Incredible.
so reviving will be a challenge. Luckily, Maban taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot of magic. The best source of that here is going to be the
20-day limit, daily limit scenario. Yeah. Like, that is actually a really good example, guys. The Ecto Gamble thing is super interesting. Because you know what happens there, guys? There is basically an issue. Well, look, I'm not going to explain how. But there was a problem with the Ecto Gamble that allowed you to exploit and basically dupe gold. But they didn't fix the actual issue, right? They fixed the Ecto Gamble because they, just for whatever reason, they weren't able, or they didn't have the dev resources to actually fix the issue that allowed the duping. They simply prevented the thing that people were duping with, right? Like, that is a little bit worrying to me, right? Like, there's something going wrong there. But yeah. Nice.
Catapults lobbing stones at my face. Deal with them.
Want Fractals like heroic dungeons? Why not do complicated, get some rewards, meet some people, go on the day. And that's kind of what Fractals are, to be honest, like Fractal CMs, to be honest. Or like tier 4 Fractals. Fractal CMs are a little bit more than that. They're a bit more spicy, for sure. Yeah. 1 Ecto, 2 Ectos, 4 Ectos. Hatad, tier 1. Dealing too much damage with Dragon Slash. Yeah, that happens a lot, actually. I'm actually almost certain that was what was happening in the meta, actually. I'm pretty sure the reason our metas were bugging is because Frode was... Like, the NPCs weren't able to finish their dialogue because we were killing stuff too quickly, and it was bugging the meta out. That happened to Sneb as well. Sneb was DPSing that frog down, but he phased it, I think, before its dialogue had finished or something like that, and it bugged out and, like, completely stalled his meta event. I do think, look, if we can actually talk about action points, in my opinion, they need some higher skill players on their dev team, on their QA team. This is no disrespect to beginner players or non-big pumpers, but I think a really big issue is that ArenaNet is not testing content. Content is not being tested by skilled players. There needs to be high skill players on the QA team, in my opinion. Cast
some additional protections. Be careful though. Demonic essence will drain.
Oh shit, I've probably been assigned. Let's see, squad message. Subs 2 and 3 middle. Wait, no. Okay, I'm in sub 9. Sub 8 and 9 southwest. You got it. So go just take Sand Swell. Drop it at circling to heal. Oh, that's kind of interesting, actually. I mean, I will... Look, you do what the commander says. They want to do Portal, so you Scourge Portal over to the... to Zoja to heal her. Alright, well, you got it. Okay. Top 3 best Guild Wars games. Well, that's actually going to be rough. You got Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1. You're not going to get a top 3. Shouldn't the dev tools be to simulate that regardless of skill? No, because when you have, like, kind of sweaty players, the way they approach the game is fundamentally different, right? Like, things break, you know, basically, when you kind of sweat the game a bit. Alright, here we go. Where was I supposed to go again? I am going southwest. Easy. Yeah, I'm Heal Scourge, that's right. Scourge or Harmony to try healer for the first time. Oh yeah, Heal Scourge is a godlike healer, yeah. Okay, where are we going first? Are we going here or what? What's the plan? Nice. No evolution possible with this X-Pack model. Instead of improved design, we seem to be regressing. I'm not sure I agree with that. I don't think the model is the problem, actually. I think what's in the model is the problem. Not bad for evergreen content. I'm not a huge fan of them, to be honest. I don't know. The boss is just kind of... They don't do that much. I think Umbriel is cool, though. I'm an Umbriel enjoyer. Benchmarking videos and rotation guides to hit them have hurt our raid accessibility significantly. I played 2k hours of Firebrand, regularly out DPS Connie Firebrands in my raid group on my quick round build, but only because I use Axe and don't weapon swap. And they try to stick to a rotation where they swap the Scepter and do terribly as a result. Uptime in combat on the boss, switching between with Scourge, and considerably are the biggest factors in success. This is actually correct, but he's thinking about it wrong, to be honest. People focus on the wrong things, and some of that is because of benchmarking, but that's actually because there isn't enough guide content out there. It's not actually that the people who make that type of content are the reason why accessibility is down. That is incorrect. What is correct is that there isn't enough content that explains the actual core combat mechanics. The players who make benchmarks understand how important uptime is. They understand that, yeah, basically making sure you're using your skills well is absolutely the way to go. To be honest. I'm not even sure if I'd actually agree with that statement, by the way, because I think without guides like that, players would do way worse DPS. Players would struggle way more if they had absolutely no guidance. I think that's a slightly unfair there's got to be a word for a fallacy here, because he's assuming that it will be better without those, and I don't agree. I think it will be worse without benchmark videos, because then players would simply be pressing random buttons. They wouldn't have any guidance on how to actually optimize and play their character correctly. I think it could be better, though. I think he's correct. Like, and by the way, Solar is very correct, though, in that statement, in the sense that it is very accurate in that the most important thing is uptime and using your abilities, you know, on cooldown, basically. That absolutely is basically like the biggest portion of your damage optimization is going to come from that and just like maintaining uptime. That statement is just objectively true. But I think there's something that's not quite right there as well. Yeah. And by the way, Solar is... People got really triggered when Solar said this, but he was 10 billion% correct. Yes. most players will do better without weapon swapping. People got offended because Solar was basically calling the vast majority of the community bad when he said that. Like, that's what people interpreted. And by the way, they're correct to interpret that. That's exactly what he's saying there. But guess what? He's also correct. The vast majority of the community, yes, is not skilled enough to use weapon swapping correctly. That is objectively true, by the way. That's not an opinion. That is a fact. Yeah, Axe-only Firebrand will generate more DPS for almost all people who play that over a weapon swapping variant. That is just accurate. When your optimal rotation tells you not weapon. No. Your optimal rotation is going to involve weapon swap. But if you do it wrong, then weapon swapping is going to be a DPS loss. Indeed. Let's go help the gamers. Oh, they were doing Umbriel as well. Yo, let's go. I thought it was going to be the Hell Sister or something. Let's go. I don't get lots of times. Is it better to do on Soto or Living World? It's way faster and easier to get on Soto. You probably want to work towards it eventually in Living World Season 4 as well, because you get, like, extra masteries for it, but unlocking it, definitely 1,000,000% you want to do it on in Soto. It's way faster. And don't be sorry for a noob question. You should, you know, we should be thanking you. Okay, like, new players asking questions is big. That's what we love to see. Incredible gameplay. Oh! I have Sandswell. I will use it when we need to heal the NPC. Dagda. Dagda.avi, ecto.avi, duplication.avi. Here we go. Dagda is an anagram for gay sex. I think that actually isn't accurate. Berries.dll. Guys, quick question. What's your favorite DLL file? Does anyone here have a favorite DLL? Just in particular? Gearcheck.dll? Fastloading.dll? Meter.dll? How did 2 people arrive at goon.dll in a row? Well, I mean, look, that's the new hot memes. Okay, healing the rat. I'm opening the portal. Boom. Easy portal. I feel like just baiting the NPC over is probably a good play as well, to be honest. They just bait him over. How do you join Convergent CM? Oh, you just have to select it. You have to select it when you're actually in, after it's opened. It can't be in public. It has to be a private one. Wait, Woodham Mateus is taking the first? Wait, what's he saying? Is he live? Yo, is he live?
A little extra juice.
A little extra juice. Yeah. Nice. Woodham Potatoes Unleashed. Some version of fast loading has a lot of unofficial extras. Intriguing. I love how it's called the unofficial extras, but what they mean by that is flat out hacks. That's what they mean. Wait, what is this? Wait, quit the fighting and attacking ANET devs. Honestly, base post from the Reddit there. If people are doing that, that's actually brain dead. Like, if people are, like, attacking individual developers over this or whatever, I mean, I'd like to say a lot more than I will say because, you know, like, yeah. Shut the fuck up. Cringe. Yeah, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. You know, you know, look, I'd like to say more. I really would. Yo, Ed Rando Prime, very nice. Teapot Corper, exactly, I am Corper. Yeah, I love Borper. We need to bring Borper back, man. I feel like nobody uses Borper anymore. Yeah. Yeah, the only dev you're allowed to bully is Roy. You have to daily remind him that he died to the Guardian NPC in a clean 1v1. But other than that, I don't know, like, it's fucking cringe. Yeah, you're allowed to say Roy fixed the game. That you're allowed to do that. That is pretty funny. Yes. Yeah. It's not having Borper Clean enabled. Maybe we should add Borper Clean, I guess. Fix the game. Yeah. Nice. Account-bound emotes? Wait, I mean... Oh, like a list of them? Probably on the wiki is a good place to find a list of them. I can't wait for Roy to be transferred to unannounced projects we never hear from for like 4 years. He comes up with an eye patch and full beard. Yeah, I guess that's maybe this is his last Guild Wars 2 expansion before he gets shipped off to something else. Easy XP for reviving. I'm already max mastery though, so I guess it doesn't really do anything. This is kind of the weird thing about this boss. Like, okay, I'm not okay. Guys, Umbriel is the perfect example, in my opinion, of them needing players who... Okay, hang on. I don't want to say this in... Okay. I think that ANET needs people to test the game who understand the numbers, okay? Because most of this boss's attacks do literally nothing. They're like woefully undertuned. Like some of its attacks one-shot you, some of them do nothing. And the only way that can happen is if they don't have an idea of what those numbers should be, right? Like, what should the number be? You actually see this in Serra CM too, by the way. They very clearly had no idea what the numbers should be. Because, well, no, that's unfair. Ceres they did a pretty okay job on, actually. But not everywhere, that's the thing. Like, Gluttony is the most ridiculously overtuned mechanic I think I've ever seen in Guild Wars. It is absurd. Like, that mechanic is insane. To be perfectly honest with you, right? Like, a lot of the other stuff is pretty okay. Like, I guess you could say that Rage is probably a little bit undertuned. It, you know, it doesn't, you know, you can actually survive it, which is kind of weird. Good thing, too, otherwise I guess you'd be totally fucked. But, I think they need people who know the numbers, right? Because I don't think they really have that right now. Because the numbers are just very odd, right? Like, look, that just hit me. Did nothing. Like, literally nothing. Why? Why did that do no damage? I didn't have to dodge it. Like, nothing happened. Like, this frontal attack he does. It does nothing. Like, no damage. Yeah. But this attack will kill you. Like, this one will get you. Look. See? That one does damage. Ow. But why did the other ones not do it? This is very strange to me. But this one does nothing. Because, like, if I played this, if I was testing this, I would immediately say, yeah, I think it's really cool that some of these attacks do a lot of damage. Why don't all of them do a lot of damage? Why is it only a very small amount of the attacks that actually do damage to players? That is strange to me.
More essence. Bring it to me.
Ah. but not all things that one-shot have that. Yeah, I actually kind of like that telegraph. Like, this attack is super dangerous. You have to avoid it. I actually think Guild Wars 2 does do this pretty well sometimes. I think it's quite nice. Oh. People are dying, but I think they're actually dying to condies. I think there's like some condies that are getting people. Or they're maybe just not getting healed. Or maybe they're like standing in literally everything. What if we're going to get gold? With 2 minutes, we might get gold. It's going to be kind of close though, isn't it? Yeah, it's Canaxi. The new Convergence boss is indeed Canaxi. Umbriel. Aspect of lethargy. Let's go. VCC. I kind of want to see what happens if you fail that bar. Let's go. Does the boss say anything? I don't think it has any dialogue. No. What happens if you fail the eye attack? It's fear, but I'm on my mount, so I'm immune. Boom. I'm feared. I will transfuse you. Have no fear, friends. Boom. Nice. Very good. We have 1 minute to win. It's actually going to be quite a close one, isn't it? I think too many people are going downstate, though. I'm just going to greed revive all of these players, I think. Yeah, I got most of them. I think probably, people probably, I think what happened is that people probably put in too much essence as well. You want to really greed that and get as much damage as possible. Yeah, a lot of downstates. Nice. Has the fear on each number below 1,800? Yeah, I like that a lot. I actually don't... This boss is pretty cool, honestly, I think. More essence. Have some essence. Enjoy. Don't look at him. Res these gamers. We are broken, guys. Umbriel the Breaker has broken us. This is a silver run. Silver only. We are broken. What outfit do I use? I have the exemplar attire. Yeah.
Reviving our fallen.
Nice. You know, honestly, guys, legit question. What do you guys prefer? Soto or EOD? I very specifically say EOD because that includes hyper content drought afterwards. Because look, let's not pretend that fucking EOD was all sunshine and rainbows, guys. We are talking Omega content drought, Giga content drought afterwards, and the tunnel. Okay? The tunnel. We did it.
Let's head back. Breathe in some fresh air.
The tunnel made me realize my expectations for Guild Wars 2 weren't actually at 0 like I thought. I swore I was immune, but this might be the thing to actually make me quit. Now I stand ready for the cleansing nuke of the tunnel. Though I may not survive it, I will accept it, to become one with the dirt, and foster any entirely new cycle of growth. This is a Guild Wars 2's player's ultimate calling. It is time. The tunnel. Yeah. Tunneling. Whoa, look, I got a mini corrupted. Boom. Let's go. Where's the mini? Tunneling. I will tunnel. We will be tunneling now, guys. Now and forever. Yeah. If only we had more converts. To be honest, you want more power builds. Like, power builds are so good there because of the sigil. 10 hours no drop reward. Make sure you've connected your ArenaNet account. Do extra drops to double check that you've got it set up correctly. Yeah. EOD had consistent tea times every Sunday. That's a big plus. Yeah, I mean, I do miss tea time. But I'm being honest here, Nanny. I feel like I'm just old. You know, I don't wanna just, like, do criticism all the time. I just don't find it fun. I may go again. Oh, I'm gonna go again with this guy. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my issue. It's just, I don't want... Like, any discussion of Guild Wars 2 is going to be critical. Like, that's just the reality here. But it's not going to be, like, positive and hopeful criticism. It's going to be depressing criticism. And I just don't really want that in my life, to be honest. I really don't want it in my life. Like, because there's two different things, okay? How can I talk about this? Older tea times were critical, but they were so different in like the way it was critical, right? It was like me, Brazil, Inks, and whoever. We're like screaming at each other about how this is dog shit and ain't it needs to fix it right now. Like, whereas now it's just the tone is gonna be so different. It's gonna be more like, yep, this is it. This is the way it is. It's almost defeated. I think there's a lot more apathy and also just defeat, right? I think they'll feel very defeated. Yeah. You have to not mute it. Oh yeah, yo, faster. Just mute the tab. Yeah, don't mute the stream itself. Just mute the tab, bro. Doesn't that depend on the guests? Honestly, not really. If I'm being honest here, Nanny, this is one thing that I find a little bit difficult about the conversation in Guild Wars 2. I feel like there's actually not a lot of room for actually nuanced discussion. Like, I think there's one side of the community that doesn't really want to engage in the negativity whatsoever and just won't, in a lot of ways, won't engage with criticism of the game. And there's the other side that won't engage with any positivity whatsoever and just hates the game. I really think there's not a lot in the middle. And I feel like Tea Time actually lived in the middle for its entirety of its existence. There was always room for actual engagement with the issue. Like, okay, what's wrong? Why? Could we fix it? Right? Whereas I think now, nobody's talking about solution. People in the middle don't care to play the game. I completely disagree with that. I think the people in the middle who were willing to do that have become apathetic. I think the extremes survived. The extreme haters and the extreme, I don't know what you call it, like white knights, I guess, have survived. But the people who were in the middle have become apathetic. And critical to the people who are critical. Yeah, I'm in the... I'd like to think I'm in a very similar position to you, Nike. It's like, I look at the conversation about the game, and I think this is just dog shit. I don't want to be a part of it, you know? I really don't enjoy the conversation around Guild Wars 2 whatsoever, to be honest. Almost all of my discussion regarding Guild Wars 2 is done privately. I talk on Discord sometimes, I talk with Sneb, and I talk with Nike about some issues. I don't do it publicly because the conversation sucks. It's just not fun to engage in like public discussion of Guild Wars 2 at this point. Yeah, I think that's the I realizing the game's best days might be in the past. I agree. I think a lot of people are in that position right now where people are going to go, it will never be as good. I think hope has been lost, honestly, with regards to the game. And that just makes it makes it toxic. I think that's a good, a good way of describing it. I think that, I think toxic is the way of putting it. It has become toxic. It is also very beating a dead horse, yeah. Ah. Take a break and wait for the new expansion, GG. But no, that's the thing. People say this, but that, man, do you know why I really don't like it when people say that? Because to me, it's really ugly when people refuse to empathize with people who feel differently than them. I think that's a really ugly human characteristic that happens a lot. Because that is a failure to actually empathize with the person you're saying that to. Taking a break isn't going to fix it. Like, fixing the issues with the game that the player has is going to fix that. Waiting, it's not just going to go away. It's not just going to change, right? There's a mod post and people stop critiquing on Soto. That is not what he said, okay? Quit the fighting and attacking ANET devs is what the post said, okay? What I've had all of it is people fighting and attacking devs instead of spoilers. That is unacceptable, okay? It is completely unacceptable to be developers, to be like attacking and going after individual developers. That is utterly unacceptable. The post did not say don't be critical of Soto. The dev even says that I don't really like Soto, in fact. Like, and look, you want to give criticism, goes to ANET or NCSoft as the publisher. Correct. This is the correct answer. The dev very clearly says that you can be critical, but don't be attacking individuals. You can even be critical of ArenaNet. You can say, you know what, I don't like what ANET's doing right now. That is 100% fair. Same thing with NCSoft, although I don't really know. I'm not sure you can really attack NCSoft. I don't think anyone really knows what they do, to be honest. When it comes to Guild Wars 2, nobody really knows what their influence is. Nobody knows, right? But, yeah. Yeah, that's how it is. But enjoy. There's very little, if any, devs attacked at all. Well, because they've been removed, right? They've probably been reported, no? And, like, deleted. Like, what is it? And there's probably also people arguing with each other and going fucking crazy, right? Like, and like, screaming at each other. And, like, probably being very mean to each other. I don't know. Yeah. Incredible. Seriously, the fact that we even get updates already is a gift in and of itself. Sorry, bro. Comments like this is honestly based. This is Giga Chad. Wait, he is right? No, he's not right, Vexros. We paid for it. How is it a gift? I paid money for this. Yeah. No, they're not gifting me anything. They're providing a service that they said they would. That's not the same thing. But it is still a Giga Chad comment. Yeah. In the case of our expectations, have been this way since 2 years. I don't disagree with that, but like that is not good, okay? Like this is something that I find very scary. Dawn of War 3, yeah, and it was a goddamn abomination. Okay, but you know what? It's fine. I did buy Dawn of War 3, but I've just reframed it as in my mind. I didn't buy Dawn of War 3. I actually paid a 3D artist and the voice cast for the trailer, right? I pretend the game doesn't exist and it's just this instead. Okay, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Yes! Fucking grimdark, dude. Okay, let's go. Look at all these orcs. But anyway, that's obviously the sidetrack here. Yeah. It was cheap, not because it was good. I paid very little. I got very little. Yeah, like, okay. You know, people defend this a lot. Say this a lot. And, okay, I know that you mean well there, Dave Stark. I don't want to call you out here. But people say, oh yeah, it was cheap. Okay, oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 is cheaper than other MMOs. That, to me, is very... It almost seems like a backhanded compliment, right? It's like, oh yeah, you know, you're like the discount option, right? Yeah, you know, not the best, but at least you're cheap, right? Yeah, it's the dollar store game. It's like, ouch. Like, oof. And that's a really common sentiment. People say this a lot, but that's not good, right? Like, in a lot of ways, I feel like that's a really negative thing to say. I don't think it's cheap. Bro, like, thing is, that is so brutal. Like, that is like, bam! Like, I actually think that is a harsher thing to say than almost anything I've ever said about the game. Like, no joke. I don't think I would ever say that about Guild Wars 2. Like, that is brutal. Holy shit. 3 things from this expansion you think ANET did well. Art direction and music, I actually think was a huge strength. Sarah CM as well, I think was also a really big strength of the game. And actually, quality of life, particularly, and also balance. I'll kind of bundle, I'll say, live updates, actually. I want to catch everything. So that's the world versus world stuff is good. The game balancing is good. I think the economy has been handled well. And I think the quality of life changes are actually really nice. So yeah, I would say, yeah, art direction and music is exceptional. Sarah CM, really good. And then live updates. So balance, quality of life, and systems updates. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah. Because that's why a lot of us played Guild Wars 1 back in the day, and not WoW. Yeah, but no, I feel like there's a really different edge to this, Lynn. I think not wanting to pay a sub, I 100% get that. But there's a really big difference between saying, I play this game because I don't really want to pay a sub fee. I'm not into that. I like that I can hop in, hop out, right? I'm not getting FOMO'd. You know, I don't, you know, like right now, I don't really want to spend that money on a game, right? But there's a big difference in saying this, I don't play this game because it's good. I play it because it's cheap. Does that make any sense, right? Like the tone of those two statements are universes apart, right? They are universes apart, no? Or am I just not Englishing correctly here? This might be like text going on here. I'm not interpreting text correctly. But I feel like it's so different, like these things. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, was our one true, Vignola, true. Yeah. I remember trying to get my parents to buy me Eve. Because that was, I was like, bro, this game is sick. It was actually really expensive at the time. It was like more expensive than WoW. We seek a bigger challenge. Here we go. Yeah. Where am I going this time? I'm in group 5. Oh, no assignments yet. So it's 25 in US. Yeah. 24 GBP. Yeah, because you pay tax on that, right? You pay VAT. So it's $25, but you got to pay 20% VAT in the UK. So that's why the price is different. The Hell Sister. Let's go. Indeed. Let's go.
Portaled in as soon as we lost track.
Yeah, you are right, Vexros. We're gonna get the real goddamn content on Friday.
Our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving.
There's a live service game. There are so many heads need to run a live service game. Well, but here's the thing. Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna out myself here, guys. Can you see where I don't like the conversation about this game, by the way? Because I feel like you get bogged down so often. I'm gonna actually be a bit of a ArenaNet simp here. I actually like ArenaNet. And I actually think Guild Wars 2 is a good game. I don't look at Guild Wars 2 and go, oh, you know, it's cheap. It's, you know, it's like a discount game. You know, I can't expect too much from it, right? I can't expect too much from ArenaNet, right? Like, they're ArenaNet. They're like the dollar store company. No, I completely disagree with that. No, I hold ArenaNet in high regard as a games company. I hold the developers in high regard. Yeah, the reason why I often might appear disappointed is because I do hold them to a high standard. I expect good things out of this game because this is a good game, right? Guild Wars 2 is a good game. And when people say stuff like, oh yeah, it's cheap, I feel like people are saying that ArenaNet isn't a good company in a way. That that Guild Wars 2 isn't a good game. There's like a sneaky implication that the game isn't actually good and that we shouldn't expect it to be good. I find that actually very offensive. I really don't like that. No, I will not lower my expectations. I will not do that. I will expect it to be good, because Guild Wars 2 is a good game and ArenaNet is a good company. And I'm not going to bend on that. And yeah, the game is certainly cheap compared to other games, but I don't say it, like, I feel like people always have this, like, backhand about it. I would say, yeah, the game is great value for money. I wouldn't say the word cheap, right? Like, if that makes any sense. I wouldn't say cheap. There's a lot of connotations with that word. Yeah. I'm very good at this game. Why did you Guild 2? That's why I don't mind spending 10, 50 bucks a month. Yeah, I'm totally fine. I'd be totally fine with a sub. Look, I'll say this. I'm not spending a lot of money on the game right now. The last time I made a gem purchase, it's been over a year, actually. Yeah, I haven't spent any money on the game, but I used to spend a lot. Yeah, I did. And if the game changes, I'll probably spend again.
I can feel the demonic essence in those high cryptids. Take them down, and I can back in their face. Collect enough, and I might even be able to cast some additional protection.
Dude, people don't know about the siege tech. Like that, you know, I think it was Novan who like knew all the technology for things. That's a good tip. We need to tell people about this. You get loads of essence for killing the siege engines. And of course, I guess you don't have to spend as much essence as well, right? Because Zoja's taking loads of damage right now, so people are having to spend it to heal her. So we're actually starting out these phases with way lower DPS by not going for the catapults. That's actually something that I didn't know about actually until yesterday. That's a really good piece of advice. We should try and get that information out there for these convergent CMs. Because I think that actually gives you a really big advantage. Being able to basically start the champion phase with everyone capped out on 50 essence is actually a really big deal. Why do so many people have the impression the dev team on the game shrunk? Because of the layoffs. Specifically the Mike O'Brien layoffs. The Path of Fire layoffs. Going into kind of like Ice Ridge Saga. That stuff, yeah. Yeah, Nike's right here. Unfortunately, when you have a game that's like very cheap and like, well, I shouldn't say cheap, but when you have a game like Guild Wars 2 that doesn't really cost a lot of money to play, it does unfortunately attract a player base that is, yeah, very low effort, very low investment, and to be frank, leeches, yeah, who are just looking for a free ride. I'm in group 5. I am going northwest. Okay. Nike is right here. That's actually one of the advantages of a sub fee, in my opinion. If you have a sub fee, it actually, you get people who are more invested, like, essentially. Like, the people who play games that have sub fees are more invested, which in general leads, in my opinion, to a better scene. You get a better scene when you have players who are more invested in your game and your product. Yeah. other projects sucking large amounts of development away from Guild Wars 2. Yeah, ANET are in a really tough spot on that one as well. I actually think the Guild Wars news really fucked them up. Right, the Guild Wars 3, like, leak stuff, I think was incredibly disadvantageous for ArenaNet because they can't really comment on that stuff, and now people are, like, wildly speculating that, like, they've basically got 0 devs on Guild Wars 2, right? Like, that's your issue. But, yeah. Sub is FOMO, what are you talking about? The 7 million WoW subs don't seem to agree with you. Or the Final Fantasy players. And hell, the Final Fantasy game director even said it himself. Like, once you're done, unsub and come back later. And that, by the way, that's the exact approach that Blizzard have now with their seasons model as well. Like, play your season for a couple of weeks, unsub, and then come back. Fair play. Right? Like, that's exactly how sub-fee MMOs work these days. There isn't this whole, like, you have to log in every day and grind or you're going to be incredibly far behind. I think that would definitely have been, like, a very fair criticism of some of the really bad systems that existed in the game. And, like, look, I'll say it, Legion as well, and BFA and Shadowlands 100%, but certainly not in Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not about effort, Dave, in my opinion. When I say invested, I mean, like, almost emotional investment, right? Like, it's... You can be a player that just, like, runs around fishing and super chill, no tryharding, no raids, no strikes, no fractals, but you can still be very invested in the game, right? You can be highly into it, right? And, like, very passionate and feel, like, have really strong feelings about the game. I'm not talking about you are a tryhard if you have a sub. Absolutely not. Like, WoW is giga casual, and so is Final Fantasy. Like, making a sub feed does not give you a hardcore player base, but I think it can contribute to an invested player base. But yeah, there you go. Yeah. Hardcore content is not much popular. Wait, what? Okay, look. Yes, but we're not talking about hardcore or casual. We're talking about invested. And the thing is, you can be really invested and play the content on release and then unsub. Like, these two things are not the same. I'm not saying that a sub feed makes people play your fucking game every day. I think that's actually kind of undesirable. It can be an undesirable side effect of a sub fee even. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying it makes people invested in your product. They care about your product. They care about the game. Could they switch sub model? No. I think you can take away a sub fee, but you could never add one. I don't think any game can pull it off. You mean Daily's doing that? No! I'm not talking about the gameplay, Poiklik. I'm talking about, like, feeling strongly about the game. Like, yeah, this game is fucking awesome. Like, you know, I really enjoy playing this game. I can't wait for the next update. I can't wait to log in and play with my friends. Like, man, there's this new update. It's really sick. Or, wow, this update sucks. This is bullshit. Fix your game company, right? I'm talking about people feeling strongly about it, like being invested. Yeah. And I feel like that is something that doesn't happen in Guild Wars 2. Like, in Guild Wars 2, people are apathetic, right? Like, it's like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's whatever. Like, whatever. I think that's really bad. I think that is horrible. Like, if I was a game dev, right, and I found out that most of my players, or a lot of players, were just like, you know, okay, about my game, I'd be in fucking hell, okay? That is actual fucking misery. That's not what I like. And look, that's the same thing with the way I stream. I don't want you guys to like, I don't want you guys to think of me and go like, oh yeah, this guy, he's like whatever. Look, I want to create some kind of response, right? Like, if you hate me, honestly, fucking fair play. I don't mind. But man, if I found out that everyone just thought I was kind of like, whatever, like, okay, like, Yeah, that's fucking terrible. It means I'm boring, right? It means I don't do anything. I don't do anything interesting, right? I don't do anything to actually engage people. That's rubbish.
Focus. We need to focus.
Apathetic to the direction of the game, apathetic to playing it. Kind of both, yeah, both. It's both. The Hell Sister. Yeah, I actually do think Final Fantasy is a great example because it is a very, very casual game, but people fucking love it, right? That people are super invested in Final Fantasy, which is good. I think I think that means, do you know what that says to me? It says that the Final Fantasy devs are doing a great job. Like, if they have a really healthy player base, a large player base, and it's not all hardcore raiders, it's not all, grinding degenerates, right? Who are like, min-maxing every single farm in the game, right? But it is a very casual community. People are still super invested. Good job. That's how it should be. That's a really good job, and like a goal if you're a developer. It's well done. And I'm sure it's not a perfect game. I'm sure there's a bunch of people in who are going to say, oh yeah, Final Fantasy's dog shit. I mean, yeah, of course it is. Every game is dog shit. Newsflash. Okay, I'm sure there's plenty of things that are wrong with it. But you know what I'm saying here. Yeah. Yo. Big. Is it really the sub fee? I mean, I think to an extent, yeah. Weirdly enough, probably. I do think that stuff like that, like the business model, does actually affect the type of player that you attract. Like, think about it, right? Like, compare the mobile gaming audience to the PC gaming audience. Like, you could release the same game on both platforms, but people would engage with it in a completely different way because of the platform and the free-to-play business model, right? Like, yeah, 100%. I think business model is actually, it really does affect, like, the type of player that you have, yeah. But also some of the marketing as well, yeah, for sure. Do I need to drop any essence? I don't think so. Incredible. Part of his sort of franchise, a large factor why WoW. That helps, yeah, for sure. Like, Final Fantasy is obviously one of the most well-established gaming IPs in history. Guild Wars certainly less so. So, yeah, I think that does help. Similarly with Warcraft, yes. Warcraft is one of the most well-established video game franchises in all of history, which is obviously going to be very advantageous to having your brand presence, of course. Yeah. I'm taunted. It's over. I think I'm constantly rezzing here. We need more heal scourges. Indeed. Final Fantasy, a much larger team behind it. Is that true, though? That's a good question. The Guild Wars 2 team is pretty big. And you can see that in the credits, right? If you look at the credits for Soto, there's a lot of names there. And the thing is, it's not proportional. It's really not proportional. The World of Warcraft team is surprisingly not massive, even compared to the Guild Wars 2 team. It's obviously bigger. It definitely is. But guys, they release a lot of content. Like, WoW, they really push content like nothing else. Maybe even a little bit too much. They're actually shoveling out so much content in WoW right now that the entire game is fucking breaking. Right? Like, every version of WoW is like crumbling to dust right now because they're trying to do so much at the same time. Dude, I'm actually dead. This is too hard. Yeah, the Guild Wars 2 team is larger than you might think. I think I was in the hitbox there, so like all the lines got me. I feel like we're fighting her in the worst possible place. This is absolutely cursed. Like, the boss is like teleported into the wall. That's actually crazy.
Straight back to Tyria.
Yeah. My essence. Nice. Guild Wars 2 can compete with Final Fantasy and WoW is pretty good. Two big old IPs with lots of fans. I mean, there is something to be said for, like, is WoW really in competition with Guild Wars 2? To be honest, I would actually frame it differently. I'm actually not totally confident that WoW is actually in the same league as any other MMO in it currently. And that doesn't actually say anything. That's not to say the other games aren't good. It's just that the scale is different. It's not the same thing. Yeah. With that point, that is true. Yeah, like yeah. When we're talking about the Warcraft dev team, they're obviously being supported by the larger Blizzard entity as well. So like, there's a lot of people who are involved in like the production and the management of that video game that aren't necessarily on the Warcraft team. You're absolutely right. That is a good point. Only one outfit, I believe so. Yeah, you get the outfits. Final Fantasy gear progression is horrible though compared to WoW. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. I haven't played the game. WoW is blatantly still in Guild Wars 2 as it feels good. It does feel good. Here's something that I like. Do you know that's the thing about do you know that's the thing actually about WoW that I think is actually really weird, because it sometimes feels like it's the opposite. But do you know what I like about WoW right now, guys? Is that I feel like they're very willing to change. They're very willing to radically change the game, and not keep it the same. With Guild Wars 2, I don't really feel like the game is changing. They obviously changed their business model, but the actual content, the actual game itself, it feels very static to me. I feel like it is the same old, same old. Like, there's not... I want to see the innovation, right? Like, whereas Blizzard, they're like, fuck it. Like, we'll remake our entire game every expansion. Who gives a shit, right? That's kind of exciting. Yeah, and I think they're I think it's particularly now because they're incredibly motivated to keep doing this because of how fucked up Shadowlands was and how much of a disaster. Oh shit, we gotta go heal. I'm doing my Scourge portal. Boom. Like, of how badly Shadowlands went. You know, and BFA as well, to be honest, right? Like, that really didn't work out very well for them. But they're willing to do that. I think that's very exciting. Wasn't SOTOR a change? No, it wasn't. They changed the format, but not the content itself.
We can end this here and now.
Yeah. Nonsense what you hate about the game today. Grats, leave you that serious. I mean, yeah, I hoof and mouth. My main game is World of Warcraft. Yeah. I'm putting in probably at least quadruple the hours into WoW that I am in Guild Wars 2 right now. Yeah, I don't hate Guild Wars 2. I think it's a great game. And here, I'm not saying I hate the game. This is something called criticism. It's when we talk about issues with the game that we personally find interesting. But, I mean, yeah, I don't main this game right now, Hoofmouth. I don't main it. I play it when there's updates, and, you know, I play it for fun on stream because I like talking about stuff, and, you know, like, people like watching me play, and I like talking to people, like, while I'm playing the game. But, yeah, like, yeah, it's not my main game. Hopefully that's good enough for you. And you can respond. I'd actually like to hear you respond to that. Because, you know, you essentially came in here and were kind of rude to me. So, yeah, don't run. Yeah. WoW players are so happy with the game? They're absolutely not. Like, people are constantly complaining. As they should, by the way. Like, yeah, you should be constantly engaging in critique. You shouldn't just be glazing your fucking favorite MMO. Criticism and critique is incredibly important. It needs to be continuous. It should be constant roasting of the video game to make it the best possible version of itself as, you know, you want. Like, critique doesn't show that you don't care. It's that you hate the game. It's that you want the game to be the best possible version of itself. Yeah. Yeah. No, you were being rude. You were being rude, Hoovermouth, and I actually don't have a problem with that. You can be rude. I just don't want you to hide from that. And I would actually echo this. I've enjoyed watching you previously. That's it. Yeah, I'd recommend you stop watching them. You should leave. I think you should take your own advice. If you don't want to engage in criticism and you don't like watching criticism of the game, absolutely fine. I think that's completely fair. Leave. That has always been a very core component of my stream, and it always will be. If you don't like it, that is absolutely fine. It's nothing personal. I'm not gonna slate you for that. I'm not gonna say there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, leave. Don't watch. Yeah, WoW is in a great spot right now. It is. WoW is in a really, really good spot. It's a very strong piece of the game currently, or slice in the game's history. Yeah. Yeah. The template system, man, I would love it if they fixed the template system. Yo, we did it. Easy, 20 minutes, easy gold. Yeah. Yeah. Make you want to go back to WoW? I mean, yeah, dude, it's good. Guild Wars 2 is a good game. WoW is a good game. These MMOs are pretty good right now, to be honest. Yeah. What the added rewards? Just like more essences and more champ bags. Just like it's just like it multiplies the rewards base. It's just like more of the same stuff you were getting before. Ah, we're going again. Let's go. Yes. Seems to a little WoW. I do, yeah. I'm gonna stream more WoW. You want the best version of Guild Wars 2 to be more like WoW? Yes. Because I'm going to tell you a secret, nub proof. WoW has some good ideas and Guild Wars 2 should steal them. Not everything about WoW is evil and bad. I don't want vertical progression. Hell no. I want a really strong open world, unlike what World of Warcraft has. But you know what WoW has really good stuff? Really good encounter design, very robust content structures and release schedules and cadence. Oh boy, they release a lot of stuff and the game changes a lot. They change the game up significantly. These are all great ideas. They also have a really good system for LFG, proper skill rating that is mostly okay. This is like Mythic Plus. Very good difficulty scaling and content pathways for new players. Yes, these are good ideas. Yes. Just because WoW did it doesn't mean that adding it to Guild Wars 2 will turn Guild Wars 2 into WoW. In the same way that adding the sky scale to World of Warcraft doesn't make WoW any less WoWy, right? They're still very distinct games. World of Warcraft has some good ideas that Guild Wars 2 should steal. In the same way that there's probably plenty of great ideas in Final Fantasy that Guild Wars 2 should steal. I'm sure there's plenty of really interesting stuff in games like, you know what? Guys, let me tell you something. There's even stuff in New World, okay, that people should steal. You know what they should steal, guys? I'll tell you. Fucking climbing. Bro, like, every new MMO needs to have the parkour system from New World. I love climbing on rocks and jumping and climbing up. It's actually so good. I love the gathering system in New World, where you can gather water from every river, you can chop every tree, pick up every rock. That's really cool. Yeah, the destructive arrows are really, really cool in that game. I would love to see that implemented in future games. Like, looking at the current existence of games and saying, you know what, that's a really good idea. We should take that. It's good. Yes, huge, big streamer. Well, we're currently just farming all the drops right now, Helseth, but yeah, you know, we're back to irrelevance and at the end of the week, but that's how it is. Yes, you are correct, Nanny. Like, a huge amount of Guild Wars 2's issues is because they refused to do anything that other MMOs were doing, even if they were really good ideas. And that's not even just for WoW. They wanted to make their game the special snowflake ever, but it turns out that some of these ideas are actually good, and you should take them and iterate on them instead of completely discarding them. There you go! Incredible. Number 1 streamer, number 1 mesmer, number 1 swimmer. I took it all, yeah. I got it all locked down. Yes. Convergences. Let's converge. I actually enjoy your streams more and more because just real. Yeah, I mean, like I try to be authentic. Well, I don't try. I just am. It's effortless. What can I say? What do you want to hear from the retrospective blog? I really want to hear... I think the big one for me is how they release the content. I think I'm really expecting them to Grouch to say, yeah, we really needed some big stuff on launch that changes up the game. Like, the problem with Soto for me is that the game really didn't feel very different after the expansion. It felt like a living world update, where there was content, but the game felt the same. And that's what they really could have used, the new weapons. The new weapons on launch could have been huge, I think. Yeah. That's what I would say. Indeed. And this meta was the most disappointing Soto moment for me. I think I'm actually almost inclined to agree with that. Like, it was brutal. I was getting really hyped. It's like, yo, let's go. It's a giant tentacle monster. This is going to be a slam dunk. This is going to be epic. And then it just really wasn't, which is unfortunate. To be candid on the amount of quality of the content. Okay, then it will be candid. Grouch is actually a good game director, in my opinion, and he is a candid guy. He's not going to be that candid. He can't throw his own team under the bus. You always have to remember that, guys. Like, he's never going to do that because that's wrong. That's incorrect. He can't say there wasn't enough content. He can't say the content wasn't very good quality. He can't even really imply that. Because to be frank, that's inappropriate in his position as a leader. Yeah, I don't know. He's not going to disrespect his own team. Like, yeah, he can own it. Like, he can 100% say, I made mistakes and, well, or, you know, we as the company, right? Like, he can say that there were some decisions that were incorrect and he can take accountability for that, but he's never going to throw his team under the bus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the buck stops with him, right? Like, that is the burden of leadership, is that he has to own it. And he does do that well, actually, and I'm expecting him to do as well. You know, I think that's something I respect a lot about Grouch, actually, is that he's very willing to do that, I think. Yeah. Better whilst has more professions, more useful, no loading screens crossing zones. I'd like gw2 to, not like gw2 to change every expansion. I mean, I definitely understand that, Nubproof. I definitely know what you're saying. And I think that in some sense, this is a desire, from my perspective, as a player that loves it when the game changes. Like, here's the thing. I remember that people were really upset that Mesmer got changed quite significantly. And it was like, I feel like I have to relearn everything and re-gear my character. To me, I want that. I want a patch to come out, and I have to learn. I have to learn new things, and there's new strategies and new compositions, and I've got to get different gear for my character, right? And we've got to go and unlock this and do that, and the game is different. I want to go back. I want an expansion to drop, and the old content feels new, right? I want the old content to feel revitalized by new things that you can do with the tools that the developers have given to you, right? That is my preference. And I do understand that a lot of players in Guild Wars 2, maybe even the majority audience, actually actively dislike that. And you know what? That's completely fair. But I'm obviously talking from my perspective, right? I like a game where it does change regularly, and I have to relearn and reprogress, like, every single time there's an update. I want that. I don't want the game to be over, right? And, you know, that's one of the issues that I have with Guild Wars 2. A simple way of putting it is that I finished Guild Wars 2. The game's over for me, right? It's over. It's literally over. I don't want that to ever happen. When I'm playing an MMO, one of the reasons I like MMOs, right? I like MMO. Oh, we're doing Demon Knight? Okay. Okay. I like MMOs because they are infinite. I like infinite games. Yeah? Like a game that will never stop. That's why I play it instead of a single-player game. I don't like it when a game's over. Like, I feel sadness when I finish a game. I don't want to finish the game. I want it to go on forever.
Maintaining our tether to Tyria. The nearest waypoint is a little out of range, so reviving will be a challenge. Luckily, Mabon taught me a few tricks. Resurrection spells take a lot of magic.
Everyone burned out and feel that we're done with it? I don't think that's actually true. I think some people are. Not me, though. I'm the kind of guy, I can play one game for 20 years, no problem, no sweat. Think I'm burnt out from Guild Wars 2? Absolutely not. I'm having anti-burnout. I've got anti-burnout. I want something to burn, and I haven't got anything. Ah. So when you come out, you get from your feet with almost no change to your character. I don't think that's the core philosophy. I think not having to get, like, new gear, like, replace your gear, that's the philosophy. I don't think the philosophy is the game should never change. I don't think that's the same thing. Makes more sense saying that. That's fair. No, no, Chaos Emperor. No, don't do that. You're saying no. You're saying I only feel that way because I make content. No, I felt this way long before I even turned on the camera for the first time. Chaos Emperor. No, this is how I do things. I'm the kind of guy. Look, I have done one sport all my life and hyperfixated on that and, like, grinded it out. Like, I like to I mono game a lot. I pick one game, I go really, really hard on it. I have certain activities that I like. That's how I engage with things. No, it's nothing to do with content creation. How can a power build change while still going full berserker? Because the skills work differently. New abilities to use. And ultimately, stuff like elite specializations, new weapons, right? Like new utility skills, new traits, reworks, right? Reworks as well. Like, if you fully rework an elite spec, ooh, that's exciting. Yeah. And yes, sometimes you just change things because you want to change them. Like, again, I'm going to use World of Warcraft as an example. They change professions, or classes rather, pretty frequently. Like, even season to season, like, they'll go, oh yeah, this spec now works pretty damn differently, right? Because, like, they change the talent tree a lot, right? Significantly, right? The new expansion, they're basically adding elite specs. They're adding, like, little side specializations that completely change, like, how some of your abilities are going to work, and ultimately, like, the theme of your class, right? Like, yeah, stuff like that.
Be careful, though. Demonic essence will drain the life force.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, they rework shit all the time in that game. No. Ah. They're the best company. Old school. Yeah, good. Yeah, yeah. Rework stuff. Change some stuff up. Like, you know, let's change the gameplay patterns. Yeah, exactly. Like the Scrapper rework is cool. That was actually cool. Smaller relics and traits and skills quite regularly, just not enough big enough to be felt. Yeah, I mean, there have been some things that have been pretty impactful, like Chronomancer, but a lot of stuff doesn't really change the game up that much, no. I'm still in number 5, so still northwest, I think. Yeah, let's go. Northwest. I'm actually, I think am I with the tag this time or what? Let's go. Join the dev team? Don't live in America, it's no good. And also the thing is, I don't actually think that ANET would want the game to be the type of game that I'd want it to be. And that's fair. You know, I'm not gonna say that my way is the only way. Oh, the tag's over there, I'm going over here. Hello, thanks to the Prime. Love to see it, very nice. Into the new relics. I think the Relic of Zakharos is very strong. It's 4% lifesteal on critical hits while you have Fury. Very strong effect, actually. It's basically invigorating precision. Where are we going? Yes. Incredible. They start with authors. It was not that well done yet. You know, I almost felt that way, but listen. Actually, no. All of these MMOs are crusty as hell, okay? Like, whenever, you know, there was this boss in the latest raid in WoW, Tindral Sageswift, and it basically spawned roots on everyone. And there was this part of the fight, and if you remove the root, like a tree spawns on you. And there was this part of the fight where everyone had to do that at the same time, and it was unironically fucking 2 FPS. Like, it was fucking unplayable, right? And thank God you only have to do it once. But actually, no, all of these MMOs, they run like shit, okay? Like, they all do. Like, even New World, actually. And to be fair, New World picked a bad engine. They're basically using, like, a reworked version of CryEngine, which it wasn't a smart idea. Star Citizen found out. That's why even they're swapping to Unreal. Turns out using Lumberyard is not the play for multiplayer games. But that's, like, a really modern engine. That game lags like shit. Like, it runs like complete ass when there's, like, a lot of people around. Like, does Guild Wars 2 run like ass? Absolutely, it does. But, so, like, literally every other MMO runs like ass, so it's fine. Yeah. So, in my opinion, not really a big deal. Raids run smooth. I mean, in general, like, most MMOs run well until they don't, let's be honest, right? Like, WoW actually runs pretty well, except for the couple of scenarios where it really, really doesn't. It's the same with Guild Wars. Like, Guild Wars runs pretty well, except when it doesn't. You know, like, you know, a couple of things can you know, go a little wrong sometimes. Yeah. Might you have 10 people on that? That's honestly giga wrong, to be honest, Vignola. Maybe it used to be that way, but nah. Like, WoW runs pretty well in the open world, honestly. Even when you have, like, 100 people, like, it's pretty okay. Like, doing, like, the Super Bloom and stuff like that, and, like, all the open world metas, I mean, they're not very good, but they honestly run just fine. Like, when you have, like, a crazy amount of people, then it does lag, but that's kind of an issue with instancing, right? Like, you know, ANET are very clever about this. Like, they make sure they only let, like, 60 to 80 people in a map, so the game is capable of actually existing. But, yeah, like, even Guild Wars actually struggles a little bit when you have, like, when you've got 100 people on the map. Guild Wars 2 actually does have problems with that as well. Like, World versus World, for example, there's definitely some issues. Yeah. Yeah. When you have PvP events, it's because they do, like, Blizzard, like, They let way too many people on maps. It happened in Vanilla as well, and like the Ashen Vale event in particular. They let way too many people there. Happened in Stranglethorn Vale as well. Like, for some fucking reason, they're like, yo, wouldn't it be really cool if we literally let like hundreds of people be on the same map at the same time? No, it wouldn't, Blizzard. That's gonna be unplayable, and they keep doing it. Honestly, not the play. Yeah. But no, it is definitely less common in Guild Wars 2 for sure. Like, Guild Wars 2 definitely has a better way to do that, but I also think a big part of it is that ANET just handle the instancing way better. Like, I think it's less about the engine, more about the, like, the back-end systems. Like, specifically, like, ANET have the instancing system, and Blizzard have a system that's similar to it. It's just not very well optimized. Like, it lets way too many people be in the same place at the same time, and Guild Wars 2's is way cleverer and way stricter. It's kind of a disadvantage of WoW being open world, though. Like, it's very difficult to make the sharding thing work in Blizzard because the entire game is like, imagine every single, like, every, like, layer of WoW isn't just one map, it's, like, the entire game, right? Like, there's, like, multiple copies of the entire game going, basically, and that means that it's very difficult for them to prevent loads of people from ending up on, like, the same copy of the map, basically. They'd have to do a lot of, like, systemic reworks to the back end to actually make it work like Guild Wars 2, which, by the way, they should do that. Why can't other MMOs use Guild Wars 2 tech again? Because they're fundamentally different. Other MMOs are open world. Like, WoW is a quote-unquote true open world game. The technology would look very, very different, right? Because, again, in Guild Wars 2, Queensdale is Queensdale, right? Like, Queensdale is its own thing, and there's copies of Queensdale. In World of Warcraft, all of the game is, like, one version of the game. It's like the entire game is Queensdale. WoW starts to use mega servers too. Well, you know, funnily enough, I actually think WoW had sharding before Guild Wars 2 even existed. I think they used sharding in Cataclysm. So it's almost slightly ahistoric to say that they start using mega servers. They've used technology like that for a long time. It's just that the way it works is inherently different because it's less closed off. Like, the game doesn't have, like, defined borders in the same way that Guild Wars 2 does. Sharding in Wrath. Yeah, sharding in Wrath even then. Yeah, like, yeah. So even back then, the game feels as one because of no loading screens. No, it's because the game fundamentally works differently because it doesn't have loading screens. Guild Wars 2 were clever. They wanted to have, like, the best of both worlds, and I actually think their compromise is really good. Like, Guild Wars 2, from a systemic standpoint, is really, really, really interesting. They said, we want our game to feel open world, but we also want to have lots of players in the same time all at once. And they made this really clever compromise to say, we're going to have these really large-scale zones with loading screens in between them. And that's going to allow us to make multiple copies of that map so we can safely allocate players in a discrete way. Okay? That's the issue with World of Warcraft sharding, is that they aren't able to discretely allocate players into discrete instances. It's quite difficult for them to do that. I think they could if they cared about it enough to do that. They're obviously not very focused on open world. I think I'd kind of like to see them do some open world content, honestly, like open world bosses and stuff like that. I feel like it could be really good, but it seems that they don't really value that much in that game, which is a shame, I suppose, but it is what it is. Yeah. Walking Peel Magic. Yes, of course. It's again because the shards are much mushier. Right? They're not as discreet as they are in Guild Wars 2, if that makes any sense. Everyone in a single server and WoW went to one spot, X amount of players, or some shards where it just run like molasses. Well, in the original version, yeah, it would run like molasses. Now it would shuffle people around into different copies. But it's just not set up to deal. It's not set up to work in like it does in Guild Wars 2. Because again, it's a lot mushier. Yeah, no, Mike O'Brien was a very good programmer. And look, guys, Mike O'Brien was instrumental in World of Warcraft's development as well. Don't ever forget that too. Like, Mike O'Brien is a very good programmer. And by the way, guys, here's the funny thing too. You know all the dungeon content in New World that people actually quite like, and it's actually apparently some of the stronger content in the game? Oh yeah, that was Mike O'Brien. He did that. Or it was ManaWorks. How about that, guys? Isn't that interesting? Yeah, no, the devs who made Guild Wars 2 were very smart, very clever, and very good devs. Yeah. Indeed. The same without a loading screen, transition seamless between server and region. Maybe, yeah, it's possible. I'm sure it's conceivable that with modern technology you could blur the lines even more. Maybe, yeah. Let's go. We're pumping this. We are pumping. Yes. Is ahead of its time, even though I gave the game a lot of shit. Oh yeah, it definitely is. Like, the original Guild Wars 2, like, the foundations of Guild Wars 2 are incredibly innovative. Like, that's the thing. That's kind of what I want to see more of, though. I want to see that innovation come back. And I haven't really seen that spark of innovation for a while in this game, if I'm being honest. They're playing it safe, and I don't blame them for that, because, honestly, the time for innovating is probably gone and past at this point in the game's history. And kind of like the state of the game, there's almost a little bit of fragility, a little bit of instability in where the game is at right now in terms of its health and potential future. But I really hope that one day the game will be in a position where they're able to innovate and they're able to experiment a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. The new reward system would be better. Like the more you do in the meta, the more rewards you get compared to AFK. I think rewards that encourage participation are always good. Yeah, I don't know what that would look like, but yeah, stuff like that is good. Is there a difference between CM and normal conventions and rewards? Honestly, I don't really know. I'm going to be honest, I'm not very engaged with the rewards in this game. I don't know how much more loot you get. I genuinely have no idea. Yeah. After they stopped innovating? Well, honestly, Sirax, I feel like it's more that they tried to innovate and they got burned hard as fuck for it, I would say.
Let's head back home.
Dude, that was nearly the fastest Demon Knight today. Look at that. We were... Oh, actually, wait. Are we actually the fastest Demon Knight? Completion time, 15:33. And this is 15:41. Yo, we're rank 1! Easy. "100th convergence done. This player is a converger. Let's go." Makes it so that only applies to each of its own hex pack. Makes experimentation easier. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit against the philosophy of the game. I'm not sure they need to do that really. But the thing is, they need to be willing to take things away as well as adding them. Like, this is, I think, a curse of game dev. If you keep adding systems, yeah, it fucks up the game. You need to be willing to say, you know what? We're going to actually replace that system. Like, for example, do you know what would be really cool? Completely rework fractals. And I mean ground up. Scrap level 1 to 100, make it infinitely scaling, completely rework the daily system, completely rework how instabilities work, completely rework it from the ground up. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, get rid of agony resistance. That's a stupid mechanic. Just delete that from the game. Make it only have like a personal fractal level, and you can do any fractal up to that level. Add leaderboards, add that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Let's fucking go. Let's have an expansion where we completely rework fractals from the ground up. Because it's an outdated system. I'm sorry. Look at other games. They do it better. Let's rework it and do it better. And then ArenaNet can put their spin on it, right? Yeah. That's cool. Dungeons are more outdated. Well, I mean, that is true. I don't see that ever happening. Well, yeah, that's not my point, though. Like, there was an example, I was giving an example of how you can innovate in a horizontal game, yeah? Because the criticism that the player raised, and it's a great point, like someone in chat raised this point, it was a great point. Like, it's very hard for ANET to do this because their game doesn't go away. Like, I'll admit this, WoW have got this on easy mode, because whenever they release a new expansion, that old shit doesn't matter anymore. Hell, when they release a new patch, the old stuff doesn't matter anymore, almost, right? Oh, there was a scuffed dungeon in M+, and everybody hated it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's only around for, like, 6 months, right? It's gone after 6 months. Who cares? Doesn't matter, right? Guild Wars 2 don't have that luxury. You know, it's really funny. Maintaining a game like Guild Wars 2 needs a much bigger dev team than maintaining a game like WoW does. Because with WoW, they only have one piece of game to maintain simultaneously. Like, if something was kind of a bit shitty in one expansion, it's only here for 2 years, right? Then it's just gone. It doesn't matter anymore. At that point, they just move on and bring the new thing out, and it's like, oh yeah, it's all good, right? It's all better. Yeah, and obviously, yeah, I'm oversimplifying here, and I'm saying that I'm trying to point out the differences in how you might handle games like this. But yeah, to WoW's credit, they do actually iterate. They brought dungeons back and they fixed them. That's nice. I like that. Except for Neltharis, they didn't fix that one. But yeah. Nice. It's Biss. It's Biss right up until Chargath just doesn't work whatsoever. Then it's less Biss. Yes. It's also kind of a shitty dungeon, but, you know, it is what it is. Unlucky. They would need more devs. But yeah, I think that's why they're going for the systemic stuff. Stuff like the Wizard's Vault, stuff like looking at world restructuring. ANET realizes they need to target systems. Like, they, you know, like maintaining content, yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, but that's why they're trying to target systems, what I think is very smart, right? Rune rework, try to rework something each X-Pack. Yeah, I'm sure they'll try and do stuff like that, and I think it's a good idea as well. But I think they need to look at content. Because again, look, the systems team has been... Okay. The systems team has been picking away at, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit, that's disrespectful, but things that are less entangled in gameplay. With the exception of world restructuring, that one is. Like, you know what we need? Reworked raids. So you can open any raid boss you want, and change the LFG so you can actually ask for kill proof in a reasonable way, or ask for an achievement, right? Like, you need to be able to ping an achievement like that. That's the kind of systems change you need. You need fractals to be reworked, so agony is not this really scuffed-ass mechanic. That's what you need to do. You need to look at PvP, right, to try and make PvP actually alive. And they actually are doing that, to be fair. So that's, like, maybe not the best example. I like what they're doing with the ATs. For example, like, that's the kind of stuff that you've been going for. Like, I don't need a reticule on action camera. I want them to target the gameplay loops here.
I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to tier
Because that's where I really feel like a lot of updates to the game have fallen short, is that they're like, oh, that's a nice quality of life update. How does that change the game? And the answer is it doesn't. Like, I feel like ANET really need to do things that are going to actually change up the gameplay. Like, make the game feel different. Like, I'm playing a new version. Like, do you know what happened with Soto, guys? I finished Secrets of the Obscure, and I went back to the previous expansions the next day. My gameplay loop didn't change in any way. That, in the truest sense of the word, is a failure. If you release an expansion and your players, their gameplay loop is not changed, something has gone wrong. Something has gone very badly wrong, in my opinion. Yeah, that's another one. Fix the squad system. Why can't I advertise my group in the LFG and make it invite only? Why can't I do that? Why can't... I move the squad UI, for example, so I can put it in the middle of the screen. Why can't why can't I have squad UI in parties?
Break those catapults to pieces.
Yeah. Why can't I put markers down in fractals? Day one convergences with leaderboards would have changed your gameplay? Absolutely not, no. Convergences are not very good. No. It would have changed my opinion in the sense that, like, they did add something kind of that was supposed to kind of mix things up, but convergences aren't good, so unfortunately I can't say that. Basic agreement. Exactly. Like, yeah, that probably shouldn't cost any gold to be a commander. You're absolutely right. Like, why do you need that? Rifts did that for some people? I guess they did. That is fair. Rifts were a thing, but I also think rifts are extremely not good. First Garth. Did you say all the game needs is content? I mean, that's a slight oversimplification. Like, I do think all the game needs is content, and content is one of the best ways to actually change the gameplay loop, but it's not obviously literally the only thing the game needs. Yeah, I mean, going back to old content is tricky for Guild Wars 2 because their business model is so oriented around new players. Guild Wars 2 is a game that is very, very much for people who haven't played the game before. It's weird. Like, the amount of stuff that actually exists in the game and the way the game is developed, there's not a crazy amount for people who already play the game a lot. Do you think ANET will address criticism Soto, or will they ignore it? Well, they're doing a retrospective, so they almost certainly will, yeah. Here we go. Onwards.
Even more of Eparch's personal cortege. Take them out. Let's see if we can entice their leader to make an entrance.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things there, Jopperockle. So, obviously, I already have legendary armor. So, legendary armor isn't really a thing for me. I don't really care about rewards, only functionality. But there's also another thing. Like, there was nothing in Soto that was kind of the type of activity I like. There was no challenge. There was nothing that engaged me as a player on launch. The entire expansion was utterly trivial. None of the map metas were, like, really responsive to any kind of organization or, like, group community effort whatsoever. Like, the things that I'm looking for to kind of add into my schedule, basically, like things to add into the gameplay loop, were basically completely void in the expansion. Like, there just wasn't anything for me to do or engage with. How many bosses in on the Convergent CM full clear? I think this actually is the last one, I think. Oh, no, we haven't done Sorrow. Not a single thing. Even Ceres Legendary CM. Like, that came 6 months after launch. Yeah, that is good. But that was not launch. That was 6 months after launch. I don't have any quickness. I'm crying. Carrying the stick? No, absolutely not. I don't engage with the reward systems at all. I don't care about rewards. In any game, actually. I'm not a player that chases the carrot. Any carrot. There's nothing you can offer me that I'll care about. Yeah. I'm not that type of player. I'm here for the gameplay. I'm here for pressing buttons. I want to press my buttons. Let's go. I always get bamboozled about this, but shouldn't it be extrinsic rewards that I'm interested in? I don't think I'm interested in intrinsic rewards at all, actually, because intrinsic rewards would be like the reward is the thing itself. But no, that's not what I find rewarding or I find interesting. I find rewards that are more than the thing itself interesting, not just the thing itself. I don't fucking know. I don't understand how it works. Yeah. What if I offered Cone? I mean, yeah, Cone will be pretty good. Here we go. Yeah. But hang on, though. Is the outside of yourself. Actually, the thing... Hang on, I just Googled extrinsic. It says not part of the essential nature of someone or something, coming or operating from outside. I feel like it is extrinsic, because intrinsic, like, is the thing itself, but I don't care about the thing itself. I only care about what the thing itself represents, or like the journey, the process by which to acquire said thing, rather than the actual object. Like the journey, not the. I care about the journey, not the destination. The destination doesn't matter to me. Like only the journey does. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah. Yeah. But intrinsic is belonging naturally essential. It's like the essential thing. I don't fucking know. Yeah. I've got no idea. People use these terms in weird ways. Who knows? Either way, you guys know what I'm talking about. It doesn't really matter what word we use to describe it. What's going to be more functionality? We had to actually make a legendary relic. Would you do it for the functionality? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, having to play without legendary relic is fucking unplayable. Giving the legendary relic to me for free actually felt bad for me. Dude, honestly, Sneb got shit for this, but I stand with... Hashtag I stand with Sneb. Hashtag I stand with the goose. Making the legendary relic free was actually a bad idea. ArenaNet should have giga-chatted and said, you guys will earn it, you will grind it, and fuck you. That's what they should have said. Actually, giga-chad... Oh, wait, what? We picked the wrong one. Wait, dude... Wait, did the com get trolled? I thought they wanted to do Dreadwing, but we're doing this one again. Well, I guess maybe they changed their mind. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't paying attention. I voted for Dreadwing, because that's the one the com said we were doing. I'm not. I just want to be clear, guys. I'm innocent here. I didn't do this. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Don't blame me. I didn't do this. Should I play Engineer? Hell yeah, Engie's cool. Yeah, the axes are spinning. It's 4 per spin. Yeah. Maybe a gw2 regarding encounters. I actually am. Yeah, I'm just fucking lazy. And to be honest, look, I will be completely brutally honest here, Satan reviews. I feel very demotivated from kind of engaging in content creation right now because, I don't know, I'm just not enjoying it. I want to enjoy it, but everything's kind of depressing and miserable right now, and I don't really want to be depressed and miserable. Let's blast. Let's go. I think we should get gold here, actually. We have 10 minutes to beat this guy, right? Yeah, this looks good. This should be easy gold, I think. Yeah, people are holding their essence this time. I actually like that. That was a good call by the com. The com said, like, hold your essence until Zosier is sub 50%. I think that's actually a good call. Yeah. Yeah.
We wounded it.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yes, get your essence. Com knows what's up. Let's go. Incredible. Top 10 goon spots out yet? Yeah, that's like the video that I feel very passionately about. Essence. Rabadabadoba, thanks to the Prime. Prime sub. I love Prime subs, guys. I love people who subscribe with Twitch Prime. It feels extremely good. Subscribe today, guys, with Twitch Prime. Ah, yes, we have Aberrus. It's going to be great, guys. I'm going to bait all the drops here. So I'm going to do like 6 hours of Guild Wars 2 drop farming, then directly into Aberrus FC Mythic. Very fucking nice. Surely we don't die to Magmarax, right? Like, surely Magmarax won't break us. Skarn the Breaker. Skarn the Breaker. Magmarax the Breaker. Sarkareth also the Breaker. Get lost on Echo. Dude, Echo is free as fuck. Actual free. Wait, how much more eye level do we have? Don't we have way more eye level this time than we did last time? And we must have like at least another 5-10 eye level, right? Ow. So it should be Giga free, I think. I guess I could check the logs on what eye level we had last time. I think it was more like 515, I want to say. And now we're going to have, what, 525. Yeah. Man, I actually got a decent vault on my Demon Hunter. I got a Myth Ring with Leech, which is actually tempting, but I kind of want the Diurna Ring as well, actually. Because it's extra eye level, and the stats end up being kind of okay, because you overcap on stats so much that having Mastery isn't even bad for me, like, at that point. So that would be kind of interesting. But also, Myth Ring with Leech is really fucking high tier, honestly. And I also got Grief Torch as well. I have to pick between Grief Torch, Myth Ring with Leech. It's kind of tricky, actually. Yeah, I mean, I just need tier. I need Myth tier, actually. That's the big one for me. I just need a lot of Myth tier. I need Myth Chest, Myth Gloves, Myth Legs, Myth Head. And actually, I think I have Myth Head. I need, yeah, I just need Chest, Gloves. And then Legs, I just need a Myth piece in general. I need the cheat death, too. Surely I get it. I will get the cheat death. Very nice. Dude, this guy's got a portal set up. I'm essencing. I essenced. Let's go. I've been buffed now, too. You get 200 lifesteal on every attack, 25% rise, 20% movement speed, and then 100 HP regen per second. That also lasts for 5 minutes. It's pretty good. Oh. I think we're going to get gold. Whoa, my screen is yellow. This is free gold, guys. Absolutely free gold. Heal Scourge is so good on this one, actually. You just perma-res people. It's very good. How many gifts do you want to organize a 25-man Convergent CM? Well, it's 25. One for each player. Boom. Man, that would just take so fucking long, though, if it doesn't scale. Jesus. That'd actually be pain and suffering. Holy shit. Everyone's getting owned. Heal Scourge is here to save the day, though. Fast revives. Dude, the comm is just... is barking. They're ordering everyone around. You love to see it. I think if you wanted to do this with 25 people, you'd actually have to kind of try hard. Just because of, like, how much health it has. I wonder if you'd be in trouble with Essence as well. Because you know the problem you'd run into? The problem you'd run into is that you know, everyone can pick up every essence, right? Like, every single person can pick up every single essence. But what would actually happen if you have half the number of people? You essentially have access to half the number of essence. So you actually might run into issues with Zoja dying. Are they daily or infinitely repeatable? I think the adventures are probably daily, because that's how... I think... Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure doing more than one convergence a day isn't good. But I guess you can get the bonus chests from every CM every day, I want to say. So that's probably how it works. Yeah. I find Mr. Streamer to be a walking paradox. What do you mean by that? Will you run the new meta? Yeah, I could do the new meta after this, I guess. Is this a cutie patch? Well, it's got demons in it, so I'm not sure about that. Let's go. Pompa! You know what I love, guys? I love Twitch drops. I fucking love Twitch drops. Twitch drop gaming. Yeah, I think we are going to get gold. Look at this, guys. We're getting to the end. I'm rezzing. Rise. Nice. Here we go. Incredible. Afflicted's running every 6 seconds. Now that actually is objectively true. Objectively true, yeah.
Let's head back
nice. We have converged. I think it would be better with incorporeal. Are you at the war with an alpha? I am not. I am denied. Ah, it doesn't feel good. Insane run. Just came and didn't sniff the expert yet. Give you your honest opinion. In a word, I think it is the weakest Guild Wars 2 expansion. Yeah. That is the situation. Boom. Convergence system? I think I'm not sure about that. I feel like there is a version of convergences that's good, but it probably just looks a lot more like a private meta event rather than whatever a convergence is. Yeah. Frag remix. Frag. Metas, fractals, and strikes. Yeah, I know. I do know what you're saying there, though, actually. Reading the second half of your comment. It is like an extra thing that maybe shouldn't exist. I almost feel like combining it with open world would be better, right? Like, so why not bring back guild spawns, right? So you can start a meta anytime you want on a map with the guild spawn, and you can, like, trigger the meta to activate. And then on top of that, add completion times for meta events. Maybe not even with extra rewards. Maybe not even with more loot. Maybe you have the gold, silver, bronze system in open world metas, and at the end of the meta event, it just pops up and says, hey, you cleared this in 17 minutes. The best time this week was 13 minutes. And you almost combine them. That could be the way to go. How would you compare Soto against half of an EOD? That'd be roughly equal development time. Does it depend what half you pick? That's the question. I think EOD still comes out on top there. It had elite specializations. It also had 4 CMs that were all pretty good. I think my trim was maybe... My trim was a little easy, but I think that was kind of intentional. To be honest. So, yeah. I think, yeah, EOD will come out on top pretty well there. Because you had elite specs, 4 strike mission CMs that were pretty decent. The open one maps were good, one being pretty much the best map they've ever done with Dragon's End.
Your astral fluctuation. I'll need to focus on maintaining our tether to Tyria.
I'm a world record double IK. Look at me being cool. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, Lynn, I do. And I think it kind of gets Spurs a little bit engaged, gets Spurs a little bit excited. I think it's fun.
The best source of that here is going to be the essence that Eparch's...
Is the event hard? No, it's very easy. Yeah, Whittle likes the Prime. Nice Prime. 10-man convergent CMs would have been it. Yeah, I mean, they have to look very different, though, right? Because, like, the fact that you have to spread out so much means that doing it low-man is a bit impractical. 4 elite specs and 2 strikes, though, if it's in half. Well, that's why it's really hard to do it, right? Because, like... I mean, 4 elite specs is probably still better. It would just be weird, right? It would be very weird. Dr. Leet. Thanks for the Prime. I appreciate that, my friend. Very nice Prime, very nice sub. Hype train's beginning, guys. Let's get a fucking hype train going. I want to see some gifted subs. I want to see everyone tier 1 sub, everyone Prime subbing now, guys. It's time. It's time to hit the button. Join the hype train. I'm hyped for this hype train. I'm excited for this hype train. I want to see all of you excited for the hype train as well. Kind of in the end times, we hope ANET is still to turn things around. Next expansion. Doing better afterwards? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't see why not. Easy. There we go, boom. I say easy. Yeah, the thing is with, what do we even mean by the end times? What do we mean by this? Do you find any positives from Soto? I mean... I think they're really trying to fix systems in the game. Like, that would be like the thing that I think has gone the best. Like, they're trying to fix world versus world. They're actually even trying to fix PvP as well. They're trying to address core issues with the game, and I think that's good. Boom. That would be what I would say. Yeah, it really kind of depends what we mean when we say end times. Like, is the time of Guild Wars 2 being the MMO that is pushing the boat out and is innovating, is that time over? Man, this is gonna... I hate saying this because it's harsh, but yeah, probably. Right? Like, realistically, yeah, this game is not going to be the game that's going to push boundaries and is going to innovate. Like, that probably isn't going to happen anymore. But does that mean the game is bad? Absolutely not. I think Guild Wars 2 is still a great game, but, you know, it's in a very different state than it used to be, for sure. Ah. Taking this will prove too little too late. For PvP, yes. For world versus world, no. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of think that, I really like the PvP changes. I just wish they'd happened fucking 5 years ago, right? And, yeah, PvP, I don't think so. If I'm being honest, you know, I don't think that I don't think it can be recovered at this stage. No, I don't. World versus world, though, I think has a lot of potential.
Maybe we can lure out whoever's pulling their strings.
I'm in Group 5, Northwest. Let's go. What are the PvP changes on the armor costs? The one that I really like is the tournament changes. Like, guaranteed twice a year, Tournament of Legends. Weekly AT, really cool, actually. Big fan. I think those are great changes. And they're also fixing Jin's Dominion. That's also pretty good. And reward changes, I think, are always fun. Like, I think the changes are actually great. They're almost like exactly what... They're exactly what the scene needed to grow 5 years ago. And I like that. I think they're very good. They're almost exactly what I would have done. And that means I therefore agree with them. And they're objectively the correct decisions to make. Nice. They probably learn a fair bit for the vintage sample being so the story about being about Alejandro is much more interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the Demon Realm was pretty interesting. It didn't really work out well, did it? I think the premise of Soto is actually quite good. But I mean... Yeah, they probably learned a lot, and it will probably be... I think it's going to be, like, a similar amount of content, but probably more refined and probably better executed, I would say. A bit more polished. But I think it will be similar amount of content. I think it will be the same, like, volume, but it will be better, for sure. I definitely agree with you. Has one with show, don't tell. Yeah, but that's actually not Soto, though, in my opinion, Lynn. I feel like that's Guild Wars 2 story in general. Like, Guild Wars 2 story in general is that it's fucking exposition. It's like an absolute exposition frenzy. Like, the NPCs just don't shut up, and it's also unskippable. Enjoy it. Hey, thanks very much for the sub of the way, UCT George. Nice. No, yeah, I think there is a bit of a red herring that dragons were boring. I actually think the Icebrood Saga really showed that with Jormag. I think Jormag is one of the best villains they have ever written, actually, for Guild Wars 2. The Jormag, a very, very interesting character, in my opinion. But obviously, it didn't really work out. Like, it didn't... the story got flibbed, obviously. Yeah, Bangar was also a pretty interesting character as well. I think that Bangar was fun because he was very grounded. Like, in a lot of ways, very human, right? A very, you know, a character whose motivation was politics, essentially, right? It was less about, like, ending the universe. It was very political. And that's, like, a very well-grounded motivation that I think actually serves as not only a pretty nice contrast to the fantasy setting, but also, it is something that you can very easily kind of relate to, right? Like, you go, oh yeah, look what's happening, right? It's very, it is very contemporary. That is the correct word. It's it was a very contemporary villain, and I actually think that's really fun in games. It was grounded, it was contemporary, and it was a good contrast. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah. Well, I agree, yeah. Like, Soto is even more light on gameplay than before. So, yeah, I mean, if that's what you're saying, then I completely agree. Like, Soto was extremely light on gameplay. Like, it almost... man, you know, someone needs to do a playthrough and actually check how much of it is gameplay and how much of it is dialogue. Because, holy shit, it is incredibly low, in my opinion. It's a very, very low gameplay compared to just listening to NPCs talk. Yeah. Do you count bar filling gameplay? Actually, yes. Gameplay is gameplay. I like dialogue on my story. I like dialogue too, but it shouldn't... I also like playing my video game. Would you vote for Teapot as Extreme Guild Wars 2 president? Yes, no, or yes if Nike is vice president. If me and Nike rule Guild Wars 2, this would be simultaneously the best game of all time, but also the worst game of all time. Yes. It's over. New content is great. I mean, look, let me put it like this. The Soto content is very weak compared to every single previous expansion. Like, it's not like, oh wow, this is like, playing this makes me want to actually, I'm suffering, it's actually unpleasant to play this. Like, yeah, sure, it's pleasant enough to play. It's not, you know, a horrific, unfun experience, but it's a significant downgrade from the history of the game. Yeah. Compared to the tunnel, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the tunnel, I actually think that, yeah, the meta, yeah, you know what, I will actually even Giga Chad this. The tunnel is actually superior combat-wise to a lot of the Soto metas. It absolutely is, yes. Yeah. Yeah. The tunnel was bad, though. What tunnel? The Gaia Delves meta event. Oh my god. Actually, no. Dude, hang on. You might be right about the... Whoa. You might be right about the tunnel. I legitimately forgot about the second part of that meta event. With, like, the big boss at the end. Oh my god. I had actually erased that from my memory. I had, like, cleansed it from my neurons. I forgot it even existed. Like, now I'm remembering, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was one of the... That was rough. Okay, that was very, very rough. Excluding the difficulty, what do you think about the design of FEBICM? Actually, pretty solid. I think it's... I view it to be very similar to Tindral Sageswift in World of Warcraft in Yggdrasil, with a fight that's all about overlaps. I would say that it has some problems. I think Gluttony is not a very well-designed mechanic. I also think it has a lot of variance, especially if you do green strat. There is very high variance on that encounter, which I think isn't ideal. Yeah, very funny. Yo, thanks TGD, I appreciate that, bro. But I actually think the design is very solid. I do not like how much variance there is. I'm not a huge fan of Malice's being RNG, or like pure RNG, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of Green's. Well, no, green RNG is actually fine. That's like a pure skill issue, like, especially on regular CM. On Embodiment of Sin, it's very high variance because you have to do greens and envy at the same time. That's very high variance. But that's more an issue with Embodiment of Sin, in my opinion. I don't really like. I think a lot of what I'm saying now is actually viewed through the lens of Embodiment of Sin. Let me recalibrate. Like, Malice RNG and Green RNG is pure cancer on Embodiment of Sin, but that's not actually FEBICM. On FEBICM, I actually think Green RNG is fine. Malice RNG is a little bit sus. If both of your healers get the green, get the Malice, I think it's actually a bit cursed if that happens. Which is a little bit unfortunate, sub 10%. But yeah, honestly, like, my only actual thing that I don't like about FEBICM is Gluttony. I think Gluttony is a ludicrously overtuned mechanic, and it's also variance. You can actually kind of get fucked. Not that hard, to be honest, on Ceres Legendary or even Ceres CM regular. But I don't like that it is very random with how it works. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, honestly, I'd say everything is good except Gluttony. Like, yeah, Gluttony is cursed, but everything else actually very solid. I think highlights actually kind of go out to Greens and also Despair. I think Despair is really good, the A at the pools. And yeah, I like Despair. I like Malice, actually. I think arguably it could be making Malice baitable in some way, but soft baitable. When I say soft baitable, I think it could be like, it goes on 3 of the 5 closest players. So there's still some variance, or furthest players even. So there's still variance within that, but it's not like pure RNG. if that makes any sense. Like, there's some room for that there. And I think in compensation, there should be a mechanic that's also baited exclusively on the closest people as well, so they have to deal with it. All that kind of stuff. So I think there's a few design tweaks that I'd make to reduce the variance, but it is very good overall, in my opinion. I think a special shout-out actually goes to Envy. I think if you take Envy away from that, the fight gets way more boring. Like, Envy actually makes a lot of the overlaps interesting. Specifically, at sub 10%, I really think that Envy makes that fight good. To be honest, especially when you end up with the double beam overlaps, when there's two beams going at the same time, one from the ad, one from the boss. I actually think that is a really big highlight of the entire fight in terms of its mechanical design, actually. Why do RNG mechanics feel so much worse in Guild Wars 2 shots compared to WoW raids? It's because in WoW raids, the mechanics are soft RNG. So mechanics will go on ranged players or melee players, and they'll be designed around that. Like, you're not going to get a mechanic that's going to completely fuck you in WoW. That's not really how the... you know, weirdly enough, this is, I mean, you saw me talking with Max about this, and this is correct. You know where it does feel really bad? Farak. Farak Mythic was very RNG, and it was actually very obvious during Worlds First, by the way, that they were getting screwed. It's very similar to Greens on Embodiment of Sin, actually. If the wrong people got fire, and Max said as much, right? If the wrong people got firestorms, or the wrong people got blazes and then firestorms afterwards on Farak, who were carrying the seeds, or if it was healers, like if all your healers got firestorm, G, have fun with that. Yeah, like, that is an example of terrible RNG, like, very aggressive and very high variance in a World of Warcraft fight, and it wasn't good, to be honest. And I think both teams actually complained about this, and again, like, I was, you know, I chatted with Max about this. Yeah, it was obvious in the Race to Worlds First that sometimes they would just get fucked. Like, it was like, oh, yeah, all the healers got firestorms, so they aren't able to heal correctly. Oh, yeah, the people who have the seeds all got blazes. Yeah, have fun with that. Like, you're actually, like, in living hell mode, like, when something like that happens in that fight. And that's because the blazes were not targeted, right? They were pure variance, basically. And the same with the firestorms. They were also pure variance, except they wouldn't go on tanks. They would go on any DPS or healer. Like, that level of variance is too aggressive. The funnel spawns, that's also true, yeah. Phase 1 is also very high variance. It's kind of, I feel like it's not as bad, though, because it is kind of a skill issue, I feel like, most of the time. Like, unless it's very extreme, but yeah, I know what you mean. Boom, we did it. We have converged. Yeah. Max about Saris. Now, I talked a bit with Max about, like, Dragonflight raid bosses. We did our tier list of all the Dragonflight raid bosses. Boom. Very, very nice. Do you like the design around the resistance wearing off for the Malice ads? I'm not totally convinced that was intentional, to be honest, but I think it worked out well. Like, the thing that does scare me a little bit about Ceres, I think there were a lot of happy accidents on Ceres. Ceres, they were very fucking lucky with Ceres. If that boss had a little bit more health and you had to do the despair into green overlaps, oh boy, that would have been a spicy one. Like, they were kind of lucky, to be honest. And yeah, like, if Malices didn't do that, then the fight, I mean, the fight wouldn't be impossible because you would have to do basically what unit does, like the unit strat essentially, but it would have changed things a lot. It's kind of a happy accident, like I said. Yeah. And EOS. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it would just make EOS straight up impossible. Maybe? If a few things were different. But yeah, there's some kind of thoughts on Ceres. I think it's very high tier, yeah. Captain mechanics, let's say proximity. Yeah, like, yeah. HTCM's spread mechanic design is good, yeah. It's a good mechanic. Alright, okay, I'm doing the meta, I guess. Let's go. Bleb boing. Every day I bleb my boing. Quite a few of the newer counters feel like a fuck you to melee. I mean, it's more that melee builds just aren't really good enough to justify getting punished as hard as they do, but kind of, yeah. Indeed. Yeah. Tries and Warrior. Alright, I'm making a squad for the meta. Let's go. I'm done converging. Ah, nice. Scale's got 3 bleb boings. 3 bleb boings. Very, very nice. Alright. I think they have fixed the meta. Or at least it's worked every time so far. So that feels pretty good. Buff Ellie. It's a good time to return to Ghosts melee enjoy. I mean, yeah, honestly, it's fine. Like, it's just that, yeah, melee builds are... I mean, look, melee builds are legitimately a bit underpowered right now. Like, that's the situation, right? Like melee builds are underpowered.
Yes.
At the end of the day. But, you know, they'll fix it. Oh, I have Mini Pather. Yeah, where did this come from, actually? Boom. Mini obtained. Roguelike kind of dungeon. This game doesn't need any more game modes. We do not need any more game modes, and we certainly need fucking Torghast.
They try to stick their horns in you, kill them.
Not good.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Also, Green Death gifting a sub. Very nice. But yeah. Anyway, like I said, the only thing that isn't good about Ceres is Gluttony. Everything else, actually very high tier. I rate it very highly as an encounter. Nice. You love to see it. What is this clip? Satan reviews. I feel very demotivated from kind of engaging in content creation right now because... no, I'm just not enjoying it. I want to enjoy it, but everything's kind of depressing and miserable right now, and I don't really want to be depressed and miserable.
Why that
That's
clip?
class.
Wait. Okay, hang on. Whoever posted this is not even a spicy one, okay? And also, this is very out of context, by the way. This is really out of context, because I was specifically saying that, like, the conversation media around the game is depressing. I didn't actually say the game is depressing. I said, like, the atmosphere, the conversation, the community is negative. And I said that I didn't want to be involved in that. This is actually... I don't like this clip. This is actually very out of context, to be honest. It's also an incredibly Yeah, actually, hang on. Fuck this post. This is actually misleading. I'm actually reporting this. Yeah. This title is bullshit. I was talking specifically about not wanting to engage in the conversation around the game, not the game itself. This is bullshit. This is a bullshit post. I'm actually reporting this. I'm not gonna lie. This is very misrepresentative of what I was actually saying. Fuck this. No, I'm not interested. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not having that. I'm not having that, to be honest. This is not it was not what I was talking about at all. Like, completely, unbelievably misleading, actually. Yeah. Incredible.
Ramsey speaks highly of General Nephis.
Coherencies could make a bump on a spider not sound exciting. I just don't see what difference one demon...
Satan reviews. I'm fucking deleting this clip. This is cringe. Yes. I paid the 8 Zodra and Fractal GTFO. Honestly, I actually do think taking it down that dark path could have been pretty interesting. Like, no joke. I think if they did make it darker, that would have been fun, actually, yeah. And something a bit fucked up had happened. Like, either Isgaran kind of does something a little bit anti-hero, a little bit villain, a little bit war crimey, and it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, Wayfinder, we need to purge the Cryptis, and that means your, you know, your fucking demon mommy, Pather, she's gotta go, right? That would have been like, ooh, what's going on here? Yeah, that would be, you know, a little spicy, right? Isgaran just fucking nukes Nyos. Let's get a little frisky, you know? But yeah, it was very vanilla, right? Yeah. Yes. Incredible. You love to see it. That made me instantly respect Sota. Yeah, that would have been pretty Giga Chad, right? Like, we go for a little twist, a little, you know, a little twist. Alright, okay, I'm putting the LFG, then I'm going to quickly be right back, guys. I'm going to grab some water. Maybe get a cup of tea, actually. I've been streaming for a bit. And then I'll be back. There we go. Alright. Meta. I'm going to say, yeah, wait. Dude, I can't say Gunas only, right? Like, there's... I'm not, like, we can't do that. Okay, but... okay, okay. Big blasters. There we go. Like, we'll do that. Yeah. There we go. Meta big blasters. That's gonna be the situation. All right, here we go. Ah, yes. Very good. I need to write a comment on the Reddit, actually. Very nice. There we go. All right, okay. We're in the LFG. You guys start filling the little bar. You guys are filling the bar for me, and I'm going to quickly BRB. And then we will activate. Here we go. It's Jova. Okay, give me one sec, guys. I am going to be back. I'm back. Yo, Luarin with a raid. Luarin, of course, Cute Gamer Girl's leader. Let me just let's just get this done, guys. Let's go ahead and decline this invite. Okay. Right, I'm back. Weird democracy happen. What is this? Wait, 1,000 gold giveaway. Type hi in the chat to enter. Guys, do not listen to his lies. Okay, we're nearly done with this event. Let's get going. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Good. We all...
Oh shit, wait, the East meta's already going. What the fuck? I guess we're gonna help out with that, huh? What tea are you having? How do you make it? I got Birchall tea right now. And I just go, no milk, no sugar. Black tea. Love to see it. All right, let's go get some of the juice. No, guys, it's obviously not actually a giveaway. I'm deleting the message. Boom. Nice. Where's the frag VTuber? Wait, what? We're getting... Wait. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can bring the VTuber thing. Where was the... I had it installed, because Sedius made me... Sedius made one for me. Let me see if I can actually get it working. Where is it? What was the software called? I can't remember what the software was called. Does anyone know what it's called? So I can find it. Ah, no. Maybe I'll do it later. Control-Alt-Defeat. Good name. With the Prime. Very nice. Live 2D? Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what software I had. Because, yeah. I had a VTuber. Avatar. Had it locked in. Incredible. Alright, let's go get the... Oh, wait. Oh, I was too slow. I got distracted. Unlucky. You hate to see it. Congratulations to Rated for winning 1,000 gold. But here's the twist, guys. He won 1k gold in retail WoW. That would actually be a really good bait. Like, yeah, guys, we're doing a 10,000 gold giveaway. But it's not Guild Wars 2 gold, it's retail WoW gold. Oh man, that's funny. 1k in retail? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Now to power our attack with the very enemies set against us. Poetic.
How much is that in Guild Wars 2 gold? It's like... Wait, 1,000 gold? Yeah, it's like 1 gold, honestly. It's like nothing. Well, maybe more like, like 20 gold? No, it's really not that much, actually. No, it is like 1 gold. Yeah, 1k gold is like 1 gold. Yeah, it's like nothing, yeah. Yeah, yeah, maybe like, yeah, like 5 gold, 5 gold. Yeah, it's not much. It's hard to say, isn't it? Oh, I need to deposit my essence. Hang on, let's go. Ooh. We do a Soto review this stream. I do want to do a Soto review. I do want to do a proper scripted video though, because I want it to be relatively concise, or at least not, or at least have some structure to it. But I'll probably do some stream stuff as well, yeah. Like, I might have to... I'm not sure if I have time to make everything. 1k gold in SOD? Dude, SOD gold is giga inflated because there's so much gold buying now. Like, almost everybody buys gold. Everyone I know... I've only gone to SOD. Do you know why Jake has 800 gold in SOD? He fucking buys gold. Like, everyone in my guild buys gold. Everyone... Like, no joke. Everyone who plays Vanilla WoW buys gold. Seriously, literally everyone. Every single person who plays that buys gold. That is just the reality. Yeah.
Hurry now, Ramses. Fire away.
Yeah.
Acknowledged. Firing.
Chatting about it now, I'm very curious. So, I would say that there's a couple of pretty strong things about. If I had to describe Soto, it would be pretty stylish, but lacking in substance, I think. Like, the presentation, I think, is quite strong. I think the story started out pretty good. Definitely fumbled a little bit towards the end. 100%. And I think things look good. I think things sound good. I think the world is pretty well realized, actually. I quite like it. I like the idea of the demon realm. I like the idea of the wizards. And they do a really good job of making it kind of weird. You know, the wizards have their own, like, special culture. They're very alien to how you'd expect. Like, all the terrain, all the art style, all the sound, it's very different. It looks different, it sounds different, like, the people are different. I think that's really, really good. Like, the thing that really is where the game struggles right now is that the gameplay just isn't good. Right, to be honest. Like, I'm not going to mince words here. The gameplay is very weak in this expansion. The encounter design, and I'm not talking about, Teapot, you only want hard raids, don't you? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the open world as well. I'm talking about everything. Like, the actual combat experience in this game is lacking. There's not enough to kind of, to get away with that. I also think, in retrospect, weapon mastery was a mistake. They should not... They probably shouldn't have allowed you to use all weapons regardless of elite specialization. I actually think that was probably not the play at this point. I think they should have just done the new weapons, and they probably shouldn't have done weapon mastery, I think. What's wrong with new weapons? Because what's happened is that the elite specialization weapons have become kind of giga good. Like, if you can use them, you do use them. It's actually kind of, I don't like the word homogenized because people misuse that word a lot, but it has kind of reduced diversity in a sense because you just, now you have no reason to not use them, pretty much, if that makes any sense. It makes it very, yeah, it reduces the amount of variety because the elite strike weapons are just good, right? Like, you just, like, you always take them, pretty much. But nothing gameplay with X-Pack at launch. I agree, but it should have been the new weapons. Again, you're kind of now touching on another really good point. And that really good point is that the expansion did not have anything. There's, you know, like, the expansion did not have anything on launch, not really. There wasn't a big chase reward on launch. Legendary armor came much later. The legendary relic also wasn't on launch. That came much later. There was no, like, crazy big grind that happened immediately on launch for players to go after. There also wasn't a lot of gameplay change on launch. The gameplay loop, like, they added rifts, but yeah, no. Not ideal in my opinion. Like, even convergences didn't exist then. The meta events, I think, were very lackluster combat-wise. The strike missions were only normal modes, so nothing really super engaging. And also, strike mission is, this is what we can start to really get. See why I wanted to do a video, guys? See what I'm talking about here? See what I'm talking about? The strike missions were lost. Okay, they have very high HP, but no mechanical punishment on normal mode. Who is that difficulty for? Who are those normal mode strike missions for, guys? Seriously, that's not a rhetorical question. Who are they aimed at? They are
boring for players who have high DPS and can clear them in a reasonable amount of time, and even with good DPS, they're kind of long, and they're just painfully slow for people who just want to kind of dip their toe in and have some fun. Like, the actual, like, new content on launch was just weird. The strike missions, the tuning was very, very unusual. No challenge mode as well. It's like, that also didn't exist at the same time. The weekly clear gang, who are they? I mean, are they even for weekly clear gang though? Did like people who do like weekly raids and weekly raids and strikes really like the how long those strike missions took and how easy they are? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What is one elite spec weapon that isn't used anymore because of Weapon Master? I think Elementalist actually got shafted here the hardest, Jasper. I'm not sure I can, off the top of my head, like, list all the ones that weren't used, but look what happened to Ellie, right? Ellie went from actually having a couple of different builds to every single one is using Sword Warhorn, right? They're all using Sword Warhorn. If that makes any sense. Like, that's kind of, that's like an example of the potentially corrosive effect that Weapon Mastery had. Is that you have incredibly powerful weapons that suddenly became you are going to use this on every single build because it is just objectively the best choice all the time. Yeah, they did nerf Warhorn, to be fair, actually, so they did handle that, but yeah, it is what it is. Oh, yeah, until they added Pistol, right? Like, yeah, and then they added Pistol and that one superseded it, like, at least in the Condi sense, but yeah. Yeah. Tank Sponge Strike allow you to practice your rotation or alt classes. That what? I mean, yeah, that is like the ultimate devil's advocate position, I guess. I don't know. I mean, they made them have insane HP so you could use them as a rotation grinding dummy. I mean, I don't know about that one, son, but I mean, mate, okay, yeah, yeah. And also, it did actually highlight, I think Weapon Mastery also highlighted some design issues, actually. It had a couple of design issues with elite spec weapons. A lot of them were very generic, not specialized. A lot of these weapons, they were too good at everything, right? Like, you're always going to want to use them, like, all the time. Which I think is not really what you want. You want weapons to be much more specialized, so that you don't, you know, yeah. Gonna get the tier 2? Nah, I don't have legendary armor from open world. I probably won't go for it, no. Yeah. Oh, no, the ETA for the patch preview? Oh, yeah, it's on the Friday. This Friday. For the balance patch, yeah. Nice. You love to see it. Now you have to balance all the ones for all specs, PvE, PvP, world versus world. I mean, every time they add new stuff, they do that, so I guess. You can't deny the new medium cine arm looks sick. I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah, when it comes down to that, look, the big underlying thing for the expansion is that the gameplay is just not that hot, to be honest. That is where it has its weaknesses. And also, I think from a story perspective, I really think the story lacked gameplay as well. A lot of the story is dialogue, especially the post-expansion content. I think there was a bit more gameplay in the pre-expansion content. They did pad it out with rifts, but I actually don't really have as much of a problem with that as many other people seem to. But yeah, almost all of the content is exposition post-expansion. I actually think, honestly, that's an entire video topic on just the post-expansion stuff. Like, the post-expansion stuff in Soto is actually a little bit concerning. In my opinion, they have not shown that they can execute story content at the level that I think their players expect. With this new model, they have not demonstrated that they can execute open world content at a level that their players expect with this new model. That is concerning. Very concerning, in my opinion. And those two things are the most important things for the game. I'm not going to go ego and say strikes are more important, which is quite the irony, actually, because the one thing they did do extremely well, actually, in the post-expansion updates was strike missions, specifically Ceres. Dagda was obviously not good, but actually Ceres is pretty much the best encounter they've ever done in the game. So, and that's pretty much the only thing, in my opinion, that went really well, content-wise, that is, post-expansion launch. Yeah. Do you prefer playing events where you fill the green bar? I honestly don't hate it. Like, you know, I don't mind it. I think it would be better if it was actually more directed. If it was more go and do the meta event. I actually think that would have helped, actually, in this one in particular. If you go straight into the story, it actually doesn't make sense. I think the game should probably have forced you to do the meta event before the story. No joke. Because if you actually do it the other way around, it straight up doesn't make sense. The story assumes, actually, that you have played through the meta event, you've beaten back Epoch, and you're now basically chasing him into the throne room to finish him off. It actually just straight up does not make sense if you don't do the meta first. Like, and you might go, oh, well, don't force people to do meta events. Well, that's fair. I think that's a fair position. But then they shouldn't design the story in such a way that it assumes you've done the meta event, right? If they're going to do that, right? If you're going to do that, then don't do it that way. Melee hate, at least you have a bit more variety in which DPS you could bring. But the thing is, Ceres actually doesn't have that much melee hate. The times where you lose uptime on melee are actually the same times that you lose uptime on range. For example, in Phase 2, right, in Phase 3, yeah, you're talking about when you have to portal out to do the double sets of despairs. You actually lose uptime on most of your range classes there too, actually. Like when you're placing those lines down, not all of your range builds can attack. It was actually very close to melee being good. Melee is just underpowered. Like there's not, the melee hate on Ceres is actually not that bad, in my opinion. If you play correctly anyway. Like if you play correctly, like you can have good uptime. Melee builds are actually going to perform pretty damn well in Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Ceres. You fall off in Phase 3, but that's actually because melee builds are just straight underpowered. Like, yeah, a melee build that does 45k DPS compared to Convert, which is, what, 42k DPS? That's not enough of a trade-off, right? Like, 1200 range for 3k DPS is a really bad deal for the melee build. Melee builds are not hated out on, actually, on Ceres. They're just underpowered. Yeah. I think that sounds like a boss design issue. No, it is a balance issue. No, it is a very strict balance issue. Yeah. And Ekler, yeah, I can actually go watch the video. And by the way, guys, I'm actually going to say something here. I'm actually going to show you this. And I will make a statement as well. This strategy is not this strat. This is a melee strat. You see this, guys? They're doing this. This strategy, in my opinion, is straight up better than the one I used and SC used. This one. With these soul beasts. Because they did something very clever here. They actually had their soul beasts all use invuln pets to invuln all of the damage coming through from the despairs. This allowed them to very easily stack the despairs while also maintaining uptime. And of course, they use portals here on their chronomancers instead of using virtuosos like we were doing. This strategy, in my opinion, is actually superior to the more conventional virtuoso strategies that was being used by the other teams. If they had played more, they almost certainly would have got worlds first. It's maybe not the highest DPS strategy because, of course, they are playing melee builds, so there's some uptime issues there. But in terms of progression, this probably was actually the superior strategy. They actually approached the progression a lot more chill than the other groups did, but they were doing entirely their own thing, and I actually think it is superior. So the premise is actually kind of flawed here in a pretty interesting way. Like, the idea that this build massively punishes melee builds, I'm not actually sure if that is even true. Like, if we do an analysis of what's going on here. And like how this group actually tackled legendary CM progression. Because you can see here that they 100% do this. This is legendary, this is legendary. I'm just saying, this is legendary. This is not regular CM, this is legendary progression. And you can see the gameplay here. They are able to clear it just fine. And, you know, here it is. Legendary Ceres is NA first, of course. I think overall world 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, if they had played more, they probably would have killed it earlier. Again, because like I think they just didn't put as many hours as some of the other groups, which is fair, right? They were, it's a bit more awkward for NA anyway because of when the content launches, to be honest. But yeah. Oh yeah, unit cleared first. Yeah, I forgot about that clear. Yeah. But yeah. So again, yeah, this was with busted Mace Soul Beast, but that's kind of my point, right? It's just that, yeah, a lot of melee builds, in my opinion, are just undertuned compared to their ranged counterparts. Yeah, the new meta on the timer. I don't think it doesn't have a timer, Nike. It just starts, right? Because it's reliant on the other two ones. I'm also trolling. Let's go. Let's get involved. Get me in. Okay, hang on, Nike. I'm gonna put it to yes with approval. Yeah, we've got a spot. Nike, join. I'll accept you. Yeah, we're good. There's one person offline anyway. Yeah. Want to get back to Guilds too? Stick with those. Oh, I mean Harold is really good right now. Boom. Enjoy. Is it bad they locked episodes? If they locked story mission until you completed the meta? I don't think so, no. One thing that I actually don't like about the way they do the story now, actually, is that, is actually the, you know how you have to get to level 70 to get the next step of the story? I actually don't like that. I much preferred it when it was like a constant string that was pulling you forwards, even though it was a higher level for you, and it would warn you, hey, you're a bit too low level, but it was kind of pulling you through the world. I don't like the discontinuity of the way some story is handled now, actually. Oh yeah, hang on, I need to accept you. Yep, there you go, you're in. Boom. Well, you get another Sarah CM Lex expansion. NASCH is properly organized. The trouble is that proper organization is very unlikely because one encounter here isn't enough to kind of warrant that type of effort to like stick people in the game. And also being good at games is very much like exercise, right? Like you got to use it or lose it. And if you want to actually be good and you want to actually have a high skill level, you need to constantly play. Like truth is, if I wanted to make a team, I would... Man, like, my ultimate PvE progression team is almost certainly going to be basically the NA PvPers, because, in my opinion, the NA PvPers are pretty much the only players in the game who play in the correct way, if that makes any sense. I look at a player like Jaden, and I go, actually, this is the correct type of player that you want on World's First Progression. Very engaged and... plays the game a lot. Same with someone like Grimjack. I think that team is pretty much the, or rather, the players like that, those players on NA, are pretty much the only people who play the game that way, like, who play enough to actually do it right. And it's very difficult to kind of maintain that level of energy, actually, in Guild Wars 2. Did there something harder? Wait. Harder version of CM? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. It's like it's got more health than regular CM. I would really like to make a team that actually does progression properly in this game, but it's just extremely difficult to do it. It is hard. What do you say that's not Herald, Guardian, or Warrior? Necro, obviously. Let's go. Boom. If their main game is Ghost or enough for race? Nah, no. Like, the maining a game is not enough. You have to actually try. 2 CMZ with a new model? Yeah, but they're not both going to be, like, Ceres, right? Potentially. I don't think they do... 2 Cereses a year would probably be maybe a little bit... Because, look... We already saw some problems with this. Yeah. We already saw some problems with Soto, in my opinion. Like, where was the content for mid-core players? I guess you could say Dagda, but Dagda wasn't particularly good. There actually isn't very much mid-core content. Like, Ceres CM is way too hard. Like, if they do... Nerf Ceres, no. Nerf Ceres is barely easier than Legendary. Not even close. Like, no fucking way. is way too hard for mid-core players. I'm talking about like the type of player who likes to like full clear raids every week and maybe does fractal CMs. That's where like the majority of people are in the endgame scene. Ceres is way too hard for that, not even close. With that one. Yeah. And realistically, in my opinion, if they want to do endgame content, they have to make legendary mode a thing in every piece of content that they do, and they also need to add CM, and it needs to be significantly easier. There needs to be an actual good difficulty gradation, mechanically and numerically, between normal, CM, and legendary. I think legendary should basically be where Ceres is. Probably harder, actually. They should make it it should be harder than Ceres. Legendary mode, that is. CM should be probably around raid CM difficulty. I think is actually a really solid difficulty level. And then I think normal mode should be basically open world difficulty. Maybe like a little bit harder than open world. Maybe a little bit like a convergence in terms of its difficulty. Like a challenge mode convergence. Like similar difficulty to challenge mode convergence should be normal mode. Almost like WoW? Yes, obvious. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean obviously to be flippant towards you, actually, but yes, of course. World of Warcraft does this very well. It does this extremely well, in fact. Yes. Is Ceres harder than HCCM? Much harder. Much, much, much harder. There's something to be said for power creep. Like, HCCM now is very easy compared to how hard it was on launch, because you didn't have Power Corrupt Herald back then, you didn't have Vindicator Power Corrupt back then, you didn't have all of the massive power creep in general, like Reaper, for example, that's also happened since then. Like, damage has gone up a lot since HTCM, but yeah, broadly speaking, yeah, it's much harder. Yup. As long as they keep releasing new content. I mean, yeah, it is, but I don't think it's good, because I thought Guild Wars 2 is supposed to not do that. Like, whenever I say, oh, you know, it doesn't really matter that content in WoW isn't evergreen because, you know, they release a lot of it. People always say, oh, but in Guild Wars 2 it stays relevant forever. No, it doesn't. Like, HDCM is kind of irrelevant at this point because it's been power crept to the point of just kind of being not really that hard anymore. I think that's undesirable. I don't like that. I think HCCM should be frozen in time and remain as it was. Same thing with Ceres, right? Like, it makes me really sad that it's entirely possible, if not likely, that Ceres eventually will become kind of trivial, like simply because of power creep. That doesn't feel good. With how balanced was when content released, which I think was the hardest content in-game, it's still Ceres. Just the way green circles work makes it significantly harder than HTCM. And also the DPS check is much higher. The DPS check on HTCM, even on launch, honestly wasn't that high. On Ceres, it was pretty tight, to be honest. It actually required you to actually kind of think like a speedrunner to clear it on launch, in the sense of maximizing your uptime and actually doing a pretty decent rotation. Like, Ceres just requires like a significantly higher degree of mechanical skill and proficiency at doing the mechanics correctly. Also requires more strategy as well. HTCM is not, you don't really require a lot of strategy and like theorycraft to handle it, whereas you basically just brute force the fight, more or less. Ceres is much more technical. Is it trivial for organizers? It's too hard to pug for the larger community misses out? True, yeah. Because you still need like specialized roles and stuff, and you do need some like tech to beat it, but it's like just enough tech that it's not super realistic to be pugged, to be honest. And yeah, it's still a little bit too hard to really be pugged outside of Discord communities, where of course you can 100% pug it on like the Void Lounge or whatever, but not so much in the LFG. How honest will ANET so lessons blogs be? Mostly marketing speak? Well, it is what you mean. I actually really respect Grouch. I think Grouch is an excellent game director and also an excellent communicator. He's gonna be honest, but it depends what people want. If, you know, would it be funny if he's like, oh yeah, you know that guy who designed Dagda CM? Holy shit, what a terrible dev. That was a fuck up, huh? Like, oh boy, yeah. Like, he's not gonna do that. But yeah, I think he'll be candid for sure. I think he's a very open communicator. But, you know, he's not just going to, like, say, oh, yeah, it was dog shit. Like, it depends what we mean by marketing speak, and it depends what we mean by honest, right? Like, I think he'll be honest, yeah. I think accountability will be taken for, like, mistakes or whatever, and like, points of improvement will be pointed out, and sure. Yeah. Will you say this particular item did not work? It probably wouldn't be as direct as that. It will be more like, yeah, you know, this didn't turn out how we intended, right? Like, if that makes any sense. It's going to be like that. I could 100%, I would expect communication similar to that. Like, or, the phrase that he says missed the mark. That's the phrase Grouch uses a lot of the time, is missed the mark. So I would expect some communication like that, for sure. Like, you know, this is what we were aiming for, and we didn't hit the mark on that. And I think that's completely fair. I think it would be unfair to expect him to outright say, and like throw his team under the bus. Like throw the devs under the bus. Because he's already done that. Like, you should expect, you know, you should expect what we already have seen. Like, he's made a couple of comments like this regarding, like, some of the things that they've done in Soto. Request to get Grouch on tea time. Yeah, I would love to have Grouch on tea time. But yeah. He's a busy guy. I set the bar feature. Will the next one be the true bar? I think the next one will be a more accurate representation of what the future of the game looks like. Because Soto is, like, inherently scuffed, yeah? It is inherently a bit scuffed. Because it is a bit kind of a, we're figuring this out, like, how are we doing this? All that kind of stuff. But yeah, when it comes to like the world's first stuff, you really need to have like a I don't know. Like Guild Wars 2 is not really set up to have stuff like that. I mean, hell, look, like of all the good guilds, like speedrun guilds in the game, like not many people even bothered, right? Like if it wasn't, guys, think about this. If I had said, fuck it, I'm not feeling like playing, and I hadn't basically thrown together a pug group like at the last second, from just like some players that I knew, and like, you know, like the fungus team, and like we'd thrown that together, including, by the way, a full literal last day recruit, Luaran, because we didn't actually have a full 10, and some of our members ditched on day 1 of progression. Spin didn't want to play, right? If I hadn't do that, there would be no world's first race. Like, it's important to actually understand what's going on there. If I hadn't bothered, there wouldn't have been a race. And my team, obviously, my team has good players on it. I'm not here to disrespect the players, but it was scuffed as hell. Like, we didn't practice, we didn't train, people were not in shape, mechanically, like, skill-wise, like, mechanical skill-wise, we absolutely were not in shape. And we just fucking YOLO'd it, right? Yeah. And that's not to disparage the race. I actually think it turned out really well, obviously. You know, it turned out to be a really exciting event. But to be clear, we're not in the stage where we have this, like, real, you know, like, very solid, like, race to world's first kind of culture set in the game. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Wait. With the essays, okay, just make sure the video YouTube links are not unlisted. Wait, why do people even remember this? It's not on purpose. It's a method to our madness. Wait, really? Why? That's actually a very interesting statement. Why is that done on purpose? That is very interesting. Look, I'm not even trolling. I'm trying to think why. I'm trying to think why that would be the case. What video is unlisted? I think Wait, yeah, wait, actually, what are they talking about? Are they talking about the trailers? Or are they talking about the little, like, the Twitter videos that they do? The Fractal trailer is unlisted for the tower? Wait, why would they do that? Yeah, Bolgotter is a marketing specialist. Digital marketing specialist for ArenaNet now. Wait, why would they leave it unlisted? Does anyone actually know? I actually don't know. Whoa, we've got AoEs all over the place here. Oh yeah. Yeah, the Fractal trailer is unlisted. About the Vault, then the algorithm will deprioritize into the low views, so they run launch trailers. I'm just trying to see what WoW does. I mean, look, this is for a very minor patch. This is for a very minor patch in WoW, by the way. And they've done a trailer, and here it is. And it's not even high views. This is only 90k.
It's better if I keep my.
This is not a lot for WoW, and they still do it. I don't know.
The void. Actually, your connection to the void is why I asked you here.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, I guess this was on. This was a launch. I guess this was a launch trailer, though. Actually, so maybe they only want to do launch trailers. But they didn't do a launch trailer for the Fractal either, did they? So maybe it's because they only want to post content when it's actually out. Yeah, and I guess they do pre-patch trailers for some stuff, right? Like here's a pre-patch trailer for Cataclysm, as well. I don't fucking know. Oh yeah, wait. Oh actually, oh dude, yeah. Actually the Dark Heart teaser did pretty well, actually, huh? What's the view range? I guess they get like 150k views. Like the smaller one, like the little ones get like 50k. And they get some of that. Dude, epic gameplay and upsets. Venruki's 5 clutch healer plays. That one did not do well. Dude, man, poor Venruki. No one wants to see his clutch healer gameplay at AWC 2024. You fucking hate to see it. That's rough. Man, that's really interesting. People really don't give a shit about the AWC that much, but it actually gets a lot of views on Twitch. It gets like 20k views. 20k live viewers, that is, on Twitch. But people on YouTube, it is not about it, huh? WoW PvP? Dude, people are really about the, yeah. 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 PvP Omega lol. Yeah. But hang on a minute. Am I not crazy here? If they don't post content like this, then they're obviously not going to get views on it, right? I don't know. Look, I'm not a marketing specialist, guys. I actually think, look, if they say they've got a reason, I'm inclined to believe them. It is what it is. I know nothing. Remember how Asmongold says WoW has the best PvP? I mean, honestly, I think people are fools to mock it. Remind me again, guys. Which game has a professional PvP scene? Is it Guild Wars? Oh, no, it's World of Warcraft, isn't it? Ah, yeah, it's World of Warcraft. Yeah. So, I'm not sure if we're in a position to criticize too much. Yeah. Because bear in mind, guys, we're talking about an MMO that has a stable $100,000 tournament twice a year in PvP. And you know what? Is the PvP amazing? I don't know. Maybe. Some people seem to really like it. But let's not forget where we're standing here, okay? Professional? Wait, what do you mean? Yes, there are people... There's a 6-figure tournament twice a year. Yes. Yeah. comparing it to Guild Wars 2 and saying it's good? Well, I actually haven't played WoW PvP. I actually can't comment, but people seem to like it. Like, you know, enough that people, you know, there's an actual, like, proper scene around it that gets a lot of viewers. Yeah. The WoW boner is getting out of hand. If me stating facts about the scene being alive is upsetting you, you need to rethink your perspective. Like, if me saying that very clearly a lot of people like it, and a lot of people are engaged in it, and it does well, despite that I do understand it has some pretty major issues right now. Like, if that's upsetting to you, if you're upset by that, then it's on you. Yeah. WoW is casual PvP? Wait, every League of Legends is casual PvP. You think everyone's there? Like, everyone who plays League is, like, grinding out their mechanics to play in the LCS? No, most people are in fucking gold or some shit, right? Like, just vibing out, like, farming the creeps. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it is. Space gliding. Yeah. Yes. Plenty of bad products are popular. Of course, but I think it's going to be... It's kind of hard for me to believe that people don't enjoy WoW PvP, given that it actually has a professional scene. People clearly want to watch it. People clearly are engaged with it. I mean, again, look, it's not like nobody watches it. It does well on Twitch. It has 20,000 viewers, like, for the tournaments they have. Man, dude, I need to genuinely purge all of, like, the WoW derangement syndrome players out of my community. Holy shit. That's kind of a cringe meme I had to reuse there, but I can't think of a better way of putting it. Like, World of Warcraft just breaks some people's brains. It reduces it prevents them from being able to function correctly as human beings. I need those people gone. Soto launch trailer, 513k. Oh, look, there. I mean, to be fair, that trailer was pretty sick. The Soto trailer was pretty good, actually, I think. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, and the EOD trailer wasn't great, yeah. The EOD trailer was fairly mediocre, and the Soto one was pretty good. Yes. Playing it is a different matter. Yeah, I understand there are some issues. Like, in particular with, like, the solo queue mode isn't very good. But I guess people like arenas, I don't know. But I think, apparently solo shuffle is just fucked. But, I mean... Yeah, they should probably fix that. Low number of users don't mean bad product. Yeah, that's completely true. But a lot of users increases the probability that it's gonna be. There's got to be at least something there. Yeah. This is not me, and yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. But that's like an yeah, that's not a lunatic take. Yeah. I would say the same thing about Guild Wars, right? You know. And a lot of players like me would say that too. Yes. Little Brother Syndrome by players of non-WoW MMOs not being able to handle it's more popular and does some things better. Yeah, for sure. I think you really see that in the fact that, non-WoW subreddits sure like to talk about WoW quite a lot. Whereas the WoW subreddit, they don't talk about other MMOs. Yeah. Yup. WoW Andes, exactly. Dude, yeah, you know what WoW likes to talk about? They like to shit on the other versions of WoW. That's actually fucking based. Yeah. Like, you know, people who play Classic WoW think everyone who plays Retail is a loser, and everyone who plays Retail thinks everyone who plays Classic is a loser. That's where the real drama is. Dude, I love the weekly affix complaint threads. They're so good. Honestly, this is based. Every single time that it's afflicted, there's at least one post that says, daily reminder that, like, 5 out of the 13 classes can't interact with afflicted in any way, right? Like... But you know what's crazy? Why does nobody actually complain about, why does nobody complain about bolstering and sanguine? I don't think I've seen that many posts about bolstering and sanguine, even though bolstering and sanguine are actually way more cancerous than afflicted. Like, no questions asked. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, just play the God comp where everyone except the tank can do the affix. What's afflicted? Basically, a little ghost spawns, and if you don't dispel it, it applies unremovable slow to you for 10 seconds that stacks. So if they both go off, you end up with like double slow. That's basically it. And you need a dispel. It needs to be a dispel. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I guess maybe people do... Maybe people do complain about this then. Okay, I guess, you know, I guess I was a little bit wrong. Okay, yeah. Sounds like instability. Yeah, it's the same as instabilities, yeah. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, they're basically like instabilities, but way worse. Any class you wish for in WoW and vice versa. I feel like Mesmer is pretty special, actually, in Guild Wars. I'd like to see that. Like a Mesmer-style thing. And let me think. Let me think. Honestly, you know, weirdly enough, I think there's actually quite a lot of overlap. Like, in general, both games have their bases covered pretty well, I think. Overall. Is there anything in WoW that could be in Guild Wars 2? What could you do? You know what's weird? Minion Mancer. The WoW does, like, pet specs, I think, in a really fun way. Stuff like Unholy Death Knight. Shadow Priest summons little minions, and they fucking go crazy. They just start pumping all over the place. I think the way they do pet class is actually quite good. Yeah, like Demo Warlock as well. Yeah, they have like actual cool pet specs in that game, and they're giga roleplay. They're like mega roleplay, and I think that's actually really fun. Yeah, pet specs, like actual good pet specs. Yeah. Diabolus Lord. will be the Demon Lord. Exactly, yeah, the Demon Lord. Yeah. I think what's important about the way WoW handles it, by the way, is that the pet, you have, like, very direct control of the pet. Like, for example, I believe, like, a spell you have on Warlock is, instead of your imps necessarily casting a spell, you, like, throw them at the target and they all explode, right? Okay? Like, it's that kind of gameplay. It's you're not reliant on the AI. It's, like, not as AI-oriented. There's not that many... The pet specs are not AI specs. That's a very different thing, if that makes any sense, right? Like, you are commanding your pet to do something, and then it does something. It's not an AI spec. You have very precise control over what they do. Or at least that seems to be mostly the case from what I've seen. It seems to be how it operates, you know. Yeah. Guild Wars 1 Minimonster is so good. I think you're absolutely right, Nike. I think Guild Wars 1 Minimonster is like the ultimate summoner spec, I think. They do that really well, though. Yeah. It's really good for sure. The hero does it better because I guess it's like really good at managing Death Nova, right? And I think it's really good at managing stuff like Aura of the Lich and Masochism as well. So yeah, I think I almost feel like that's true of kind of a lot of things. Like the AI is actually kind of good at playing Guild Wars 1. Can still be clunky. Yeah, that's unsurprising with pet specs, right? Like I feel like that's always going to be the case when you have a pet spec. But I think it's a lot cleaner than Guild Wars 2, right? Like the Guild Wars 2 AI can be very annoying. I feel like hunter pets are like super annoying to use. Ranger pets, right? I think super annoying to use. Yeah. I think that's what's really important about a pet spec. It has to be responsive. It must be responsive. I think sometimes, like, Guild Wars 2 AI stuff can be very unresponsive. Yes. Yeah, Jester has. It's like Jester's pet gets stuck. That's not good. Does WoW have an auto attack skill? If not, should it? It essentially does, yeah. Like, all classes have their ability that's your filler, right? Like, when... in an auto attack in Guild Wars 2 is just filler in World of Warcraft. Holy shit. It's Epoch. Let's go. Yeah. It's time. Almost unlimited skills help with that. It does, actually, yeah. Like, the fact that you can have loads of abilities does actually help there. Having, like, limited abilities does kind of hurt pet classes in Guild Wars. That's true. With you manually cast. Yeah, you have autos, but that's kind of not what we're talking about. Like, we're talking about, like, a button that you use in between using your abilities that have cooldowns. And I feel like basically every spec has something like that you kind of use as a filler, like, in between your major abilities. You done the Fractal today? I haven't done the Fractal today yet. I might do it a little bit later. To be honest, though, guys, look, I admit it. Let's be honest. I'm kind of dodging the Fractal. I'm not super enamored with it. Like, it's... I don't know. I just don't... I don't feel like I'm into it, you know? It's alright. You know, it's not bad. But did I have fun doing it? I mean, it's like, it's alright. Is it wrong that I'd rather just kind of, like, run around aimlessly and chat with the stream? Like, that's kind of where I'm at. It's not bad, but I'm not super impressed with it either. Yeah. I'm not doing tier 3 Rec Lonely Tower, bro. I'm not doing Rex. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not feeling drawn into it. I'm not. How's he transform? Well, you know, they're demons. You know, he can turn into all sorts of things, I'm sure. He's evil. Look at him. Yeah. Yes. Nice. I also just kind of like, I just kind of like the more structured, not exactly structured, but, I just like how strikes are, and raids are a bit more than fractals, I think. Like, fractals to me just feels like a boss just kind of, like, spamming attacks at you. The kind of fractal boss that I think is really cool is Encelus, I think, is great. I think Mama is great. I think Eyekeeper of the Peak is a lot of fun as well. I think Arc, too. I think Arc is really high tier. It's a great fight. But those fights have, like, a lot more structure to them in a way, you know, like they have actual mechanics and the mechanics linked together. Amala is great, actually, that is true. I actually am a bit of an Amala fan. I know a lot of people don't like that Fractal. I think Twilight Oasis is actually rather good. I think people still remember it how it was on launch, and I agree on launch it was definitely a bit of a chore. It absolutely was, in fact, a bit of a chore on launch, but they actually fixed it. They actually fixed that Fractal really well and made it a lot better. With a couple of tweaks post-launch. Well, I still think people still have like a bit of a sour taste in their mouth from how it actually launched. Yeah. Yeah. Like this, or the Morderoth meta? Well, oh, okay. Well, to be fair, the idea that's going on here is that this happened before the story, yeah? This is, that both of these are canon, yeah? So what happens is that we break, you know, we do the whole attacking the city thing, basically, right? We're doing the whole attacking the city thing. We confront Eparch here. He turns into this, like, weird monstrosity creature. We, of course, defeat him here. Then he retreats into the fortress. And the final story instance, notice this, the final story instance starts here. It actually, the final story thing starts immediately after this meta event is over. Like, immediately. It's this, then the story instantaneously. And you're probably thinking, well, shouldn't they have set it up to play out that way? Yes, I agree with you. They should have done that. I think it was a mistake to actually not make the meta part of the story. I think it would have been really cool, actually, if you do this meta event, right? And then you basically get a prompt that immediately takes you into the story. So you have that continuous narrative between this meta event and then the story. So yes, I do think it is weird the way they've done that, but both of these versions are in fact canon. This is the same NPC, and it is canon that this happens, and this entire meta event happens. It's just that they are sequential. One happens before the next. Hate the platform of Fractal? Oh, really? Man, I feel like that's the best part. I think dungeons, and I really feel that playing Mythic Plus has actually, like, really ignited my love of this, actually. I think it's so cool. Like, finding, like, the optimal pathway through the dungeon. There's, like, different ways you can go through it, and, like, oh, which mobs do you want to skip? Which ones do you want to kill? What pull can you set up? You can do a crazy skip here by climbing over a rock to skip that pack, and you do some trash at the start to compensate for it. I actually think that stuff is such an integral, like, I will admit, Mythic Plus has kind of killed my enjoyment of Fractals a little bit, because I find that aspect of it to be so compelling. Like, the navigation through the dungeon, dealing with the trash, handling the pulls, doing the skips, like, that is something that I really, really like. And it's something that older Fractals 100% have. Like, look, did you guys know that look, here's a really old one, guys. Let me find this for you. Hang on. Oh, man. Ah, yeah. Did you guys know that I started an actual arms race for who could do the fastest Nightmare Fractal? Yeah, this was me. This was actually, I used to do daily Fractals with my team. I played Mesmer, actually, here. This is, like, old Chrono. And yeah, this actually ignited a little bit of competition in the community to do a really fast run of this, because we were actually the first group that kind of bothered. We were just kind of doing daily Fractals. This was actually just, you know, unironic daily run, actually, that, you know, we thought was pretty clean. And we uploaded this. And yeah, this actually triggered a little bit of an arms race on who could do this the fastest. In Nightmare, yeah. I do actually like this stuff unironically, yes. And here it is. It's not a meme. I'm not just saying that because I want to be contrarian. I want to be negative about the game. No, I actually like this. And yeah, I was the portal guy. I did all of the portals in the Fractals. I always did the portals on Cliffside, right? All the skips in every dungeon. Yes, I actually like this stuff. Deepstone is underrated. I actually completely agree with you. I think Deepstone is very underrated. I think the last boss is maybe a little bit jank, but overall I think it's actually an excellent Fractal, both from a thematic standpoint and actually from a gameplay standpoint. I think it's actually very good. Like, in particular, actually, the fact that you have to split up into two groups and it's optimal to do both sides simultaneously, I think is really fun. Like, you can do them one at a time, right? Like, as a group, that's going to be the pug strat, but the fact that you can actually split and do both, I think is actually really good. I think it's a very good Fractal, I think, actually. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Ignore the boss scaling. Yeah, I will grant you the last boss is a bit scuffed. 100% I agree with you. I think it would have been cool to have that one have a challenge mode, actually, and kind of refine the boss a little bit more, but overall, I think as a Fractal, it's still very solid. But yes, it does. The boss does not have enough HP, yes. It does require a tuning pass. Some of that is power creep, but yeah. Oh, the music in this video is also bass. It's Fury soundtrack, I think. Yes! And by the way, guys, Fury is a great game, and you should play it. The only complaint here is the Deep Stone is too long. I'm not gonna lie, that's a skill issue. Yeah. Boom. There you go. I said it. Yeah. Oh, man. What a meme. Yes. Yes. Do I fear a mouse and keyboard? Yes. It was a little bit awkward. But you get used to it. Yes. Maybe I should play on controller. Maybe I should try it on controller. I don't actually have any of that set up, right? I don't have like a... I'm not sure. Would I have gone for it on controller, like after playing? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Because I don't really have a controller or anything like that. Yes. How much longer are you streaming for? Probably a couple hours. Any advice for speeding up the bridge maze part without the floating portal glitch? Do the floating portal glitch. But I mean, in general, you just need to... You need to have people chain it. Not everyone pressing the Light of Deldrimor at the same time, right? You need to, like, work together as a team to go fast. On the longer end, even if you split, is it? Am I remembering it wrong? Like, how is it long? What am I missing here? Like, you get to the air elemental in, like, literally 30 seconds. The boss takes, like, a minute to kill. So and then you go to the spider. Getting to the spider is going to take you, like, a minute. Killing the spider is going to take you, like, a minute. Then you have to kill the Minotaur, right? You have to kill the Minotaur to get the Light of Deldrimor. Then you do the maze. Then it's the final boss. You wait to go down the elevator. It's 2 sets of ads on the elevator. Then you go to the final boss. Is that long? I mean, maybe. I guess some fractals are really, really short. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. The maze can be long because it's random. And yeah, I guess the maze is like the slowest part. It has like there's some, I guess you could say, downtime there to an extent. Like it does slow down a bit. Like during that section, for sure. But you can speed it up if you do it right, and you can always, you can always do a cheeky exploit, can't you? And do that stuff. Yeah. Yes. The affixes actually feel impactful. To be honest, I'm not sure if I actually like that, though. I'm not a huge fan of affixes in World of Warcraft. Like, I think the question you've got to ask yourself is M+ really more fun because of affixes? I'm really not sure about that one, to be honest. Like, is it fun to do an extra dispel, like, every 30 seconds? Is it fun to deal with Sanguine, or Bolstering, or Raging? Or Incorporeal? Or like, I don't know. Does it keep it fresh, though? Does it really keep it fresh? I don't know about that one. Like, I think Tyrannical and Fortified do. I think those weeks play out really differently, and you might approach them a little bit differently based on Tyrannical and Fortified. I think that's fair. I think Tyrannical gets really frustrating, actually, at high keys in particular. I think that's pain. Like, it was very noticeable. For example, this season, guys, like, did you notice how much worse it was to have Tyrannical week 1 compared to Fortified week 1 in season 3? It was so much worse, right? In my opinion.
Each week you have to do different pulls, have different skips. No, not because of affixes you don't. This is actually kind of my problem. Like, and again, context here. Both seasons I've played, I've done 0.1% title. I was 3.8k last season. We did plus 30s and plus 31s. Well, 1 plus 31. Haha. And no, you played the dungeon the same way every single time. Funnily enough, the only affix we actually played around was bolstering, where we pulled the mini boss on fall out of the group before pulling it in afterwards, so it didn't get bolst and just like randomly one-shot us. But oh, hang on. Are you talking about like the seasonal affixes? Like the current version of affixes are not like the old ones. Max was telling me about this. I have no context. He said that affixes used to be a lot more interesting. You had stuff like prideful and cryptic, which apparently actually would completely change the way you would play the dungeon. The current implementation of affixes in Dragonflight do not do that, right? Like that does not happen. You are going to do the dungeon the same way every single time, except it's going to be mildly annoying. And again, I don't have full context on like what these affixes actually did, but the current affixes in Dragonflight, like you absolutely do not really adapt to them in any way, like outside of being kind of annoyed by them. Yeah. You're a Gigahard Yammer degenerate. Boom. That's what we do here. Yeah. Legions I die? No, I believe you. Like, as I understand it, affixes were very different. My understanding was that, and yeah, Max told me as much when I chatted to him about the game. He said that, yeah, affixes used to be very different. In particular, like some of the seasonal ones that would kind of really, alter how you might actually approach things, and you'd play around them a lot more. Whereas right now, I really don't feel like you play around affixes that much. Really, not really. Awakened affix is pretty cool. Well, I actually don't even know what that is. So, there you go. Boom. Only the first season of Dragonflight had a seasonal affix, and it was a universally hated one. Was that like the Thundering one, where you had to like bonk into each other, and you got like a damage buff or something? While in combat, players are apparently overcharged with primal power from Razageth's Unending Storm. This power comes with great risk, and fail to discharge it quickly can have stunning consequences. Yeah, but here's the thing. That type of shit is cancer, okay? Oh my... Yeah. Man, there's a whole thing about this. Do you know why this sucks? It's because the player doesn't have control. This is dog shit because it can happen at a time that just fucks you. Like, affixes are good where you have control. That's why I believe stuff like, you kill a mob, and prideful is like, you kill a certain amount of count, right? Then a mob spawns, you kill it, and then you get a damage buff. Yes? I think that's what that one was. Or there was like cryptic, which I believe was, you had like these thingies in the dungeon, and it would spawn 3 bosses, and you could like pick which one you want to kill, and you get a bonus. That is good. The player has agency, right? Like the player has control. You can plan around it. You have to think how you want to do it, right? Like all that kind of stuff. That is actually good. Like this... The problem with instabilities and the current set of affixes in retail World of Warcraft is that you don't have agency. Like, you can't really play around them, right? Like, you can't really do that. They just happen, right? They just happen, You needed the prideful plus lust for some packs on bosses. I think you have to be really careful talking about high keys, though, right, Rated? Because... high keys are irrelevant when it comes to affixes. On a high key, if you miss a single mob or you overpull, you die anyway, right? Like, if you miss a stop on a high key, you die anyway. So it's kind of like, like, yeah, I think it's okay to think, maybe this should be tuned more appropriate to make something better on high keys. But I think you can't design stuff around high keys too much or say, oh yeah, this is kind of annoying on high keys, because everything is going to be annoying on high keys. Like, if you let like a single cast off, oh whoops, the DPS is dead, right? Like, if the tank presses a cooldown incorrectly, oh, the tank is dead. Oh, if the healer doesn't heal correctly, then oh, everyone's dead, right? So it's like,
I understand that, like, some things can be really rough on high keys. I think Raging is a really good example of this. Like, Raging, I feel like, is a kind of do-nothing affix in lower keys, but it is pure cancer on higher keys. It's like, I don't know, it is what it is. Yeah. And yeah, maybe there's some leniency there, I guess. Like, you could change Prideful in a way to make it work differently. And hey, maybe it did have some, like, design flaws, 100%. I think that's I can imagine that. Like, most of these things usually do. But I really think that the important part here is always player agency. Like, the player needs to be able to interact with the affix. Realistically, and this is the thing with instabilities. And by the way, guys, this is something that ArenaNet have been doing, and I actually really like it. So to re-rail into Guild Wars 2, actually... do you know what's really cool about instabilities in Guild Wars 2? You actually have counterplay to some of them, right? Is it like Toxic Trail? You can block it with Aegis, and that will prevent... You can, like, soak it. You can soak the Toxic Trail, and it goes away with Aegis. Pretty good. You know, you can actually do... You can use the Flux Bomb on enemies. You can drop it on enemies. That's actually really good. Stuff like that. That's actually a really nice mechanic. I can get behind that. Like, where you can use the affix, you can use the instability. I know it doesn't work, but theoretically speaking, like, theoretically, that's actually nice design. But of course, you are correct. It in fact doesn't work. It is bugged. But like, if it did, it would be a good idea. This is, I really praise this design on release. And some of them aren't that good. Some of them are a bit scuffed. I'll admit that. But actually, broadly speaking, I think the philosophy that ArenaNet has when it comes to instabilities is actually fairly good. Again, it's the ANET problem, right? Where it hasn't really been iterated on since then, which kind of sucks. Obviously, that is a bit of a feels bad, obviously. But, wait, where's this portal going? But it's a good idea. I just, getting a single extra action would not spawn a private at the correct time. Some bosses are actually not doable without it. Yeah, I guess that is a little bit scuffed. Wait, so you would just be be completely screwed. You couldn't do like a backup plan, or it would spawn. I guess if you pulled too big earlier, you would spawn the Prideful in the pack before you need it, right? So like you'd make a mistake and it would fuck you later on. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a little problematic. Yeah, and it would spawn like. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I guess that is pretty annoying. I mean, how could you fix that? How could you fix that? Is there a... I mean, it doesn't matter. The affix is gone. I'm sure if you sat down and thought about it, you could come up with a clever idea. No. The problem is, actually, is if you pull extra by accident, like if you overpull, it's going to screw you because you're going to get the thing at the wrong time. Exactly how much count? Yeah, but mistakes happen, right? And it feels really bad when you Oh yeah. So maybe I assume that when it died, it gave you a buff. If it gave you an action button that let you activate the buff with a duration, yeah, something like that, like, you could do that. Because WoW has extra action button too. So there's like probably some solution you could do. Once you get the percentage needed to spawn it, you get an extra action button. Wait, to spawn it? How does it work? Yeah. And the dungeons themselves, outside of Throne and Everbloom, treeing. I mean, yeah, like Season 3 was not super hard, for sure. Well, I'm not gonna lie, we're getting bogged down in the weeds. It doesn't matter. What's important is that the fundamental idea there is pretty cool. The fundamental idea of player agency is really important to stuff like instabilities and affixes, and that's where a lot of them fail. Like, affixes in WoW just don't have a lot of player agency, really. You can't really play around them realistically. Not really, anyway. Like, nobody's changing their route to like, account for these affixes. You just can't really do that. Instabilities are the same. They're just kind of annoying, right? Like, you don't really play around them. You just have to, like, deal with them and suffer through them. Why are we here if not to suffer? That is the that's the situation.
Pain and suffering, chat. Pain and suffering. Yeah. Yes. Rated finds World of Warcraft far too difficult. He struggles with his difficulty. Yeah. Very nice. You know what's going to be big, guys? Aberrus tomorrow, boys. Feast. I don't even know what we were talking about. We just started ranting about affixes all of a sudden. The meta is too hard for the peepos. Wait, is it failed for you, Lynn? Do you fail the meta? I want to get into a... Wait, don't teleport to friend on me. Oh, it's the mastery point. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. Now we're here. We're in. Don't do it. I did it. Wait, what do you have to do? Well, I already have the mastery point, so I guess I can't really do anything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because the thing happens, right? You go in downset and you get res and you don't get the fog. I think that's, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Someone told me about this yesterday. I'm going to die. Here we go. It's over. It's over. I'm dead. Boom. I'm back. You love to see it. Last laugh on Lonely Tower change until you have 3 enemies. Well, I guess there's some like cryptis you have to spawn at the end, but yeah, not much. Boom, I'm out. Good, good squad here. Mid meta plus XP train. Epoch meta. Let's go, guys. Wait, it's fucking holy shit. It's crazy. It's already full. But you know what's weird? I haven't seen. I really haven't seen that many like LFGs for this. You know what I'm saying? Am I crazy on this? I haven't seen that many LFGs. I guess it's a little bit late now. But even like even at Prime, you know, there weren't that many groups. It gave up. I guess it's a fairly long meta, and I guess it also is failing a little bit right now, isn't it? There's like you know, you can die to it. Oh, it's still bugs? Ugh. Well, unlucky. Steam charts, the activities. Oh, that's a really good thing to check. Yo, let's check it out. Huh. What? That is so interesting. It didn't move the needle on Steam whatsoever, actually. So it was just going along as normal. Doing its thing. Patch comes on the 21st. I don't think this is super significant because, again, like, not that many people, relatively speaking, are going to be playing on Steam. But yeah, wow, it really did not move the needle at all. It's like the same number of people logging in. Approximately. Yeah. Yes. Nobody uses Steam, though. I mean, you know, it's not nobody. But, yeah. Steam players don't own the app. But you think this is, like, free-to-play? People playing the game free-to-play? I guess so, yeah. Kind of weird. Yeah. It's just bots. Yeah, it goes like a little bit. But I don't think even significantly, right? Like, on the 19th, it went up to... I guess that's the weekend, though, right? So the weekend numbers are going to be higher, obviously. Yeah, you can see the weekends are usually a little bit higher. Makes sense. Huh. Well, there you have it. Plenger. Every day I plen my gar. The scale doesn't show anything. Well, I mean, I was mousing over it to see the numbers. Yeah, but I agree. The graph itself is a little bit tricky to read. Meta Zakros, let's fucking go. Let me in! I'm in. Alright, we are now officially in Safari Zakharos, guys. We are in a Safari map. Get your Safari hat, your Safari binoculars, and let's take a look. We are in the jungle, my friends. We are in the jungle. Hey, see you later, Aramania. At the start of every key on Mage, guys, I always say, haha, sorry, guys, I don't have Dispel. Simple as that. That's what Rated did in every single one of our keys last season, and it's what I'm doing in this season. Sorry, guys, no Dispel. Looks like you're gonna have to do the affix. I can't do the affix, guys. Hate to see it. You know, looks like you're gonna have to do that. Unlucky. That's actually not true. I do the affix. Yeah. Boy Sereno died of heat stroke. I'll come back later. Boy Sereno left the game. Yeah. This season is I don't have kick talented. You know what? This is a, you know, it's actually pretty based. Like every single Shadow Priest is running kick. Rate is like, I will never run kick. Ever. I refuse. Wait, is this map bugged? Is it bugged? Or is it just that this side needs to finish? Yeah, wait. Does the comm know? We need to do East meta, gamers, or it won't start. Let's go. Have you done the meta? I have, yes. We're sweating already. I'm coming to help, gang. I'm on my way. Yeah. I have 0 legendaries. I want to get a weapon. Which tier legendary is the most accessible? Probably going to go for a staff GS. I'd just say Gen 3 are the easiest ones to make. They require easily the less kind of legwork to do. Boom. But you can also just farm gold, yeah. Like, Gen 1 and Gen 3 can just be bought with gold. Yeah. You know what I want to see? I want to see Blizzard either add a dungeon that's really fucked up in The War Within, or bring one back. And I'm not talking about bullshit. I'm talking about just hard, you know? And it's going to be the dungeon that is the breaker. I want to see it being like the breaker. The one that pugs fear. I guess that was kind of Murozon's Rise last season. That was the breaker. But that was also, that dungeon was also a little bit scuffed. So it's a little bit of both there. Wouldn't Gen 1 with the Vault Box be easier? Well, you still have to do map completion, which is very slow compared to EOD map completion. Would you say that the meta is harder than new Converging CM? Oh, definitely not. The new meta is giga easy. Yeah. Volley went off, giga deplete. Bro, I'm actually so sad we didn't get the 30 rise. Like, not getting the 30 rise was so brutal. Like, we had it so many times. Like, we missed time by 10 seconds. Oh, fuck. This is what I hate, by the way. Like, why the fuck don't Blizzard, like, keep M+ around, bro? It's actually so sad. Like, I hate that we can't go back and beat Rise. We have to go back and defeat that Rise. But we can't. It doesn't even exist. Sadness. We're not even allowed to deplete the key anymore. XX Asana XX. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah. You know what you rated? Wait. What do you think was our most brutal deplete in Season 3. I'm trying to think, like, what was a deplete that was just absolutely savage? Like, the most absolutely horrific deplete. I'm not sure if there was anything that was, like, particularly bad, actually. I don't think so. I think they were all pretty even depletes. No, like, insane depletes. I think it probably is Rise. Like, depleting 30 Rise by 10 seconds was probably the most brutal deplete. Very unfortunate. Oh, dude, you know, oh my god. You know what actually was the worst deplete? It was Abindo not making the stealth skip on that Rise. Yeah, that Rise was 100% the worst deplete. Because we didn't get it because fucking Abindo didn't do the stealth. We didn't get the stealth, and then he released, so he had to run all the way through the dungeon. That was actually so unbelievably unfortunate. Yeah, the Dino Squad was also pretty... That was a brutal deplete as well. What are the 2 Legion dungeons in Season 3? Darkheart Thicket and Blackrook Hold. Legion dungeons are weird, actually. I wouldn't say they're my favorite. That's for sure. In particular, I think the last boss on Darkheart is pretty cursed. First boss as well a little bit, but I think we were doing it wrong. So I think we only have ourselves to blame on that one. Third boss is a bit scuffed. I actually really like the route on Darkheart. I think the skips are really fun to do on that one, but the bosses are a bit weird sometimes. In terms of Blackrook, I'm not a huge fan of Blackrook, honestly. In particular, the spinner mobs I think are kind of bullshit. And the bosses, they're alright. They're that good. Yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan, honestly. Blackrook's not one of my favorites. Last was a nightmare on Hikey's a tyrannical. Yeah, it is. Like, I think the last boss on both is pretty nightmarish, actually. Like, end boss, yeah. End boss Blackrook is rough, too. You can be free from the prison of the dailies. So you got, well, 30, so you got 6 more days to go. I genuinely miss Neltharian's Lair. Neltharian's Lair would actually be an extremely good dungeon if it wasn't for the end boss being weird. Like, if the end boss wasn't, like, not, like, semi-RNG with, how many, pillars he spawns, I think it would actually be pretty sick. A very intense boss fight, I think. But the problem is that sometimes it's somewhere in the fight, but sometimes he skips a pillar. I'm sure there is, like, a reason why he does it, but I don't understand it. Is the M-Boss a bit where you get the Mega Buff? It is, yeah. It's actually, it's like very similar to Freehold. It's like the boss is, like, shadow bolting you, in phase 1, and it just, like, one-shots you. It's pretty scary. Yeah, Snizzle couldn't pull the single bat, we miscount. Oh man, that was so fucking unfortunate. Yeah, we missed the bat. Yeah, we missed that one bat and then depleted because of that. Oh man, that was rough. Yeah. On the 30 Darkheart, yeah, because we missed one bat. That was brutal. Yeah, Rise and Darkheart, 2 brutal depletes. I think they made most of them equipable at the same time. It would make the game better. At least possible to switch without the workbench. I mean, I think, if I'm being honest, the game will be better off without the Jade Bot. It's another system that just gets layered on for absolutely no reason. Like, do we really need another tab in here, in the hero panel? Like, no. No, we don't. Borealis? I am very scared of Siege of Borealis because of the end boss. I haven't played it on Mythic Plus, obviously, so I can't comment on how it plays out in Mythic Plus. But in general, gimmick bosses disturb me. I'm not sure about that one. Gimmicky bosses are weird. You're orbing. When is it unquestioned the best-selling feature of the new expansion? What's up with that? Well, I guess we are going to be orbing pretty soon. Yeah. Siege of Borealis might be a breaker. Degenerate dungeon with the spa stuff. Well, yeah, I understand that they're probably going to fix that. But yeah. I hated every single dungeon in the war within Season 1 pool during leveling. I hope the changes are massive. Well, I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, hopefully it'll be good content. You know what's sad? Oh, my God. They're not going to bring Freehold back, are they, guys? What's the point in even living? What's the point in living, guys, if they're not bringing Freehold back? It's over. Very nice. Conditions. You guys want the Condi song? Is that what you guys want? You want the Condi song?
Tick, 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 ticking, tick, ticking, 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 ticking, tick, ticking. Ticking, tick, ticking, 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 tick, ticking, ticking, tick, ticking, ticking, tick, ticking,
They will keep ticking as I run away. I'll let them tick and they will carry me. Got a mechanic, well I know this trick. Just run away and let the Condi stick. Just run away and let the Condi stick.
Conditions. I need the song link. Let me bring it in. Here it is. Ah, yes.
Well, I am not a condition.
Who's got the actual original I am not a condition video, guys? Find me the video. Where is it?
Well, I am not a condition.
Yeah. On NA? Alright, fine. We're playing on NA.
Alright, I'll just give you my central thesis. I went to Dragon's End on NA, and it is ridiculous. I saw a guy, they literally wouldn't attack. There's a lot of that stuff going on. But why did we fail? The boss is just too hard. I am mad that this Dragon's End thing keeps failing, and they can't figure it out. I eventually got kind of tired of it, and I tried to prevent them from getting into the group. See a lot of suffering. Things can fail. I actually don't care about any of you. I just don't like the idea of the game is held back. They can't do the content. Those people, they don't know. See a lot of suffering. Things can fail. I actually don't care about any of you. I just don't like the idea of the game is held back. They can't do the content. Those people, they don't know. Don't care, gonna take.
Zach right now is putting together a song that he's going to post on Reddit.
Oh my god.
It's literally just everything you said taken out of context, sounding like the most toxic player in the history of gaming.
I had somebody come in the other day. They were a warrior. They had the wrong build gear combination. They did 5k DPS. I whispered them and I said, are you okay? They've tried to ask questions and stuff. What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? What the heck's going on? I have people that come into my raid groups all the time and they just don't know. It is really annoying. If you gotta get a better build, you deserve some retribution, right? Yeah, there's gonna be social punishment. There's gonna be consequences no matter what you do. If you're unwilling to listen to the group and like, you kind of deserve no rewards if you fail. Hard punished, just flame people out completely. Yeah, I kicked them. Super hard punished. Super hard punished. There will be consequences. 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 There will be consequences.
Snab is a bit snobby, okay? Boom, there you go.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I kicked them. Very nice. You're the problem. Zach right now is putting together a song that he's going to post on Reddit that is literally just saying everything he said taken out of context, sounding like the most toxic player in the history of gaming.
Yo, let me pop off about this. You have people that are wanting to practice certain skills at certain levels. People go, oh, woe is me, I'm getting gatekept. I'm sick and tired of hearing, oh, woe is me, I'm getting gatekept. They want to play. They can't do that when they have 30% alacrity uptime. They can't do that when they have to res you every 5 seconds. You join the group with a bunch of people like you. You join the group with a bunch of people like you. And you fail over and over again because guess what? You can't handle the failure. You get pissed off. You leave the group after 2 polls. And then you try to join 250k KP requirement. And they kick you, and they kick you. Because you're the problem. Because you're the problem. Because you're the problem.
Whoa, dude, what the fuck? Dude, you guys see that with the ley line? It's like threw me over there. Yeah. The Scourge joined me. A lack heal. I asked if they're a lack heal. He said he used power DPS. Nice. I mean, that's just unfortunate. Wait, the ley line's gone. Fuck. No! Okay. Unfortunate. It's over. Then we want a goon tier list. Wait, who here thought I was actually going to do like top 10 gooning spots in Guild Wars 2? Why would I do that? Look, ask Athos for that. I'm not doing that, guys. Like, I'm not doing the top 10 gooning spots in Guild Wars 2. Why not? Well, maybe you should do it. Look, you're an artist. You can even draw them. You could actually make like you could make like a tourist brochure. Okay? All the best gooning spots. Okay, this is probably bad. I think we're too low here. It's not looking good. Yeah, it's actually fucking over. And I can't even get off the mount easily either. It's fine. I'm pretty sure they already have enough fire anyway. Go. I'm running out of fire. Boom. Easy. Yeah. Your sustenance sooner or later. Okay, what do we got here? All story of Guild Wars Tour. Core to Soto final tier list maker. Okay. Wait, we're talking about the story though, actually. Core Guild Wars. Okay, hang on. Let me just throw some stuff in here a little bit. I think this is not good. HOT, I'm not gonna lie, the actual story wasn't that good. Was it better than Guild Wars Core? I think Icebrood Saga, like, no joke, actually might go in S tier. The start of it, anyway. Path of Fire was actually pretty good, to be honest, I think. That's probably gonna go in S tier. The launch story of Soto was actually very solid. I think it was actually high tier. EOD, I mean, it's better than that, yeah. It was alright. Season 4, oh, this is actually, Living World's probably going pretty up there a little bit, actually. Champions, this is pretty fucking mediocre. This is fucking bad. Season 1. Season 1 was alright. Season 2 was alright. The launch updates, these were pretty mediocre, to be honest. It's not that bad, but it's, well, actually, it is this tier, actually. This was pretty weak. Season 3. Season 3 is pretty fucking high tier, honestly. They fumbled Lazarus so hard that it probably deserves to be around here, I think. Yeah, it's about story-based, yeah. I think this is story-based. I do think Path of Fire was good. I think the start of Icebrood Saga was good. I think Season 4 was really good. Sotos on launch, honestly, very solid. EOD was very solid as well, like the expansion itself. Season 3, Season 3 was also very solid, actually. I did like it. Maybe not quite as epic and cinematic. Although, honestly, I think Season 3 might actually have to get in here. Until Challenge, it was good or at least better than Core. But yeah, you know, okay, maybe you can't read it properly, but this is Champions. Icebrood Saga is, this is like Season 1 to 4. Icebrood's like a champion. It's got its own separate thing. Right? Like, it's got its own little separate thingy here, right? But yeah, What Lies Beneath. Actually, maybe What Lies Beneath. I think What Lies Beneath is pretty dog, actually. It probably actually gets demoted down into D tier, I think. Season 1. Season 1 was honestly not that good, guys. It really was not that solid, in my opinion. Or was Season 2. Like, Season 2 was not great either, in my opinion. They were both pretty damn mediocre. Season 3 is definitely S tier. Season 4 is pretty good. Season 4 was very exposition heavy, actually. A date with a Tengu in What Lies Beneath. I mean, honestly, I actually thought that was pretty good. I actually thought the dating... I know people got angry about that, but I actually kind of liked it. Like, I like the fact that, you know, I think that really lightened the mood a little bit. Like, going on a date with Rama and, you know, with a fucking Tengu and shit, I think it was actually kind of good. I think that was actually, like, one of the highlights, no? I think it was actually kind of high tier. Wait, no? We crazy? No, that was actually entertaining. Like, that was actually good. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Like, that was actually probably the best part of that. 100%. It was actually entertaining. Yeah. Better characters to date? I mean, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, this was pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, you loved it because you were gooning to it? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Introduce Silverways? Oh, I don't know. I didn't really like Season 2 that much. Yeah. EOD ending was fine. Wait, what was wrong with the EOD ending? I think it was fine. No? Or am I crazy? What was wrong with the EOD ending? I thought it was quite a decent wrap-up of the expansion, I think. I think Suwon was a relatively interesting take on, you know, the whole dragon thing, actually. Pretty epic conclusion with the Dragon Void at the end. I didn't hate it at all. I think it was fine. Yeah, I think it was too world-ending again. Well, to be fair, it was kind of like the world-ending. It was like the ultimate finale to the world-ending saga, right? With the Dragon Void. I mean, I think it's justified. HOT, I actually have perspective on this recently. I replayed all of HOT, guys. I played all of HOT for Zero to Hero. Yeah? Okay? And HOT's story was actually very mid, in my opinion. Very mid. I'm just going to say it. Very mid. Bear in mind, guys, we're talking about the narrative here. We're not talking about content. We're talking very specifically about narrative. This is a story tier list. Okay? Story. We are not talking about gameplay.
When it comes to gameplay, look, if this was a gameplay tier list, so if we do this again for gameplay, absolutely no questions asked S tier HOT. Like, no questions about it. It immediately goes in S tier, obviously, right? But it's not, we're talking about the story, the narrative. We're not talking about gameplay here. This is story. Yeah. It's still Pog. It is still Pog, yes. Yeah. Gameplay tier list. Man, gameplay tier list is interesting. You know what, guys? EOD has to go in S tier. It has Dragon's End and HTCM. Boom. And you know what? Old Lion's Court CM was also pretty good. It was a little bit easy, but also good. Kaineng Overlook CM is good. Anka CM is actually really good. Sighting Province, I know a lot of people don't like that one. I actually kind of do like that one a little bit. I actually kind of like Sighting Province. Kaineng is mediocre. Echevold Forest is actually good, in my opinion. Good exploration. The maps are very, very pretty. All that kind of stuff. Just gonna say it. It doesn't have raids, but it has good encounters. It has good encounters. It goes in S tier. Path of Fire, it has to be B tier at best. The raids were actually very solid. I think Wing 5, Desmina, and Doom are really good, especially Doom CM, obviously. Ooh, maybe it has to... No, it has to be B tier overall, because the open world in Path of Fire is fucking dog shit, right? It's really not good. I'd go even further and do the Nike thing and say it's the worms, but, like, you're not allowed to do that, so we're not doing that. But yeah, this is good. Bounties were not good, guys. I'm sorry. Bounties were not good. Not in a billion years. We all know it. The open world was very mediocre here as well. And the raids were definitely good. The raids were very solid, obviously. But they were slow as well. They were slow. And Wing 7 was a bit of a mixed bag for me. Like, Sabir felt very unfinished. Adina is great. Easily the strongest boss in the Wing, obviously, especially on CM. And Kadim 2 just feels weird to me. You know, it really does. Like, Kadim 2 just feels so unfinished, especially on CM. I don't like that encounter whatsoever. It has a cool mechanic, actually. I do think the pylon stuff is pretty interesting, but I don't know. It's not great overall. Let's see. Next tier list. Core Guild Wars 2 gameplay. We have to start bringing in PvP and World vs. World, by the way. Another massive thing about HOT. Actually, HOT has to downgrade EOD for this exact reason. PvP in HOT was also pretty good. It was starting to show a little bit of the cracks, in my opinion. But World vs. World was fucking fire in HOT. Holy shit. It was a little bit rough. I will say this, guys. It was a little bit rough on launch with, like, the Boon Chrono stuff. That was really bad. But once all of that got fixed, I'm not gonna lie, PvP, World vs. World, and PvE were all fire as fuck in HOT. Bro, the game mode was so good. Like, the gameplay was so strong, actually, in all 3 game modes during HOT. It was so damn good. Path of Fire annihilated PvP in World vs. World. It might actually have to go lower because of that. Because, like, Path of Fire demolished PvP and World vs. World. Like, the damage those elite specs did are, like, there's still scars the game mode bears to this day that haven't even fully healed yet. HD bought bunker meta after bunker meta. No, it did at the start, yes. But once they basically fixed Chrono, it was good. Like, mid to late HOT, the gameplay was extremely good. In my opinion. Interesting. Well, don't get me wrong. I think they were probably right to. It was an absolute nightmare on launch. On launch, the World vs. World meta and PvP meta was probably the worst it's ever been in the entire history of the game. But then they fixed it, and it was really good. So, to be fair, I think I know why your guild disbanded, and they were probably right to. Because, yeah, early on was fucking awful. Especially PvP. I mean, but yeah, World vs. World 2, actually. But yeah, there we go. Since Patch Revolution, you count gameplay under Season 3? Actually, yeah, we could do that, actually. That's not a bad idea. I was just going to do, like, just the expansions and ignore, like, the patches here, actually. That's true, actually. For a sec, again, refreshing the page. Blizzard story mode for Nuremberg Pass, only for the last boss. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah. I actually really like that. That's nice. Story mode with the final wing of LFR. This is really cool. Check this out. You can do 1 to 5. Look, guys, hello, ArenaNet. Hi, this is what you should do. It's the Blizzard guys. They're doing the clever thing. Story mode for 1 to 5 players for raids. You can get in there and do it. You can experience the raid as a solo player with, or maybe a couple of friends there as well, and you can actually do the final boss. Hello, they're doing the clever thing. You should steal it. Yeah, good call. Good call. I like that. Yeah. That's how it is. Yeah. Very nice. Basically dungeons? Yeah, but it's dungeons but Peepo friendly. Yeah. But anyway, we're continuing. Let's see. Where does Soto go? Soto, man. Soto, in terms of gameplay, is probably... It is better than Path of Fire in B tier. Serra CM is actually so strong that it does deserve a lot of credit for that. And the metas, even though they're not great, it's better than Path of Fire. Path of Fire did have raids. Also, I think World vs. World... Ooh, World vs. was a bit rough now, actually. Oh, PvP is scuffed as fuck. Oh, man, no, it might... yeah, No, actually, PvP's not that bad right now. I think people over-exaggerate how it is. Like, the big thing that Path of Fire had is that it did have raids. It had 3 raid wings. So you actually got a good chunk of bosses with this. And you also got fractals in Path of Fire as well, right? What fractals were in Path of Fire? It was like Twilight Oasis, Sunquar Peak, obviously. Wait. Yeah, Sunquar Peak, Twilight Away. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, Soto might be weaker, actually, in terms of gameplay. Because Ceres was really strong, but everything else is pretty weak. The Fractal is also fairly mediocre as well. But the thing is, no, here's the thing, though. World vs. World in Soto is actually rather good. It is a bit scuffed right now. When they buffed a lot of support, so they made like stuff like Vindy and Chrono really good, and that is causing a couple of issues right now. I think that like the world, like the meta just this second is scuffed. Whoa. It's actually, I think it's actually very close. I think Path of Fire and Soto are very close together in terms of their Oh, Sunquar is Ice Root Saga. Ooh, Path of Fire doesn't have Sunquar Peak then. Oh man. In my opinion, it is very close between these two in terms of actual gameplay quality. Considering all game modes, it's very close. Like, you guys need to understand this. I know not everyone here plays World vs. World in PvP. You guys need to understand that Path of Fire destroyed World vs. World. Like, it annihilated it. Shouldn't be taken into equation? No, it has to be taken. The fact that it's evergreen is exactly why it needs to be taken into the equation. Like, I'm obviously can consider stuff like, what was the raid meta like? What was the what was the PvE meta like? What was the PvP meta like? What was the World vs. World meta like? All of those things are extremely important. And man, oh, fuck. It is close, but I'd honestly be tempted to say that Soto is better, because I actually think the metagame is honestly healthier now. In a lot of different game modes. Like, you guys don't understand, like, how bad Path of Fire was. Like, if you were a PvPer, like, holy shit. Like, yeah, you had Mirage in there, you had Scourge, you had Firebrand. Like, bro, it was rough, okay? Like, you guys have got to understand, it was a very dark time to be a PvP or World vs. World player in Path of Fire, okay? Like, that, it was not good. I feel like the Fractal... Honestly, I feel like the Firebrand Renegade meta is kind of fun to play in Fractals. I know it's not exactly balanced, but I think it was actually kind of fun to play in that regard. What about mounts? Mounts are cool, I will give you that. Like, especially the Roller Beetle and the Griffin. But, yeah. Toto also said no difference in classes. No, this is not true. Like, if you're suggesting that playing a druid is the same thing as playing a heal scourge, then I'm not gonna lie, you are trolling. You know, what are we talking about here? I don't agree with that. I think it's ridiculous to suggest that, like, the whole class homogenization thing is a big red herring. I don't think it's a very valid criticism of Guild Wars 2 whatsoever, actually. I don't agree with that. In what sense was it bad? The specs were imbalanced? I mean, it's not... Imbalance is actually not that much of a problem. Like, unfun is, though, right? Like, a game can be imbalanced, but, you know, you can still enjoy an imbalanced game, I think. But that wasn't really the problem, like, with stuff like Condi Mirage. Condi Mirage was the... And other builds like it, like Condi Chrono as well. And to be frank, the Firebrand Scourge meta is, like, one of the most refined forms of cancer the game has ever seen, to be honest. Like, not good. Yeah. Not good, guys. The Griffin go to the Sky Scouts because the Griffin is harder to use. Yeah. Nice. Yours is the game genre with the most builds. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. WoW has a lot of builds too, actually. I'm not sure Guild Wars has the most builds. But I mean, they both have a lot of builds. I don't think it's important to really, like, not an important metric to compete over, realistically. Yeah. Let's go. Live for 6 more hours. I am not going to be live for 6 more hours. I want to get... My voice is actually hurting a bit. I did a 14-hour stream yesterday. I've been going for, like, 6 hours, 7 hours today. Like, you know, I want to... I'll probably only stream till about midnight, like maybe another half hour or so. I want to actually... I want to keep my sleep schedule intact, to be honest. And I also want to not wear my voice out too much. Because I haven't been streaming that much, so my voice is kind of not used to talking this much. So I'm feeling a bit of voice strain right now, so I don't really want to go too crazy. Midnight EU, yeah, like, yeah, maybe like another hour or something. Like half an hour to an hour more. Will we live tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely will. I plan on streaming earlier. I actually was streaming a lot later than I wanted to today because I had a power cut and I had no internet as a result of that. Well, I mean, I had no power. There's like a big storm in my area, so like some fucking power lines are getting fucked up. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'll be streaming at hopefully around kind of like midday tomorrow, like midday, like UK time or European time. And I'll probably stream for like 10 hours tomorrow. Some of it is going to be World of Warcraft, though. I've got WoW raids, so it'll probably be like 6 hours of Guild Wars and 6 hours of WoW, so enjoy that. You look kind of Greek. That's interesting, actually. I haven't heard that one before. But I mean, hey, there you go, I guess. Boom, easy. Yeah. Boom. I'm not really considering stuff like mounts, by the way, guys, in the equation. I'm talking about, like, you know, pure gameplay. And mounts, I think, were cool, but I think ultimately, in terms of gameplay, mounts are fluff. I don't think mounts are enough to justify a higher rating. Core Guild Wars? You know, I'm not going to be a simp here, guys. Core Guild Wars... Core Guild Wars was really good, but personally, I do think that it really lacked in some of the content design. I think open world design hadn't been fully fleshed out yet. I mean, World versus World was honestly really fun in Core. It was my main game mode in Core. I played a lot of my Elementalists, both roaming and Zergs, actually. It was really good, but everywhere else in the game was really lacking, I think. There was some... Yeah, PvP in World vs. World really solid, but actually PvE was not refined, to be honest. Like, I'm not a huge fan of dungeons. I never was, to be honest. Like, fractals were okay. They were a bit scuffed in Core, to be honest. Like, the gameplay pattern was not really to my liking. But... yeah, and the metas were fun. They were pretty cool, I think, but I definitely thought... I think HOT really, like, cranked it up a notch for sure, I think. I'd probably put it in A tier. I think HOT was the superior overall experience. I think HOT was, like, a more refined version of Core, honestly, in many ways. Yeah, Core did have triple trouble. I do agree with that. for sure, but I really feel like the PvE, like, endgame loop instance content-wise was actually quite lacking, to be honest. Yeah. WoW has overall 40 builds. That, to be frank, that is laughably incorrect, by the way. It actually does change in the War Within because you have the kind of like subclasses they're bringing in there, but 40 builds is laughably correct. That's 40 specializations is what you mean there. That's not 40 builds. There's actually a lot of permutation within those 40 builds regarding, are you playing it in a raid? Are you playing it in a dungeon? What dungeon are you playing in? What raid boss? Is it single target? Is it multi-target? What utility are you taking? Like, all this kind of stuff. There's even multiple flavors of different builds within dungeons that people tend to just prefer, right? Like, even in there, like, there's a lot of, like, micro variation there. Like, I know you don't like World of Warcraft. I'm not here to take that away from you. Don't lie about the game. To say that there are only 40 builds in that game is incorrect. That is objectively incorrect. That is just wrong. And those builds can be fundamentally different. A really good example, actually, would be the Flame Strike Mage build, which utilizes Flame Strike to do AoE damage, versus the Ignite build in Mage. These two builds play out fundamentally different and operate in completely different ways, yet they're both Fire Mage. And what, again, like, one is essentially like a single target build that spreads its damage out, whereas one that is a more conventional AoE build that simply uses AoE spells to do damage to all of the mobs. Like, that is incorrect. And again, guys, I'm not here to say WoW is better than Guild Wars 2 or anything like that. I'm just not going to tolerate misinformation. Like, if you don't like WoW, that's completely fair. There are plenty of really good reasons to dislike WoW. There are plenty of really good reasons to like Guild Wars 2 and like World of Warcraft and dislike both of them, right? We don't need to make them up. It's always had the same selection. Funny enough, even that isn't true. They actually added Augmentation Evoker into the mix, and I believe Druid at some point added a new spec. As well. Like, that actually isn't true. I mean, and they've added new classes, too. Like, Demon Hunter wasn't in there at launch, neither was Monk, neither was Evoker. Augmentation didn't exist until, like, patch 10.2. Like, even that is not accurate information. It's also entirely possible that they will add additional specs over time. Like, for example, Demon Hunter only has 2 specializations. They could add a third, for example. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, they added Death Knight as well, right? Like, Death Knight wasn't a thing until Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. Again, like, I want to be clear, guys. I'm not here to say one game is better than the other, but I'm not just going to, like, tolerate random misinformation about the game. This is just not true. Yeah. Yeah. The coping is strong with this one. Wait, you talking about me, Kill Viper? Wait, what did I say that's incorrect? If you're talking about me, like, what's incorrect? What did I say that was wrong? Hey, Spooky, it has been a while, actually. I'm waiting. WoW costs so much again too? Yeah, WoW has definitely a higher cost, and it is a more expensive game to play. That is true. And look, that's a completely legitimate reason to dislike the game, by the way. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Guild Wars 2 is definitely a game that has a lower buy-in compared to World of Warcraft. And of course, a lower maintenance fee. You don't have to pay a sub fee in Guild Wars 2. Does it? Well, I mean, yeah, there's no month. I guess the buy-in in Guild Wars 2 is actually higher. Yeah, I guess that was somewhat poorly phrased. I guess the buy-in in Guild Wars 2 is arguably higher because, like, you have to buy all of the old content, whereas in WoW, you just pay for the latest expansion, and you kind of get everything else kind of bundled in with that, and then you just pay the monthly fee. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that was poorly phrased by me. Why people say Path of Fire destroyed the game? Wasn't too invested. The elite specializations that they added in Path of Fire were very toxic in PvP and World vs. World in particular, and it was also mega power creep in PvE that also wasn't ideal either. More than Guild Wars 2 Ultras. Nah, they changed the model a while ago. You used to have to buy all the expansions, but now you just pay for, like, the latest one, basically. So you pay, like, the $60 box price for the expansion, and then just the sub afterwards. So it's like, it's just like, yeah, they changed it. You used to buy all of them, but you don't have to now. Whereas I guess technically speaking, you know, it's a 100 euros to buy all, $100, right, to buy all of Guild Wars 2, which is very reasonable, by the way. That's not, I don't think that's overpriced or anything. It's just that, yeah, I guess there's like, I guess technically speaking, like to buy all of the existing Guild Wars 2 content, like there's a buy in there. The old WoW X packs are worthless. Yeah, and that's what, I mean, ultimately, in some sense, yeah. Like, the only content that's relevant in WoW is, like, the new content outside of a story perspective. I wouldn't say it's worthless, right? You can still go and, like, farm cosmetics and stuff, and you can experience the story, and some people are into that kind of thing. But, yeah, from a gameplay perspective, like, all of the endgame is always in the latest expansion. M+ pushing on VDH that you did last season? Yeah, we have, yeah. We haven't really fully got into some big grinding sessions just yet. Obviously, we've been a little bit disrupted. We had a roster change, and we're all just getting started, right? Like figuring out all the raid stuff, getting the loot, getting the raids on farm, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we're going to be pushing big pretty soon, actually. Hopefully over the next couple of weeks. Like when the first push week comes around, which is going to be the first push week is going to be a fortified push week, I think, coming up relatively soon. We'll probably go pretty hard during first push week and try to get up to some 20s if possible. Get some at least 18s and 19s done and hopefully plus 20. WoW kind of bad gameplay, you don't even dodge. You actually do things that are mechanically equivalent to dodging a lot, actually, except it's basically CC. There's a concept called kicks and stops. So you would kick an ability reactively to dodge it, essentially, and you would also use CC to cancel abilities that enemies are doing, which is, I'm not gonna lie, in a sense, dodging. And also using personals. You use like a personal defensive. You basically have like multiple dodges. Like if you're a DPS player and you know a big attack is coming, you will use an ability that will increase your defenses or do something to mitigate that attack, which functionally, gameplay-wise, is actually very similar. I was actually very surprised about this, actually, when I started playing WoW. Like the way the two games play out is actually very similar. They're very weirdly similar, actually. I think that WoW really tries to be as action-oriented as possible, which is not a surprise. I think that games like Guild Wars 2 actually have really shown that this is a really fun gameplay pattern in an MMO, and I think World of Warcraft has very much tried, not exactly to emulate that, but to have its own spin on that kind of more action-oriented gameplay. I understand why casting kills my soul. Play Fire Mage. Like, there are certain casts, I believe Warlock is relatively immobile, but Fire Mage is extremely mobile. Like, you are using instant cast spells almost all of the time, actually. And I'm sure there are probably some other abilities that are a little bit like that. Nozevex there with a Prime, nice. Balanced Druid, yeah, I'm sure there are some other examples. But yeah, like, some are more, like, some classes are, like, less mobile than others. But yeah, like, Fire Mage is, like, very, very mobile. Gilson wants to make things like WoW. I actually do think that actually is a criticism of WoW that I do agree with. I think WoW is a bit bloaty, honestly. Looks like they are trying to reduce it a little bit in the War Within, maybe. Like, for example, they're removing a couple of keybinds from Monk, Brewmaster in particular, which I think is honestly one of the worst examples. Like, Monk is, like, so fucking button bloaty, to be honest. Like in that game, and I think that's definitely a criticism that I think they're aware of and I think they should address. Run Forest one thing is I wish more games that you transform like that. Yeah, I think Druid is cool RP actually for sure. Yeah. Add-ons are too strong. Well, I actually agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it really prevents the game from being really fun. And look, I'm not gonna lie. Add-ons only really start getting relevant in very high keys or mythic progression. Like, realistically, are add-ons, like, necessarily, like, Giga OP and heroic raiding? Certainly not in Dragonflight. Maybe they were previously, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think, like, any heroic raid I've seen so far has been, like, mega add-on heavy. Like, in Mythic, there are definitely a few offenders. Like, Echo of Neltharion is a really obvious example. And I actually am not a fan of Blizzard's solution. Like, private auras are not a particularly good solution to this problem, in my opinion. I think they should actually significantly nerf add-ons. Like, you probably shouldn't be able to do a lot of combat data stuff through add-ons, or add-ons shouldn't be able to talk to each other. I think that's kind kind of one of the issues that's popping up here, is that add-ons are able to communicate with each other. So the problem is with a private aura, what happens is that it just makes it worse in a way. Like, if the add-on doesn't know about the aura, then you have a player press a button when they have an aura, and then the add-on communicates to everyone else, telling everyone who got the aura. That is bad. It's actually worse. The solution is you probably have to prevent add-ons from talking to each other. I'm not sure what consequences that would have, or some kind of implementation there, but I don't know. If an add-on is telling you what's happening next as a hack, it's weird. I think it's weird, but I don't think it's really that impactful. Like, especially from my perspective, to be honest, like, I can tell you what's going to happen on Ceres with my eyes closed, unironically, right? Like, and I understand that's kind of a hardcore perspective, but I'm giving you my perspective. Like, I know every single fight in WoW by heart anyway. Like, I don't need the add-on. The add-on is superfluous, right? Funnily enough, the add-on is mostly good for, I think, for entry-level players and that kind of thing, really, for that reason. But, yeah, I don't really find that aspect of it bothersome, because I know all of the fights off by heart anyway. I know exactly what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. WoW is nostalgia nowadays. Yeah, I mean, holy shit. Like, nostalgia is selling 7 million subs a month. Dude, I need some of that. Yeah. Mostly 31s, full default UI. Fucking Giga Chad. Holy shit.
We're going.
He plays Fury Warrior. Not a surprise. Yeah, but yeah. Giga Chad. Honestly, I do want to optimize my UI, actually. Yo, Squish Vegan. Here he is. Dude, this comp is fucking based. Holy shit. Hunter, Rogue, well, they got Mistweaver, Druid, and then Warrior. Nice. Knowing all the stuff with muscle memory. Yeah, but that's kind of my point, though, right? Yes, it is my point. Like, I know all of that anyway. Like, the add-on isn't playing the game for me. I just know. Every Blizzard. That is true. It's actually a real shame the Squish doesn't stream. I watched his team play a lot because I was watching Aerith play a lot, actually, in Season 3 in particular. I still watch him now, actually, in Season 4. But yeah, like, Squish was playing. He just loves Bear, right? He loves playing Bear Druid. We love to see it. Oh, he did stream, actually. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I was able to catch much of that. Or I don't think I caught any of that, actually. Yeah, I didn't think he even streamed. Because, yeah, I was watching a lot of gameplay. I still watch a lot of gameplay now, obviously, but, you know, because I was playing Bear last season, too. WoW, something called Black Market, where people sell their accounts of farm for 30 days. All seems so weird. Do you really think that doesn't happen in literally every MMO? Bro, people were selling accounts with the monthly AT gizmo in Guild Wars 2, right? Holy shit. Like, yes, people do kind of shitty things in video games for money. More news at 11. It sucks. I agree with you. And people who do that should be banned. But this is not like a WoW problem. This is quite annoyingly a universal problem in MMOs, and it sucks. I don't like it either. Yeah. Optimizing gameplay, WoW seems way too geared towards that in a game design way. Won't take the bite to try. Man, that is such an interesting statement. Because, oh, man. Oh, dude. I have to do the WoW video essay. Holy shit. I need to do a donation goal, so I'm actually forced to do it. Because you know what, dude? You know when everyone was like, oh my god, look at this WoW Arcane Mage rotation. Oh my god. This game is too hard. Look, Arcane Mage, and honestly, all of these WoW specs, they are easy to learn, hard to master. Like, Fire Mage is all about you press combust and you do hot streak. Arcane Mage, I'm actually not familiar with, but I am a little bit familiar with. It's going to be like farming and spending arcane charges and doing arcane missiles and arcane blast. Okay? Like, is there a huge amount of nuance to it? Absolutely. Like, do you do a crazy min-max rotation to squeeze out the Giga DPS? Obviously. But I actually checked on Wowhead, by the way. Apparently, there actually is a Peepo rotation that is 7% DPS lower than the optimal Giga Tryhard rotation. So, all of this stuff about WoW, in my opinion, is overblown. This is a game for Peepos, but also it has the really high skill cap as well, okay? That's how it is. Game design, not sweating nerds. I mean, this is a really weird statement in my opinion, because you're basically saying the ability to min-max means that the game is geared towards that. Like, in reality, the game is not geared towards that. Because the game has LFR, the game has normal, the game has heroic. Hell, they're adding solo, like, you can literally solo dungeons right now, and NPCs will, like, heal you and tank for you, right? The idea that the game is, like, geared towards hardcore is actually insane. The amount of hardcore content in WoW is minuscule, right? It's like Mythic raiding and high keys. And high keys are literally a side effect of Mythic Plus being infinite scaling. Yeah. Yeah. You pay monthly for WoW, so they win more money than selling Guild Wars 2? Wait. What? Account selling is bad in all games. That's it. End of story. You shouldn't do it. Real money trading is bad. It's not good in Guild Wars, and it's not good in WoW. It's bad. It's not good. Yeah. 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 I don't know what to tell you. Enjoy. And I don't know. You know, that is the interesting thing. You know what? I will say this. Let me actually do empathy time. Wait, Sedius? Oh my, dude. I know what this is. Fucking Sedius died, probably on some kind of goon quest to try to goon to fucking Epoch. Unreal. I'm rezzing Sedius. Let's go. Okay, here we go. How's this meta? I'm not super impressed by it, to be honest. But anyway, hang on. Hang on. So, I think there is something to be said of being intimidated and a little put off by, a game having an extreme skill cap. Or like a very high skill cap. And I do think that the fact that WoW has mega tryhards actually can be a little bit off-putting for new players. I actually agree with that. I do agree with that. Because, guys, people think that people sweat hard in Guild Wars. People are like, oh yeah, all those raiders, they're tryhards. Dude, these people have nothing compared to like high M+ pushers, like who do like TGP and MDI and Echo and Liquid. You guys have no idea. Their level of sweat is on another level. These guys are insane. As they are in any esport. If you look at, like, let's say League of Legends top players, StarCraft top players, like Counter-Strike top players, these people are fucking insane. Like, they are ridiculously good at the game. But I think it doesn't make sense to go, oh, the skill cap is really high, and therefore, you know, this game is too hard. No, the skill cap is insanely high, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the skill floor is high. I would actually say that the skill floor in World of Warcraft is actually low, and I actually like that. I think that's really good. I think this is something that WoW does a lot better than Guild Wars, actually. In World of Warcraft, I really feel like the game is easy to learn, hard to master. Like, the classes, and I'm sure there are exceptions. Someone's gonna say, well, what about this one, Teapot? Yeah, I'm sure there are exceptions to this with certain specializations and certain classes in the game. But in general, even Mage, I believe, is considered to be one of the harder DPS specs to play. That's my understanding of it anyway. But it's super intuitive. Like, it's, like, super intuitive. It has these rules that you need to learn, these interactions that you learn, and it's very obvious when you're doing it right, and it's very obvious when you're doing it wrong. It's a very simple concept. You land 2 critical strikes in a row, you cast Pyroblast, right? Like, you build up critical strikes, you use Pyroblast. You build up your SKB, you fire out your Giga Pyroblast. Like, you know, you get, if you spend 8 Pyroblasts in a row, you get a Giga Pyroblast after that, right? It's very simple rules. is. But there's a huge amount of nuance to it as well. Right? There's a lot of nuance in it that means that there's a huge difference between someone, like, look, let's put it like this. I'll flame myself here. Like, technically speaking, I'm a top 0.1% player, right? Like, you know, I got top 0.1% in Mythic Plus rating last season. But there is a huge difference between someone like me and someone like Dorky and someone like Now and someone like Nerf. It's not even close. Like, those players are so much better than me, it's not even funny. Like, oh, I gotta bring up Yoda as well, because Yoda's absolutely fucking cranking this season, right? Like, and we're all playing the same, we're playing the same class, right? Like, we're playing the same class, the same abilities, and Demon Hunter is relatively simple, right? Like, a lot of these classes are, right? There's simple rules, simple things that you need to understand, but there's so much room for skill expression within them. Like, and yeah, like, that means that at high level, the play looks really complicated and it has like a million different steps in it, but that doesn't mean that it's not approachable for new players. Yeah. Yes. In terms of rewards per time invested, that's a subjective thing. I mean, I guess the thing about WoW loot is that it's RNG. Like, you can do a Mythic Plus dungeon in like 30 minutes, and that can be like a little bite-sized activity that you can do. But, I mean, you might not get anything. I mean, yeah, sure. I think WoW's reward structure can be annoying sometimes. I definitely agree with that. You know, you might do a raid and not win any loot from the roll. I mean, you'll still get crests, I guess. You still get, like, something, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not really a vertical prog enjoyer. It's like, it is what it is. Yeah. Marketing and right timing. You think that's the... okay, hang on. Like, I kind of want people to say this, right? I kind of want people to say this, guys. Do you really think that the only reason World of Warcraft is successful is because of marketing and good timing? Do we not think that maybe the game is actually good and that people actually like the game? I don't know why people are so reluctant to admit this with games. Okay, it's actually unhinged. Like, no, it's not all sunk cost fallacy in the same way that it isn't for Guild Wars 2. The game is actually good. Like, so is WoW. Like, they're both actually good games. Yo, Vortus. Thanks for the raid, boss man. Yeah. Welcome, friends. We're just killing this, this big boy right now. Yeah. Let's go. Yo, with the tier 1 as well. Love to see it. Massive tier 1 sub. Huge. Couldn't pass free WoW, so never went back. Well, I mean, funnily enough, I guess you could farm gold or, like, do crafting and stuff. Wait, hang on. I feel like if you do crafting, isn't it insanely easy to pay for your sub with in-game gold these days in WoW? I feel like it's giga easy to do that. I guess not very fun. I mean, I don't craft. I'm not really into that sort of thing. But if you're into that, I feel like it's giga easy to pay for your sub if you do that. Yeah. WoW showing its age. I mean, like, honestly, in a fidelity level, you're absolutely right. I feel like all MMOs are old as fuck right now. I definitely think that there is room for some innovation in the industry to actually bring something new. That's why I was so hyped about, you know, I was so hyped about New World, you know, because, like, New World I thought was really bringing some interesting ideas to the table. You know, it was bringing stuff in, like a classless system, the combat system being very action-oriented. You can use 3 weapons at the same time. You've got 2 different trees there. You know, a class system with the attributes, like scaling, giving you different bonuses. I really like the gearing system in that game. That was really fun. Like, open-world PvE, like, similar to Guild Wars 2. Like, open-world dungeons as well. It was really fun. Stuff like the sieging and the, you know, the war mode, right? Like, that was really fun, right? It didn't quite pan out, but yeah, like, I think there is some room, some innovation to bring it, you know, like something new to the industry. But yeah, like, all of the MMOs that are actually good right now are the older ones. It's like, yeah, they are definitely showing their age, like, obviously. WoW is, Guild Wars 2 is, right? Like, but that's because they are literally old. You know, they 100% are. It doesn't mean they're not good. They're 100% good.
Rather play EVE Online? I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a crafter, right? Like, I'm not really a craft enjoyer. Too much showing an age? Yeah, that is true. I'm an old man these days. Any good reward from this meta? And you just get the usual stuff, and you get a little box that has a chance to actually drop every infusion in the game, so pretty decent. Pretty decent stuff, guys. I need a boost? Wait, what do you need a boost in? Yeah, I heard there are still some bugs, unfortunately. Yeah, we can boost you up, Mice, no problem. ARPGs, no, I haven't played RPGs. Maybe I'll try them at some point. Let me see the preview. Oh, well, you only get it once per day. I've already opened it. But yeah, you need the mastery for it. Then you get a little bonus chest every day. Yeah. And you get, yeah, it can drop every infusion in the game, pretty much. Why should have a better trial than it does? Yeah, that would be really interesting. What? The trial is up to level 20, right? That really isn't a particularly good flavor of the game. What could they do? Because if you were gonna do a trial, oh yeah, I guess I could just do it because it's reset in 2 minutes, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go leech Nike. Yeah, add me in Nike. Let's go. I'm gonna invite you. I'm gonna break in. Because it will be reset, we can just get it again. I don't know, like... Because, you know, I kind of feel the same way about Guild Wars 2. I think it will be so cool if, Oh, reset's in 1 hour? Oh. Oh, yeah, it's not in 2 minutes, is it? Well, fuck it, I'll do it anyway. The thing about Guild Wars 2, wouldn't it be cool if HOT was free to play? Right? Because I really feel like, right now, as a new player, playing Guild Wars 2 is weird. Because bear in mind, there's no elite specs in this expansion, and no elite specs in the next expansion, yeah? And playing this game without an elite spec is weird, man. And the HOT ones are good. You've got Reaper, you've got Herald, you've got Chrono. Tempest is pretty cool too. And actually, all the HOT ones are pretty good. Like Scrapper, let's go. Daredevil, honestly, one of the less exciting ones, I feel like. But I don't know, maybe some people are into that kind of thing. Right? You know, let's go. And like, that is cool. Path of Fire is better since it's easier. I think that it makes more sense to have HOT because it's the one directly after Season 2, right? Yeah, Druid too. Yeah, Druid is pretty sick. It's just so strange. Like, I think... I'm just thinking of, you know, imagine being a new player, right? A new Guild Wars 2 player. Isn't it weird that you don't get elite specs when you're playing the game? Like, you're getting a completely different experience. Like, it's not really... The free-to-play version of Guild Wars 2 is just not very representative of the actual game. Yeah. Whereas I feel like if you play HOT, you're gonna go, yo, this is fucking based. And then you're gonna want to play more, right? And then you're gonna buy the expansions. The core classes aren't Pog, though. Not compared to Elite Specs. Like, Elite Specs are, like, Omega Pog. Yeah. You know, Omega Pog is very fine to me, guys. There's a guy in Twitch chat a very long time ago, and his Twitch name was Omega Pog. Wait, what's going on? Sneb's calling. Yo, Sneb, what's going on?
Yo, I'm back in the action.
Back in the action.
How are you enjoying the meta?
I mean, I'm just chilling, I'm gaming, I'm arguing with people. It's honestly, it's a good time.
I've seen you do the meta several times now.
Yeah.
It is a spectacle.
It is.
Yeah. I think it's super interesting because I think that aside from the first map in Soto, that, well, I guess the last two maps were good, right? 2 of the 3 maps, the metas were actually like good from a spectacle point of view.
Yeah.
But not as much from a gameplay point of view. I find that really quite fascinating. I'm not sure what the disconnect there was, but they're really cool, but they just don't What if I say this? It feels like you're doing the story. And the story can be very cool from a spectacle point of view, but I don't think the story has ever had a good gameplay moment for me.
Yeah.
Ever.
Not yet.
Yeah. Now, I don't really wrestle with that too much because it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, the story isn't designed with gameplay in mind, right? Like, I don't think they go, oh yeah, let's make this like really focused on mechanics and stuff. I don't think that really matters so much in the story. I think they treat it more like a Telltale game. But when you do that to the meta event, it makes the maps very, very odd. Very odd.
I was just telling my chat a story, Snap, about how someone called Omega Pog was in my chat, and he said, oh yeah, I run 80 Guild Wars 2 bots 24 hours a day. I'm sending you gold now. Then he actually did. Yeah.
How much gold was it?
It was a lot.
like what's a lot?
We're talking, you know, 40K.
When was this?
It's a long time ago. He sent like 20 legendaries.
Wow.
I had to destroy them. It was actually painful.
Like you felt physical pain.
Yeah.
As you destroyed these.
I had to destroy them. And then he put a sad face in the chat. He was like, "Oh yeah, unlucky." Omega Pog.
When you say you had to destroy them, did you destroy them because you felt like he was telling the truth about this? He wasn't memeing, or because somebody told you to?
Oh no, he was. I did check it out with the ReadNet, and yeah, no, it was yeah, not good. It was bots.
So he self-exposed.
Yeah.
Live in front of a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
And got all his accounts banned. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I think they were already banned. That's the thing. Like, you know, his bots got shut down. Omega Pog. I think it was kind of funny that his screen name was Omega Pog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's not too pog to lose all that gold. Fortunate. You know, I had to go and do events to get masteries. And I also finished the story.
Yeah.
And I'm going to complain about the story for a second.
Okay.
But not for the reasons why you might think. I'm going to complain about one very specific thing that's really quite irrelevant.
Okay.
But there's this moment where there's an achievement where you got to go and, like, read something rather than tear it down or something. I don't freaking remember what you were doing, but there's like 6 things that you had to go, and you had to like click the top button to read the text and then click the bottom button, and that's the achievement. And if you don't, like, if you misclick or you don't realize it, you have to go back and redo like half the story to get that achievement. And the achievement is literally just click to read this thing and then click the next button instead. And it's like one line, not even like a book.
Yeah. I mean, that's rough.
That was rough. I haven't replayed the story in a while. I don't usually replay.
Snap, do you have any thoughts on gooning?
I don't know what that is. I keep seeing the chat go off about that. It's one of those things where it's like, I kind of want to ask, but I also don't know if I do. You know?
You should look it up.
Anything.
I think you should look it up. Look it up on Urban Dictionary, Snap.
Oh no.
He's doing it.
That's just people that like the story.
Wait, what? What? Either way, what?
Oh man. That's good. Where do you guys get this crap? You start like Googling random words and see which one's funniest?
Yeah.
You guys crack me up. I like you, chat. Funny.
And the chat are entertaining. Look at them. Hey, let's pet the chat. You know, let's give the chat some credit. They're little peepos. They're little frogs. The frogmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny enough, Roy brought it up. He was the first one to bring it up, actually. I didn't expect that, but yeah. Chat will back me up here. Like, Roy was the first guy to bring it up.
What? Well, that's fine, I guess. You know? It's good. It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, Roy was in chat talking about goon maxing.
That's good. I like that. Oh, man.
Okay.
You know?
Have you seen... Okay, I feel like... Have you seen how much of a bloodbath it is on the subreddit right now?
Oh, it's horrific. I just read the mod post. I was kind of surprised. Apparently, it's really bad this time. You know, I thought every other time was bad. I guess this time it's worse. So, whatever, I guess. Well, actually, okay. Am I rewriting history here? Or did End of Dragons actually have quite a bit of positivity combined with, I guess, just some controversy?
I would say so, yeah. I think there was an element of... I think EOD was a bit special, though, because it was a relief. I think there was a huge amount of anxiety pre-EOD, right? That the game was actually dying, right? As in, this is it. It is going to be over. We're going on maintenance mode, yeah? You know what I mean? I really feel like that there was a genuine feeling that it is actually over. It's over, right? And I think when EOD came out, it was like such a relief that I think people felt that really helped people feel positive about it, because it felt like, okay, we're getting back on track. Like EOD was very much like a healing expansion, I think, for players. It's like, you know, we're back in business. Guild Wars 2 isn't going to die. So I think there was quite a lot of positivity. I think that positivity dispersed when the tunnel happened. I think the tunnel was the breaker, realistically. I mean, there's a reason why the Covenant was here. Because the tunnel, I think, did actually... It wasn't a genuine cleansing nuke. There was a cleansing nuke when the tunnel dropped, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I have only read negative things. I have not seen a single positive comment about Soto anywhere. Which I find kind of depressing. Because like you mentioned early in the stream, I'm not really... I think I'm getting old too, and I'm not really interested in dwelling on a bunch of negativity all the time, you know? So, yeah.
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 You see that there's a mod post telling people just to stop fucking fighting each other and flaming ANET devs?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Incredible.
It's not good. Yeah. It's not fun to watch that happen.
The tunnel is in reference to a particular open world map in Guild Wars 2 called Guyala Delves. And the first part of the map dropped, and it was relatively underwhelming. People were not super happy with it. And then the next update was coming. And people were expecting it to expand the map, add a lot of new content, and add some pretty spicy stuff. However, things started to go a little bit wrong when people found out that there was like a piece of the map that connected it. Instead of expanding the map, it like connected the top and the bottom, and it was a very small tunnel. And people didn't want to believe that. They did not want to believe
that this was it. Like, this was the only thing that was being added in the next patch was a tunnel. That was it. Nothing else. And I believe even Sneb was coped out. Like, Sneb was coping. He's like, there's no way it's just going to be a tunnel. Yeah. Darren's was saying there's no way it's just going to be a tunnel. A lot of people were saying there is no way that it will just be a small tunnel as the, you know, the patch and the expansion. And as you can probably tell, it was just a tunnel.
Yeah.
It was just a tunnel.
It was a tunnel, like that of a mole.
Yeah.
You know, the mole digs the tunnel. You remember when we experienced the tunnel together, Teapot?
I do, yes.
I just rode on the back of the turtle, because I didn't really want to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, great. It's a great way to experience.
Do you remember we all got baited, by the way, because the map was off-center, so it looked like the map was going to get way bigger, right? Like in the next patch.
Yeah, that was
and then
funny.
they fixed it, they changed it, and then people started freaking out. Yeah.
And
But Lorato is a tunnel denier? Well, here's the important thing about Lara you guys need to understand. Lara is the nicest person in the world, so Lara is incapable of negativity. So, like, that's what you got to understand here, guys. So, yeah, she doesn't count. Doesn't count for being a tunnel denier.
True.
Let's kill the Tormented. Here we go. Boom. Yeah, Lara is a secret tryhard. That's actually a big expose. You want to expose Lara, you have to expose Lara for being a secret tryhard. Ceres legendary mode, she wants to do embodiment of sin as well. Have fun with that with the Deadeye nerfs. It's going to be fucking AIDS, but yeah, it is what it is. There is another way, actually. I'm curious what units could. Well, yeah, because they giga nerfed like 10k DPS. So it's going to be way more annoying. I think units cook something, though. They've got a way to do it without Deadeye. So we'll see them do that pretty soon, I think. Apparently they've got 0.2% with no Deadeye. So there's another way. Yeah. Yes. Even Lara said she liked PUF Story and EOD better today on stream. Well, look, that's positive, right? Like, yeah, like this, you know, this was better. She's saying kind things about the other expansions. See, it still works. Dimisol, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Watch the shovel, copy its form, understand its function, let the actions flow, accept the tunnel, feel the dirt, smell the dust. Salvation is near, the tunnel is here. Boom, there you go. I don't think Soto's nearly as bad as the tunnel. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, by the way, yo, Sneb, would you agree with my tiers? We got massively derailed here. Because people started spreading misinformation in the chat, so I had to correct it. Okay. Gameplay tier list. HOT S tier, EOD and Core A tier, Path of Fire and Soto B tier.
Okay, well, this is a little bit complicated because when you say gameplay, you just mean totally general gameplay, and do you mean at the time or present day?
At the time. I'm talking about at the time and general gameplay, including all game modes.
Okay, yeah, then I would generally agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, like, today, core, right? But at the time...
Yeah, I would talk at the time, yeah.
Dungeons were pretty fun, you know? Dungeons were pretty fun.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think, you know, let's go ahead and throw this in. Season 4 gameplay, I think, was actually extremely weak. Gameplay-wise, Season 4 was scuffed. But actually, was it that bad? Well, let's see. What happened in Season 4 gameplay? Palawadon is actually pretty good. Corner is very bad.
Dragonfall.
Dragonfall is not good. Dragonfall is not good. It's low tier. Like anyone is
quite loved, actually.
It's rat piss. It's rat piss. We all know it, guys. Oh, dude, you got the beetle, yo.
That's good gameplay.
Caesar, ooh.
I put a B.
Oh no, okay, actually, hang on. Wait, I fucked this up though. I'm actually I'm including Path of Fire, including Season 4. I'm thinking about the raids in Path of Fire. I can't add Season 4 into this. Path of Fire on launch was at, okay. Ooh, do I need to redo the tier list with what's on launch? Is that what I've got to do, actually?
Because then, okay, if you do that with Soto, then you have to put it at the very bottom.
I mean, yeah, Soto on launch is nightmare. Like, actual this is like Oblivion, right? Like, you know, oh my god. If that happens.
Room.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the issue.
Boy.
So I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's fair to actually do. Nah, no. I think we have to include the expansion as a whole, almost. I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, here's something interesting for you, Snub. If you had to say one thing in the game, one boss or encounter is a breaker. And when I say breaker, I mean it's something that, you know, it breaks people. They try and do it and they bounce off it and they can't handle it and they're forced to give up. What would you say is the biggest breaker in Guild Wars 2?
Any boss?
Yeah. I guess anything in general.
Anything in general?
Yeah.
Ooh, see, I don't know if I could ever accurately predict that. I think, you know, I've seen some very interesting posts on social media where people say stuff like, I'm looking to improve at the game.
Yeah.
And people will reply and say, what do you mean by improve? Because, like, it's so subjective. Some people are like, do you want to, like, get better at fashion? Or, like, want to increase your damage? Like, what do you want? Nobody really knows. Anyway, the reason that's relevant is because I don't know where people would get really stuck then, because everyone experiences the game very differently. I suppose if there's anything that's just mechanically difficult for people, that it would probably be, like, a place where people get frustrated is when they try to do a meta event like Triple Trouble, because they come across it, but they're not in one of the maps that's actually doing it, and they therefore just fail, right? And they just have no idea what's going on, but they're so accustomed to everything just dying at a whim, and so they would find that frustrating.
Interesting. Do you include Living World Season 3 and 4 with HTTPF? Yeah, that's basically the way the current tier list would work. And I'm pretty sure this is definitely how I would put it. In terms of expansion tier lists. I mean, I think the one here that is completely uncontroversial is HOT. I think many people would actually rate Path of Fire higher, because I think it was a great expansion from a story perspective and an exploration perspective, and I think that's something a lot of players really value. It's going to be... Also, I don't really value mounts very highly either whatsoever. I'm very much about, like, actual gameplay, so pressing buttons, basically. If anything, mounts made the game worse for me, because they kind of trivialized the open world, which is something that I liked. I liked the kind of platforming element of open world, and mounts basically destroyed that. From existing. So, like, that's why I would rate Path of Fire higher. But I think it would be 100% fair to rate Path of Fire actually up in A tier or S tier. I think you could make a really good argument for that, in my opinion, very easily. But yeah, this is the tier list.
Yeah, I'm surprised you rated Soto so high. Why did you?
I think that Sarah CM is extremely good.
You think Sarah CM is good enough to put it... What'd you have it on par with? You had it on par with
it's on par with Path of Fire, yeah.
Yeah, not for me. For me, Soto is one notch lower. Because Soto didn't really add that much, right? So...
Well, the thing is, Path of Fire meta events were bad. Bounties weren't good. Like, the Path of Fire gameplay elements were, Okay, so let me actually, let me go ahead and rationalize this for you. 1, Path of Fire, World vs. World in PvP, agony, okay? Like, the Mirage, Scourge, Firebrand, they kind of fucked up the game mode, if you ask me. Quite a lot. Lots of power creep in PvE as well. Path of Fire open world metas were really not good in my opinion. They were definitely a really weak part of the game, I think. And Soto metas, they're not amazing,
They're definitely some of the weaker ones in the game, but they're better than Path of Fire, that's for sure. And also, Serra CM is the best encounter they have done, and the world versus world meta has actually been pretty good throughout Soto, in my opinion. Quite fun to play.
Oh boy, that's an Inferno take.
It is sketchy now. If you want to say now, I agree. I completely agree with you. It is a bit sketch now after all of the support buffs, but I think actually it has been quite fun. I think they've been doing a good job of balancing the game mode, or much better than historically. Also, the PvP meta, in my opinion, is okay. I think it's a bit power crept right now. There's probably it's a bit bursty currently. There's a lot of high damage, especially in ranks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't think PvP is too bad right now in terms of like how it actually plays out. So that is that's something else as well. So that would be my justification for why I would kind of put the expansions as pretty on par for sure.
Yeah, you know what? Mounts are so good that I cannot rate Path of Fire at the same level. There's just no way.
Yeah, the thing is, mounts don't factor into it in any way. If anything, mounts reduce its score for me.
Yeah. See, I think that mounts completely change the way that you interact with the open world, and maybe some for the worse, but there's a lot for the better. Adding things like races, those are fun gameplay. Like, again, you're including Living World, right? Because then the beetle is in there.
Yes.
Okay, because like the beetle completely changes the way that some people play the game. In fact, whole communities have come across because of that. And same with the griffin, right? I mean, the griffin was featured as a part. The griffin from Path of Fire was featured by Willow to advertise Secrets of the Obscure. Think about that.
Well, right? Yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense considering it's the sky scale. But thing is though, I don't value that. To me, it's fluff, right? That's not the main course. That is a side dish. And I don't care about side dishes. I'm only here for the main course. And again, that's what I would say. If you want to rate it high, I think that would be fair. And I'm not gonna argue over that, but argue with people over that really, because I think I think it's a valid and justified opinion. But yeah, it's my tier list.
Yeah, pretty subjective.
Yeah. What about elite specs? Do those count? Yes. Ooh, that might have to downgrade Soto, actually, because, yeah, dude, it's so hard, actually. Maybe Soto does actually have to go into C tier because of the lack of elite specs. Like, elite specs were pretty fucking good with EOD and with Path of Fire as well. They were fun to use. They did kind of fuck the game up a little bit, but they were also kind of fun. Ooh. And also, I actually don't think people hated HOT on release, by the way. I don't think so. I think the mood during the community during HOT was pretty high. I agree at the start it was rough. Like, if you're probably talking about the start, right? The start was rough because they had a pretty severe content drought at the beginning, and there were also a lot of issues that had to get fixed. But when you got through all of that, I think it is uncontroversial to say that the middle of HOT to the end of HOT was kind of peak Guild Wars 2. Like, that's certainly my favorite time in the game's history, I think. And it's not just because of the actual content itself, it's also because of the way the community was and kind of like the people who were playing it. Like, it was a very fun time to play Guild Wars 2 because of the game, but also because of the people at the same time.
Okay, I have kind of a crazy question here, but do you think the boss is supposed to just stand there like that? Like, it feels like it's not supposed to do that. Like, I feel like it's supposed to move around. Why does it not move around? Like, imagine that you're that boss. Like, empathize with the boss a little bit. You've got, like, 80 people stabbing you, and you don't move? Like, what's with that?
Yeah, I think it's just not... I don't know. I think it is, unfortunately, not bugged, but... Yeah. I think it's just scuffed. Because, the thing is, do you know how it was like in HOT, guys? I always tell this story because it's one of my fondest memories in the game. Okay? Playing World vs. World on Friday, on reset. And every single reset, guys, we would go 12 hours plus. It was 50 of us on Discord, 12 hours plus every single Friday. And my right-hand man, co-commander Arcane, he would fucking run home from work. He'd be fucking logging on to Guild Wars 2, drenched in sweat, ready to pump in time for reset, okay? That is what I'm talking about, okay? Like, people were incredibly excited to log on to the game. That's the kind of shit I want. Is the environment that I like in games is when people cannot wait to log on and people are excited to log on to the game. And I think that was, the peak of that was HOT. Where that was where the player base was excited to log on and wanted to play every single day. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. It was epic. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
How popular do you think the Convergent CMs are? I'm actually quite perplexed of what to make of them. It seems like they are getting done, maybe a little bit easier than I had anticipated, but
well, they're pretty
I've
easy,
also
yeah,
heard
they're not
reports, yeah. Well, I've also heard reports of people like struggling exponentially on them. So I'm really not sure. It seems like if you're like a casual group that doesn't make subgroups, you're just gonna die. But if you actually, you know, try with the builds and stuff, you'll probably be okay. But I don't really know what to make of them. I'm not really sure. I thought they were kind of fun, right? It was just kind of a meta event, but I don't really love the. If it was just, I actually think if the pre-event was a little bit shorter, I would like them more. Because I find the pre-events to be not so fun. They remind me too much of Dragon Response missions, and then I start going into like cardiac arrest. So I need to, you know, not be reminded of Dragon Response missions.
Not ringing Dame Order, unfortunately. But here's the thing, Jasper. You got to understand this. Like Arcane, he was coming home from work, right? Like, he was a very functional adult at this time. And also, why do other games have this then, right? Like, if it's just like, oh, the game's old now, well, why is it still like this in other games? Like, why can I capture that experience in other games, but not in Guild Wars 2? Like, why is it specifically this one where the player base has grown up now? Why has that changed? What happened? And with this one, I don't get it. But also, yeah, like, no. The people I was doing this with were functional members of society. Like, they weren't just fucking, like, neat degenerates. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. He says coming from the gym. Okay, that's actually my bad. I misspoke. Yeah. He also was a gym nut and still is. But, yeah, if I said gym, he misspoke. He comes from work. Yeah. Then that's on me.
Yeah.
This game just got bad? No, it's not because the game just got bad. I don't know. I'm not interested in bashing the game. Fuck this shit. Negativity's lame, bro. The game didn't change. Your friends did. Well, why haven't they been replaced? Where are those people? Where can I find them? Because I agree, you're always going to have, like, churn on this stuff. Where are the new versions of them? They're gone. There's no one to replace them.
Oh, it's kind of depressing.
Yeah, because that's the reality I'm in, chat. You know why I'm a little bit detached from the game? It's because they're all gone. It's just me left.
Don't worry. I suck at the game, but I'm still here. That actually probably makes it worse, to be honest.
And it feels bad. Yeah. I-res. Yeah, we're actually dying. The boss is killing us. I'm not sure what's killing us, but we are dying to it. I think it's because he got essence. He, like, feasted on all this essence. Look at this, guys. He's juiced. Five December said we wanted to try some hard shit with you. That is absolutely untrue, Jasper. There's no fucking shot. Like, there are not many people who want to go as hard as me, and for, you know, probably for the best, honestly. There's absolutely no way, no. And funnily enough, actually, stuff like Fungus and the boot camp is actually a really good example of actually how untrue that really is. Like, because look, I'm not, again, to be clear, guys, I'm not talking about, oh, I want people to do HTCM with. No, that's piss. I'm talking about, like, I want people who are going to be pushing for worlds first and winning the monthly AT. Like, that's the level I want to play at. That's what interests me. I don't care about clearing hard content. Dude, you don't need to be a super good player to be able to, like, clear all the content in the game eventually. You'll get there in the end. Like, that is not interesting to me. Like, it has to be way higher level than that. But, you know. Scales did actually get NA first HTCM, actually. That is true.
You know, how does it feel to have lost world's first completion of any Convergence CM?
It doesn't feel good. But it's fine, because, you know, we recovered and rallied and got the world's first all 5.
Yeah, NA wins 1. We get 1 check mark.
Yeah.
We get 1.
Dude, I mean, yeah, you guys have better fucking internet than us, man. Like, you were just in. You were in so fast, actually. Like, I was still patching, and you were already in.
You know what the difference was? Well, yeah, it's because you full patched. We just did it so that it was playable.
Yeah, but I couldn't do it. And apparently, because I used Guild Wars 2 launcher, that doesn't work. Apparently.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. Yeah. I didn't know that actually, but apparently that's the case.
Brutal. Totally brutal.
Yeah. Scales is a convicted goon felon.
That is a funny word.
Yeah. It is, actually. It is a funny word, isn't it? Goon. I don't know. It's just a funny word. Sedius loves gooning.
Dude. Oh, man, people are very upset about the story.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I don't really know what to say because I've never really been super into the story. And that's not necessarily because it's good or bad or anything. That's just not like, I just like gameplay, right? I like doing stuff. So I like do the story, but usually it's just a means of acquiring more gameplay. And actually, I'm very curious what people would have to say about this. This is my biggest problem with the Soto story in particular. I mentioned this in your chat earlier today, but the Soto story is akin to watching a TV series that lasts about, it's got like 10 to 20 minute episodes, and one new episode comes out every 3 months. By the time you watch the next episode, you've completely forgotten what happened, and it's no longer that important to you. And I just feel like with it coming out so in such fragmented pieces and in such small amounts, it really detracted from it. I think if it had all come out at once, it actually would have been better in some ways. But having it so spaced out, it makes it feel like it's supposed to culminate to something like really, really massive, and it just makes your perception of what happened even worse. What do you think about that?
I mean, I actually think that is a problem with MMOs in general, to be honest. I feel like that's true of everything, to an extent. There's always going to be like these big gaps in between where you just have a bit of a disconnect between how the story goes. I'm not sure if that's specific to Guild Wars 2, realistically. Like, the story definitely is short. I think that's true. And I guess because it is all linked together, that's an issue. But I feel like that probably happens everywhere, realistically. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's hard to say. Oh, whoa! Yo, I have 37,500 achievement points. Let's go.
Holy, that's insane.
That is insane. I'm juiced up. I'm the achievement lord. Big.
That's such a good word. Oh my
Are
gosh.
you gonna start using it? You're gonna start talking about gooning now. Is that what's going on?
Well, sometimes my wife is like, "Oh, like, what have you been up to with that whole streaming thing?" And then every once in a while, I have to explain to her some of like the weirdest crap that happens.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna have something to say. I'm gonna be like, "Have you ever heard of the word gooning?" And it's gonna start the most stupid conversation ever. But you know what?
So
That's
wait.
funny.
To be clear, here, you're gonna explain gooning to your wife.
Of course, I have to. He's gonna ask me, "Oh, how'd the stream go?" And the only relevant thing that's gonna come up is I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I learned this new word."
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Relationship goals.
Listen to this comment by Aaron in my chat. I think this is a very heartfelt comment.
Okay.
I'm actually a story enjoyer. Honestly, like Guild Wars' overall stories. Never expected something great, and I rarely got disappointed by Guild Wars. It provided me good times to the point I actually replayed the story with a smile until now.
Yeah.
I don't want to be negative, but damn, the last 9 months really disappointed me. That's rough. Yeah, and I feel that. Like, yeah, I feel like a lot of people feel that way. And you know what? Like, sometimes you gotta be disappointed because maybe there's something better next time, but I don't know. I feel kind of bad because I just don't know that I can speak to it that strongly because I've never been... Actually, that's not true. There have been... There's... The time when I enjoyed the story the most, and the actual lore enjoyers are going to hate me, but I actually enjoyed the End of Dragon story. I did. I thought it was good. I thought it was funny. I thought it was... it pulled you in at times. I thought it was very dynamic and fun. I thought it was really good. The core story didn't really hold me that strongly. I never actually finished the HOT story. I don't know what happens. The Path of Fire story, I didn't really like that much. But End of Dragons, yeah, I was into that. I was really into it. Would you not agree? As like, I mean, I know you're more gameplay focused too, Teapot. So like, but did you find End of Dragons story to be just a bit clever and kind of fun?
I'm trying to think back. I do think that I think it had a bit more gameplay in it, right? It was a bit more gameplay oriented.
Yeah, it did. It was more gameplay oriented
than most of the story, right? I think they did a little bit more showing rather than telling. I felt that season 4, it had very cinematic moments, but it was an awful lot of NPCs telling you what was going on. A lot of the time, there's a lot of exposition, and I've always found the Guild Wars 2 story to be fairly exposition heavy in general, which is not something I'm a huge fan of. To be honest, I want to see what's going on. Look, this is actually why I unironically thought DRMs were actually kind of good, because you were kind of watching the story unfold as opposed to having NPCs tell you what's happening. A lot of the time, which I actually thought was kind of interesting. Like, obviously, there's plenty of things that are completely wrong with DRMs, but like, I think that part of it was kind of interesting from a narrative perspective. I definitely like it when the gameplay is very linked in with the story, right? Like, you have to go and actually do things rather than hearing about NPCs telling you what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't like it when it's just like, oh, yeah. Here's like the life story of these 4 people or something. I like zone out. I like it when I actually get to be a part of whatever's happening, and I actually felt like EOD did that pretty well. I mean, there was obviously some times when it slowed down a bit and told you what was going on, but overall, I mean, here's a good example. Maybe I could have missed this. Okay. So please correct me if I'm wrong. But I enjoyed how there was kind of like 2 endings to the End of Dragons, right? You could do like the meta event, or you could do the other thing, right? Like it kind of lets you do both at the same time, or there was like multiple achievements for that. It was a part of the story in a sense. But I don't feel like the meta event in Soto is really that tied.
No, I think especially Amnetus is weird, actually.
Yeah, I am gonna be watching it live, Roy. I'm expecting great things. If you don't entertain me, I'm gonna say really mean things about you. So you better be there. I want you, and honestly, I feel like Trig is gonna make a reference to gooning, right? Like he already said Goonzor, like renaming Sneb to Goonzor. I think there's some potential there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Roy, can you just say like can you just like say goon randomly on the stream? Just like slip it in there. Just like, oh man, we're just such a bunch of goons. Just say like just throw it in there randomly. It's like a tip of the hat to us. You know? Just randomly.
Yeah. I'm expecting some serious content, boys, on Friday. I am going to be there. I'm going to be watching live. I want to be entertained. I want to see some balance changes that are going to piss people off as well. Like I want to see some shit that people are going to get mad. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. Do you not agree with that, Sneb? Do you not feel like I kind of want to see that's going to piss people off? Like, isn't that content? That's content to me, no? He's refusing to answer. He's pleading the fifth. Like you want that shit.
I'm too busy laughing at Goon because I just imagine that if Trig and Roy are there together, that they'll both try to slip Goon in first. Like they'll both just say Goon randomly,
There is no way they can say they cannot reference gooning on an official ANET stream. There is absolutely no way they can do that.
They could say goon like, you're just a bunch of goons, Like they could just say like they could just say it randomly, just no one will know, right?
Yeah.
But that the thing is, the chat would have to keep quiet, right? I don't think the chat.
Well, yeah, because they'd have to not snitch, right? They'd have to not snitch on them for sure. Yeah, you'd have to be careful. Dude, this guy's in the fucking char car. Let's go.
Yeah, good content.
Yeah,
we'd never snitch. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Do you guys think that Soto is a good product in retrospect? Eventually, in a few years, people will buy it for less than 25 and experience the whole thing at once. I mean, that's such a nebulous term. Like, is Soto, like, what are you asking me there? Is Soto worth the money? Is it enjoyable to play through? Yes, without a shadow of a doubt. Are there things within Soto that are really fun and really cool? Yes, absolutely. It's kind of like, what do we mean by that?
No, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of people that do like Soto, right? The trouble with Soto is that it's very good for new players. It's very, very good for new players. And so I think like the quiet new players, you're not going to hear them as much, obviously, because they're just silently enjoying the game. And you do see quite a few people like, wow, I just jumped in this game. I'm playing with the sky scale. I'm loving it. Like, this is awesome. I think that it did the game justice to serve new players like this. The problem is that it's now been quite some time without having served the veteran players. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about the people that like instance content, because we got Sarah CM and that's pretty good, right? But I'm talking about like open world stuff, story stuff, just the general vibe. And so I think that the next expansion ought to cater toward people who are, already playing the game. I think they did a lot of setup with Soto, is I guess a better way to explain it. They did a lot of setup. They fixed some systems, did a lot of quality of life that was really solid. They've now set themselves up for a better next time because they've learned a lot as well in this process. This was the first time they tried this like new format, and so there's obviously going to be things that don't work and things that do work, and you just got to try to figure out what works best and take that and leave all the other stuff.
Exactly.
What is it? Is it blood boing?
Blood boing.
Is that what it is? Blood boing?
Blood boing.
Blood boing in the chat. Just put it randomly. Yeah, I might be ODing on copium, but I am a Wing 8 believer. I will never stop being a Wing 8 believer.
If you're a
Ever
Wing 8,
since,
wait, if you're a Wing 8
LCM.
believer, why did you say you were going to do Slug Stream if they drop Wing 8?
It changed. I was right at the time. I didn't think there was any hope, and there wasn't. But now things are a bit different because once they did the Ceres stuff and they put out the LCM, it made me consider that it's actually reasonably viable that they could do that again. And that's pretty exciting. And then I also think it's possible because I think they're going to look at strikes maybe a little bit closer, because I think people like strikes, but there's also a lot of people that don't like strikes. I think they can take parts of strikes and keep them, but even Wing 8 might not look exactly like raid wings that we have now, but I just think it's possible that they do something like a Wing 8. I have hope.
I think one thing that is cool about raids is that you have to beat the bosses sequentially, right? I think that actually is cool. I think there's something to be said for a raid drops and, you know, ooh, we've got to beat the first boss in order to see the second boss, right? In a strike mission, you don't have to, right? You could do Ceres before Dagda, or, you know, vice versa. I think that actually is a really cool part about it, is that you have to kind of delve into the raid. So I would love to see multi-boss instances. Like, would they call it a raid? I don't know. I could 100% see them doing, like, a multi-boss instance. I don't know if they'd call it a raid or if they'd call it a strike mission. I think both, that would be cool, for sure. And that's not impossible to me. Like, I could 100% see them doing that. Like, it's basically a strike mission, but it's got multiple bosses in it, for sure. And like, yeah, you know, it could even be it could be like a story instance that has, let's say it's a story instance that has 2 bosses, right? And then they turn that entire thing into a strike mission. And there's, like, the first boss, then you have to do, like, kind of go through the story instance, like, what the story instance was, and maybe there's, like, some extra mobs in there, or, like, a puzzle or something, similar to the story instance, and then there's another boss at the end of that. I could 100% see them doing, like a raid-esque thing that is essentially like a strike mission that's got multiple bosses. That makes sense to me. Like, they could do that for sure. Will they ever do, like, a standalone story raid? Ooh, I think that's a little bit more questionable. But yeah, it kind of depends what we mean by raid. It kind of depends what we mean by raid. You know what I mean? Like, do we mean
maybe a bit loose? But
yeah. It's like, do we mean instance that has more than one bosses in it? Yeah, I could see them doing that. Like, you know, that seems.
I think it's possible.
I think it's possible. Yeah, like they could go for some kind of experience like that, for sure.
I think there's a non-zero chance. That's all I'm saying. I think there's a non-zero chance, and. The reason is because of Ceres, really. I mean, after the success of Ceres, and people are going to meme me. Some people are like, oh, Ceres wasn't that successful. There's a lot of people playing Ceres right now. A lot. And I think it's kind of cool. It's pretty neat, aspirational content. I don't think every encounter needs to be that hard. But I think, given the success of the LCM thing, I think they can make a bunch of encounters that are pretty hard without detracting too much from, or taking too much dev time, rather.
I kind of want to. I think we need to push ANET a bit on this, actually, in my opinion. I think the current state of Ceres CM is actually not good at all. I think regular CM and Legendary are way too close together. In reality, Legendary is, to be frank, not that much harder than regular CM. I think everyone who's gone from regular CM to Legendary can 100% confirm that, in my opinion. I think that they're way too close. I think Ceres CM is way too hard for mid-core players, like kind of the type of player who maybe does like a raid full clear every week and does, you know, basic tier 4 dailies and CM fractals. I think it's way too hard for players like that, in my opinion, which is actually a really sizable portion of the raid player base and of like the, you know, the endgame PvE player base. I also think the normal mode is completely whack with the way it's set up. I think that it has way too much health to be particularly enjoyable by any group of players. Like, it's way too easy for the mid-core, but I also think they're too long for the, you know, the player who just wants to kind of, you know, try out that type of content and maybe, you know, likes stuff like basic raids and dungeons and other MMOs. I think there are like major tuning issues with like the way the difficulty is set up right now. Like, ANET should 100% for every single strike mission they do should have 3 settings now. Like, they've shown us that they can do it, and it should be the case, but it should be more differentiated mechanically, right? Like, if I think ANET should make changes to regular Ceres CM, they should probably do stuff like maybe reduce the health, maybe a hair more, even now actually, maybe make it 2 greens instead of 3 on regular CM, maybe make gluttony be the orbs eatable by 2 people instead of 3. As well
on regular CM. They should probably maybe make the Malices have less HP as well on that CM. And I'm talking about big nerfs here, but that's very much intentional. I think they should nerf it quite hard, actually, because in my opinion, it's still way too difficult in this regard. And let's see, what else should they do? Yeah, that's probably about it, actually. Boom. There you go. Yeah. Is Sarah CM really that hard?
No.
I mean, it's
pretty hard.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I mean, it's like, it's too hard to be one of the 3 difficulty settings, right? Like, it's way too much harder than normal mode, and it's too close to legendary. Yeah. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to everyone right now. Like, I'm just saying, I think Sarah CM is way too difficult.
This actually reminds me, I have Saris CM static in 8 minutes, so I better go.
Oh yeah, well there you go then.
Yeah. We gotta kill Legendary now in this group. Gotta
Oh,
get
yeah.
them to kill.
Yes.
So, talk to you later, man. Have a good one.
Yep, see ya. But yeah. I mean, they do... No, look, we have to be realistic, okay? Look, CM is supposed to be heroic, okay? Like, CM is heroic. And Sarah CM is harder than heroic, okay? It is too much. That's reality. And yeah, ANET, if they don't do triple difficulty for all future content, whether that be, you know, more strike missions or the fucking coped out Wing 8 or whatever's, you know, wherever's coming, it should be the case. 100%, there should be 3 difficulty settings. Absolutely. And they just need to figure out what the hell they're doing with fractals too. Like, fractals are just a bit of a fiesta. Normal difficulty is 1, legendary is 5, and CM is 4, should be 3. I completely agree with you, the Blue Ingestion. That's exactly what I'm trying to say here. Like, it should be a, you know, a relatively linear difficulty curve, but it's not. It's very, extremely steep. I think that's no good. We ordered 3 different story, strike, and strike CM. Yeah, I mean, it probably should have been a little bit like that. Like, the story mode should be like a replayable instance that gives you loot that you can invite people to. Normal is a little bit harder. I mean, ideally, you'd have even 4, right? Like, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah. CM harder than legendary for meme value? I mean, that would be pretty funny, but maybe not exactly what we're looking for here. But, yeah. Who knows? Plenga. Every day I plan my gar, chat. I plan my gar every day. Honestly, who doesn't? Dude, Plenga is such a good emote. It's very high tier. Few know the origins of Plenga. Not many people know about, you know, the true origins, guys. I think it's relatively... you know, a secret meme. Highly covert operation. Yeah. I'm actually hyped for the balance stream. I'm actually more... the balance stream is going to be good. Man, we have to wait another day? Are we fucking serious? Can't you guys just go tomorrow or something? Actually, I have WoW Raid tomorrow. That would be bad timing. But what the fuck? Why don't you guys do the balance stream today instead? Like, you could have done it today. Well, the balance stream is bad. I can say without a shred of irony that I have never failed to enjoy one of you guys' balance streams. They have been unironically, okay, no joke, something I actually really look forward to and really enjoy. Ah, shit, I need to get on Harbinger. Otherwise we're fucked. Any Harbs? Any Harbingers? Alright, here we go. Tag off, huh? Boom. The ultimate Weaver Dominator. I'm gonna pressure through that. I need to get rid of his shield. There's the Invuln. I think he has no dodge. He has no dodge right now. Yep.
No dodge. Dead. Yep. There you have it. See, the real key there was actually the dagger 3, the pistol 3. I was counting his dodges. I knew he didn't have one there. Couldn't dodge that. Had to eat the full combo. Vile Blast, Oppressive Collapse, Weeping Shots. That was the death sentence. And that is what you want to do, guys. That is when you use your CC. Is this Celestial? Dude, it's world versus world roaming. You either play Celestial or you play Thief. Yeah. That's the situation. Is it more for the stream to be entertaining or the changes to be good? If the stream was entertaining but the changes were bad, that would be a bit cursed. And in fact, it would be extremely funny, but maybe for the wrong reason. Because then you guys would be like laughing and going crazy on stream, but you'd be like destroying the game at the same time. So like that would be funny, but for a very different reason. You know. So I guess the changes do have to be good. I think they have to be good as well. It can't be, but yeah. Because look, okay, would it be funny if Solar was on stream? Actually, yes. I think if you guys actually brought Solar back and just said, do your thing on stream, I don't think I could look away. I actually could not look away. Like, for example, if Solar had done a balance stream for the July patch, you guys remember that? Like, the HTCM patch, where Solar annihilated the game? If he'd done, like, what you guys do, like a stream going through all the changes, that would have been one of the most entertaining streams possible. We'd still be talking about that stream today. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that would still be, you know, the talk of the town. The change of the entertainment. Yeah. I'm not sure how to answer that question, to be honest. I guess ultimately, if you guys had an off day and it wasn't that entertaining, but the changes were good, I'd say I'd prefer that. Like, if you guys were just popping off and it was like a giga entertaining stream, but it like ruined the game, I'd say that probably would be still worse. I'd be sad with either one though, I guess. Like, yeah, I wouldn't. I'd be like, oh, feels bad. Yeah. But I guess I would ultimately prefer the changes to be good. Because if the changes are bad, that just doesn't feel good. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think they have to do both. I hold them to high standards. I'm going to need them to actually go ahead and do both at this point. It's the, that's what needs to happen. Yeah. We're not getting a gooning reference. Honestly, maybe Trig would do it. Like, Roy won't do it. He's too much of a good boy. Trig he's naughty. He's cheeky, okay? I could see Trig trying to get, like, a really sneaky gooning reference, like, into the stream. But I think that is, guys, you're really pushing the boundaries there, okay? Like come on. they can't do that. Like... Yeah, they can't do any more streams or they get fired, guys. I think it's unacceptable. You know, they can't just get fired. Yeah. Ah, yes. The final stream. Go out with a bang. Ah, yes. Right. I think I'm done. I think I am done with the stream. So then, I'll be back tomorrow. If my internet actually works,
I'm going to be streaming in about 11 hours, guys. I'm going to be back here in about 11 hours as long as my power is still operating. And we're going to stream... I know, it's Bullions only from Raid, Mice. And we're going to do 6 hours of Guild Wars tomorrow. So get your drops. That's enough for an entire drop. Enjoy that. And then we're also going to do probably 6 hours of WoW. So it's probably going to be like a 12-hour stream again. Lots of Guild Wars, lots of WoW. And then Friday, oh my god, we get the balance stream. Let's go. And like I said, I didn't finish my thought there. But I'm not even joking. Those streams, and actually reading the articles, I really like the articles by Grouch. I'm looking forward to the retrospective. I'm looking forward to, you know, the next studio update. I actually really enjoy those. They're actual highlights of the game for me, is like seeing the devs goof around, like, on stream, about the balance, right, and kind of talk about that stuff. I'd love to see more stuff like that, actually. I'd love to see, you know, when the expansion announcement comes out, I would actually really like to see a stream from the devs, and they're just talking about stuff that's happening in it, right, and kind of getting a little bit of hype going. It'd be really fun to see Grouch on camera talking about that stuff, you know? Maybe I've got to force you guys to do a tea time again, right? We can do, like, new expansion tea time or some bullshit, talk about some stuff in the game, you know? I really like that stuff. I think it's great. But yeah, no, like all the dev streams I think are really, really enjoyable. I don't think I've ever been failed. You know, I always look forward to the balance streams. I think they're incredibly entertaining. There's some great chemistry. You know, there's no CMC this time. That's going to be an interesting dynamic. It's going to unchain Trig even more. So I think we're in for some content. But yeah, it's always a highlight, I think, of the Guild Wars 2 calendar, in my opinion. You definitely love to see it. Or I know I love to see it anyway. But anyway, I'm done derailing. I am done with the stream, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If you're here, you should follow the stream. You should do it right now. Exclamation mark meme in the chat to do absolutely nothing. Okay? That's it. Yeah, I've been streaming for 8 hours, Super Neko 10. That's right. Over on YouTube. But streaming on YouTube as well. You should subscribe to my YouTube channel. You should follow me on Twitter, on Twitch. Join my Discord, join the other Discord as well, okay? Like, buy the game using my referral link. Wow, all this stuff. Like, there's so many things you could do. All these things could happen. All of these things could exist. And it's going to be good stuff. But anyway, that's it. I think I am just about done for today. And you know what? What are we going to do? We need to do a raid. It's time for a raid, guys. It is raid time. You know what? I'm going to raid the goose. I'm raiding Sneb, guys. Sneb is being raided. Here we go. 10 Blebboing Pyramid. Sneb is doing Saris. I do need to raid Lara as well. We'll raid Lara tomorrow, I think. Assuming Lara's streaming. We gotta do it all. I haven't actually been... Look, I haven't been streaming that much, so I've got to catch up on all of the raids. Okay? On all the stuff that's going on. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. We'll get all the raids in on all the gang, all the Guild Wars 2 crew when we get there. But, yeah, enjoy Saris Legendary with Sneb over on NA server. Back tomorrow, or rather back today, even in about 11 hours, for another exciting day of streaming and probably some keys tomorrow. It's probably going to be WoW Raid into keys for the end of the stream. And then... we're going to have, on Friday, Guild Wars 2 into watching the balance stream into keys. And then on Saturday, it's monthly AT into keys. And then Sunday, it's going to be, I don't know, I kind of want to do a tea time, actually. I want to see if we can get a tea time going. But I have to think if I actually want to do that. And who I'm going to invite on that won't suck. So, yeah. We'll see. You guys have a wonderful evening. Thanks for watching. I'm going to see you guys next time, okay? Good night, gamers. I am out.